Who are you? Xianxia backed up. When her earlobe was inadvertently touched, it made her face turn red. She was a bit angry and embarrassed. At that moment, she thought of too many things, recalling that youth from the lower realm. Great waves stirred within her heart. That person's death really was too unfortunate. I am Emoshi, Xianxia replied. He felt too many misgivings. If he told the other party who he was, then the celestial race would find out as well, and that might cause unwanted accidents. For some reason, Xianxia always felt a sense of déjà vu when she looked at this person in front of her. He had similarly snow-white teeth and a brilliant smile. There was that completely reckless expression as well. It was too similar. Only, she knew that it was impossible for that person to reappear. He had already been dead for a year or two, buried in the great wasteland of the lower realm. You are extremely similar to someone I know, Xianxia said softly. Her beautiful purple hair, sparkling white oval face, black curved eyebrows, intelligent large eyes, and bright red cherry lips made her appear extremely beautiful. There is someone like that? What clan does he come from? Is he really all that similar to me? Xianxia asked. He used to be my enemy, and then later on the grudges were dissolved. He even saved my life. That person was quite stunning, but what a pity it is in the end. Xianxia shook her head. She was thinking too much. Her mind was in a state of great disorder. Oh! In the depths of the ancient battlefield, a terrifying roar sounded, cutting off her line of thought. This also startled Xianxia. This was definitely not some good place. We cannot stay here any longer, Xianxia said. Regardless of whether it was the danger of this demonic land or to hide from their pursuers, they were both good reasons to leave this place. You should go first. I don't want to involve you further. Xianxia expressed her thanks. Xianxia saved her. If they continued to travel together, she would most likely bring onto him a great disaster. Xianxia shook his head. It's already too late to leave. Those pursuers already saw me move with you and won't let me off either. The most important thing is to leave these bloodplains first and escape from their pursuit. He didn't expose his identity, but he wanted to help Xianxia escape this crisis. He couldn't just watch as their pursuers seized the Heaven's Mandate Stone and left her forever crippled. Xianxia picked the remaining 20 or so stalks of blood soul grass, and then he went on his way along with Xianxia. They rushed through this ancient battlefield and headed southward. You are still eating the strange grass? Xianxia was shocked. Along the way, she noticed that Xianxia continued to support the heavenly passage. His body was flickering with symbols, and there were mysterious bone texts swirling about to refine the soul grass. The taste really isn't bad, sweet and sour. It's quite fresh and tasty. Xianxia had a relaxed look on his face. If there were people from the outside world here, they would definitely be stupefied. This was a fatal grass of death. How could ordinary people ingest it? It would ignite one's soul blood and explode one's flesh. One would die without the chance for even a proper burial. Xianxia was extremely nervous. The other party was too stubborn. If this continued, he might die soon. This was the benefactor that saved her life, so how could she ignore this? If you want strength when we enter the celestial race, my clan's heavenly deity can lend you a helping hand. You absolutely cannot play with your life like this, she said with good intentions. Do I look like a reckless person? With my natural talents that can overlook 3,000 provinces, how could I do something as silly as suicide? Xianxia's skin was extremely thick, speaking while shoving a stalk in his mouth. Xianxia was speechless. Not even this was reckless? Moreover, the more she looked at this person, the more he looked like that lower realm person. Even the way he behaved was so hateful and extremely narcissistic. They found more than 50 stalks of blood soul grass total below the stone cliff. They were like red gemstones, sparkling and translucent. They were all eaten by Xianxia along the way. Meanwhile, at this moment he felt a bit unwell. His flesh was in pain, and his blood felt like it was boiling. Even his soul was burning fiercely, about to produce a flaming sphere of light. The medicinal characteristics are so tyrannical, Xianxia said to himself, trembling inwardly. He knew that if it was a normal supreme expert, their flesh would inevitably explode with their soul and blood ignited. However, he suppressed it. Earlier, he didn't decide to do this purely out of arrogance. He had this type of confidence and strength, and with the heavenly passage to restrict his body, he could defend his life with his strength that exceeded his cultivation realm. There were people that died after ingesting 100 stalks of blood soul grass, so he believed that refining 50-something stalks was definitely not a big problem. Along the way, Xianxia continuously operated the true primordial records bone texts. His entire body was sparkling and shining, and his blood energy was surging, battering about within his body. His body was incomparably sturdy. Is this precisely this type of secret force? Xianxia said to himself. A wave of mysterious force spread within his flesh and seeped into his bones. Was this the fundamental reasoning for the immunity against magical force? She became more and more shocked. This youth was too terrifying. His natural talents were shocking. After eating over 50 stalks of blood soul grass, he was unexpectedly unaffected, able to refine the terrifying medicinal characteristics. It would be best if I could capture an ape devil and carefully study their constitution. Only then would I be able to improve my understanding a step further. Xianxia felt rather regretful. Even though he killed 6 of them, and he had studied them as well, he couldn't see through this race's true secrets. He had to catch a living one. Ow! Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded. A miserable aura covered heaven and earth as it sounded from the depths of the battlefield. It didn't seem to be that far away. Not good. Those 3 ape devils are bringing the lord of the ancient battlefield. We need to hurry and escape. She understood more about this place. When she saw the figures that were rushing over in the distant mists, she felt a wave of alarm. Xianxia used the dual pupil to observe them. Apart from the 3 ape demons, he saw a pure white skeleton further out that had a divine flame burning about it. It rushed over murderously with a bone sword in hand. The long roar was released precisely by this creature. It made the entire battlefield tremble. This was a roar of the soul and not a true roar. True deity. Xianxia was shocked. This was a creature that surpassed the divine flame realm, which was precisely the true realm. Many people called those at the divine flame realm deities because they made contact with the domain of divine Tao. However, because they only stepped through the door, their statuses weren't that high. Comparatively speaking, the true realm, which was the level above the divine flame realm, because it carried the word true, and those in this realm possessed powerful strength, were called true deities by others. In reality, the true realm was just a large step further in the domain of divine Tao. The snow-white skeleton was surrounded by a blazing white divine flame that was like a brilliant sun. There was no deathly aura, only a scorching heat that seemed to ignite heaven and earth. This was an expert at the true realm. There was simply no way for them to fight this opponent right now. Even someone as stunning as Xianxia had no choice but to withdraw. With the earth shrinking into Inch's great divine ability, he quickly brought Shi away from this place. Qila. Meanwhile, Xianxia also used the lightning Tao divine ability. A pair of wings, one light and one dark, appeared behind him. Lightning coiled about as he shot into the distance. The one I knew also studied lightning precious techniques before, Shi said. She began to develop suspicions, but she still shook her head in the end. That kind of thinking was unrealistic. I am proficient in the Thundersky Sparrow's precious technique, Xianxia said. This was a great escape. Xianxia brought Shi into the distance, escaping over 10,000 li. They made their way through this battlefield and departed from this place. That true deity quickly stopped, not leaving those ruins. It peered through the mists into the outside world. The soul light flame continuously jumped within its eye sockets. It'll be too dangerous to head straight for Heaven Province. We should still choose an ancient battlefield and make our way through it. Otherwise, we might be found out at any time in the outside world, Xianxia said. Shi nodded. She told Xianxia that they were just stalling for time right now, waiting for her clan's ancient ancestors to revive. As long as that old celestial revives, everything would be changed. From man to heaven, is it really that terrifying? Shurhao said softly. He looked towards the beautiful woman. He already knew that old celestial had once, together with 5 other experts, personally founded their clan's glorious era. They were ranked in the 10 greatest races, becoming one of the higher realms' emperor races. For an existence like that to live from the ancient times until now, just how terrifying is that? After merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, our celestial race can undergo a fundamental change and evolve to the highest state. If we were to be compared to someone, it would be equal to the most powerful exceptional talents. She didn't hide anything. She trusted Shurhao because if the other party harbored ill will, he had way too many opportunities and wouldn't have waited until now. Soon after, they entered another ancient battlefield that was even larger, close to 50,000 li in size. After traveling quite some distance, they even discovered a heavenly deity bone. The 2 individuals sucked in a cold breath of air. One could imagine just how intense the battle back then was. Even heavenly deities were similarly helpless, dying here. The Yin energy here was extremely heavy. Mists pervaded the air. There were many remains on the battlefield and even more broken weapons and precious artifacts that had long rusted or rotted. Blood soul grass. Shurhao was pleasantly surprised. After entering this ancient battlefield, this precious grass was his greatest harvest. He saw 6 more stalks here. Once this type of spiritual object appeared, there was no way there was only one. They existed in groups of at least 3. You really have to be careful. You can't blindly refine it. She reminded. Let's go. This is my natural luck. I might really be able to obtain the magical force immunity type of divine ability. Shurhao was incredibly stirred up. 2 days later, Shurhao was overjoyed, and even she was shocked. They saw an expanse of dazzling red light below a bare rocky mountains. It was as if a fire was burning here. This was a whole field of blood soul grass. They shone brilliantly and resplendently. They were densely packed, forming a brightly colored and gorgeous scene. Scarlet multicolored light coiled about. There are at least 200 stalks here. Shi's voice was trembling. This was a great batch of wealth. If they brought this back to the outside world, it would definitely trigger quite the uproar. Do you want to eat some? We can split it 50-50, Shurhao said. She shook her head and said, I won't eat it. You shouldn't take any more risks either. Then I won't be polite. Believe me, I will definitely live and obtain the ability of magical force immunity. This is my great natural opportunity, Shurhao said. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he expected. 2 ape demons silently appeared. They were especially large, and their black scales unexpectedly carried a faint silver radiance. These 2 creatures are too powerful, more so than those other 9 added together. Shi was alarmed, advising Shurhao to leave and not put himself in danger. It's too late. They already locked onto us and wouldn't let us go. Shurhao's expression was serious. He had Shi go into hiding. Oh! The 2 ape demons roared. Their entire bodies shone. They sparkled like gemstones as they expanded their bodies and released rumbling thunderous sounds. It was clear that this was a ferocious battle as well. Any one of these ape demons was enough to be a threat to Shurhao. These 2 were definitely terrifying, with black scales that actually began to evolve towards a silvery white. Even when someone with a body as powerful as Shurhao's brandished his fists, it was difficult for him to injure them. The scales covering their bodies were just too sturdy. Hong! Shurhao erupted with power. He fought a bloody battle against the 2 demons, not choosing to back off during this time. You should hurry and take this chance to escape, he secretly said to Shi. It was because he truly wasn't confident this time, not knowing if he could win. I am not leaving. Shi shook her head, ready to lend a helping hand at any moment. You cannot help me. Their cultivation realms are too high and their flesh is terrifying. You cannot injure them. Shurhao shouted, having her quickly escape. Wang Long. The heavens trembled and the earth shook. The 2 ape demons shone. Blood energy surged, rushing into the heavens. Their entire bodies were sparkling. A single stamp from their feet made the nearby great earth collapse and sink in. This was especially true when they brandished their arms. When a single fist smashed outwards, even the void distorted, blasting a mountain peak into pieces. This was purely physical strength. Shihao released a long roar, doing everything he could to fight a great battle here. Soon after, his entire body was covered in blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was battered and exhausted, almost dying here. Pong! Of course, the two ape demons didn't have it easy either. One of them, after being struck by Shihao's fist, had its scales fly outwards. Black blood dripped outwards. Its chest was almost blasted through. The battle was too intense. They actually exchanged over 1,000 attacks. This was definitely one of the more vicious battles since Shihao emerged into the world. He hadn't fought many battles that comprised of over 1,000 moves. Pooh! Finally, Shihao's fist blasted through an ape demon's chest, crushing his chest. Then, his right arm trembled, tearing his unbreakable body apart. A rain of blood erupted. This terrifying creature lost its life. At this moment, Shihao suffered the berserk attacks of the other ape demon as well, leaving him heavily injured. His flank was almost torn apart. Blood dripped out from that area. In addition, the injury by his chest was extremely large as well, with bone exposed. Blood flowed outwards. Pong! Eventually, Shihao and this ape demon both suffered, with neither side winning. They both collapsed onto the ground and began to pant heavily. "It's time to end things," Shihao roared. He forcefully gathered a final breath. His right leg brandished about, sweeping towards this ape demon. When things reached this state, even the ape demon was scared. It released a howl and struggled up to evade. It fled towards the distance without even turning back. Pong! She took action. She didn't leave and hid in the darkness. She brought out a precious mirror and smashed it down on the ape demon's body, making it cough out large amounts of blood and stagger backwards. It almost fell straight down. "Kill!" Shihao roared loudly and rushed over. With his last bit of strength, his palm descended, removing this ape demon's head and ending its life. Then he directly fell onto the ground. These two ape demons were too powerful, almost making him die here as well. It's good that they were killed. If one got away, they might bring other terrifying helpers. That would then be a huge disaster, She said. Shihao laughed loudly. He struggled to a seated position and then looked at the 200 or so stalks of blood soul grass. He felt that this was extremely worth it. If he could eat them all, he would most likely possess that type of world-shocking ability. Brilliant scarlet radiance swirled about. Shihao sat within the field of blood soul grass, ingesting stalk after stalk. His body was shining like a blood diamond and flowing with a type of mysterious force. At this moment, his body felt like it was on the verge of splitting apart. Blood shone and his bones released rumbling sounds. It was as if they were on fire. His flesh was about to collapse. This type of wondrous grass was not suitable for other races. Its medicinal effects were tyrannical, and if one tried to forcefully refine it, the equilibrium vitality of one's body would be broken, and it would explode. The blood soul grass fragrance was incomparably rich. Shihao endured the pain and suppressed these types of changes. Every inch of his body shone with primitive bone texts, preventing his body from breaking apart. She stood guard on the side. It was too late for her to say anything now, and the other party was extremely stubborn too, not willing to listen to her warnings. What tyrannical medicinal characteristics! Truly powerful, Shihao said to himself through clenched teeth. Scarlet multicolored light surged about the surface of his body like an expanse of fiery light. This was a surging of blood energy that ignited his soul. He continued to suppress his body, sitting here inside the medicinal fragrance. He used all types of powers to subdue his body, preventing his flesh from breaking. Can you expel the medicinal properties out? Don't force yourself like this. It's too dangerous, She said. Don't worry, Shihao said through clenched teeth. Together with the blood soul grass he ate before, he ingested more than 150 stalks. The surface of his body was bright red like blood. A wave of mysterious power placed his body on the verge of collapse, and this was true for his flesh as well. There was a terrifying demonic attribute power that almost made his body explode. Endure! He was trying to hold on and adapt to these changes. It was rumored that the ape demons would also feel pain when they ate the blood soul grass. But their constitution was special, so they could still completely absorb the medicinal characteristics in the end, allowing their bodies to undergo changes. Hao's expression was serious. His body trembled as he sat there. Even a body as powerful as his had this type of reaction, so one could imagine what kind of pain he was feeling. In the past, there were exceptional talents who devoured more than 100 stalks of blood soul grass, but they began to cough out blood, and then their flesh began to split apart. Their souls were set aflame. Meanwhile now, he pushed this limit to 150 stalks. It really was shocking. Bo! A light sound rang through the air. Hao's shoulder exploded. A blast of blood blossomed, producing a rather terrifying sight. Fortunately, the injury wasn't that large, just the size of an infant's fist. Couldn't be considered a serious injury. However, this was a sign and an extremely bad change. Close to where this injury appeared, that arm began to convulse, and then it continuously erupted with blood. Suppress! Hao roared. His only heavenly passage condensed, suppressing his entire arm. Symbols shone brilliantly and resplendently, stabilizing this injury. Are you really trying to imitate the ape demon and endure all of the medicinal characteristics to forcefully change your body? You have to know that your constitution is completely different from theirs. She became more and more worried. My flesh is even more powerful than an ape demon's, so why can't I do it? I definitely can. Hao said to himself. However, the corners of his lips were a bit distorted, because it was just too painful. At this moment, there was the danger of his entire body exploding. A few blood vessels popped onto the surface of his body like snakes and dragons, on the verge of exploding. Kacha! This was the case for his bones as well, simply on the verge of breaking. Gabbing sounds continuously rang out, releasing resplendent radiance in his body. A wave of secret force appeared on the surface of his flesh, and then it reached into his bones, continuously battering against his body. It made the pain he felt more and more difficult to bear. Pooh! He coughed out blood. It was incomparably bright and red. In addition, cracks appeared on many areas around his body. His current situation was extremely terrible. Hao released a grunt. Divine, multicolored light circulated and symbols covered him densely. Small cauldrons appeared one after another, flowing within his blood. Then they released a ringing sound. His body seemed to have transformed into a large cauldron. This was the enlightenment he achieved in the spiritual transformation realm. His flesh could produce Dao bells, cauldrons, divine swords, and other things. At this moment they formed a cauldron because it was the most sturdy, using this form to protect his body. In addition, his flesh-formed cauldron merged with the heavenly passage around him, forming an unmovable entity, effectively preventing his injuries from worsening. Despite this being the case, Hao's entire body still dripped with blood. He did everything he could to resist and adapt to these changes so that he could absorb the medicinal characteristics. 2 days and 2 nights later, Hao made it through. The pain he felt began to weaken. He absorbed the mysterious medicinal effects and got used to this type of refinement. This is a miracle, She said. Hao ate a total of more than 150 stalks of blood soul grass, exceeding the record of the past exceptional talents, and he was still unharmed, able to survive. He silently comprehended. Then, he asked Shi to attack him with symbols so he could examine if it really was effective. The magical force attacking me has been weakened. Even though it wasn't immunity, it was still quite shocking. During a great confrontation, this was undoubtedly a great help. Weakening the other party's magical force attacks would give him a great advantage. It is still not enough, Hao said to himself. He looked around him, seeing that there were at least another 100 stalks of blood soul grass. But if he continued to eat them, it truly would be too dangerous. However, he decided to keep going, pushing himself to the limit. He wanted to see how many stalks he could refine. 156, 157, Xianxia silently counted. He began to eat the blood-soul grass again, using this to challenge himself, wishing to develop the magical force immunity for himself. She had a worried look on her face, but she knew that there was no way of convincing him otherwise. She could only watch silently and protect this benefactor of hers. A day and night later, Xianxia increased his total to 200 stalks, and that was when danger finally appeared. His body began to crack, and his soul shone, as if it was going to be burned away. He released a low roar. The true primordial record was engraved with his mind, and the 10,000 spirit diagram emerged. He covered his body with the true record's bone texts and the 10,000 spirit diagram symbols. His body was covered in blood, cracking, and then healing. This type of medicinal characteristics brought races apart from the ape demon's great harm after all. It was difficult to endure. Gotcha! On Xianxia's chest, a bone broke, sending flesh flying out. It was an extremely frightening sight. In addition, the blood that flowed out didn't land on the ground, but instead burned into nothing in the void. The temperature was extremely high. It was incredibly terrifying. She cried out in alarm. She held the precious mirror, sending a beam of divine light out to stabilize Xianxia's flesh and prevent the injury from worsening. It really is terrifying, Xianxia said to himself. His only heavenly passage condensed, almost pressing down against the surface of his body, barely wrapping around him to prevent his flesh from collapsing. Meanwhile, he used the true record's bone texts and constructed the 10,000 spirit diagram, displaying their effects in his body. They appeared and suppressed his body. Just like this, a day and night passed. Xianxia managed to persevere through, finally stabilizing everything. The burning blood calmed down, and his flesh no longer cracked apart or shone. The limit was pushed to 200 stalks. She didn't know what to say. This was just too shocking. This was a brand new and terrifying record. This time, Xianxia didn't act rashly. He sat there to adjust his body, recovering himself to his optimal state. Half a day later, he began to test the results. He had Shi attack him. Success! Xianxia was excited. The first attack was ineffective against him, completely neutralized. The magical force was dissolved. However, this was not true for the second attack. Things were returned to normal. The magical force entered his body. He sat there, adjusting his breathing, and recovered for a period of time. Then he tested things out again. The results were the same. The first wave of magical force was ignored, unable to break through his defenses. But when the second wave began, it could enter again. This? Shi was shocked. He unexpectedly really obtained this type of ability. It was too heaven-defying. If news of this got out, it would definitely leave the great sex shaken. So this is all it is capable of. Still unable to reach the ape demon's level. Xianxia said to himself. Despite this being the case, he was still satisfied. Just the first wave of magical force being ineffective was already enough to let him do many things. I need to continue eating. Let's see what other effects there will be. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. However, when the 201st stalk was eaten, the blood-soul grass seemed to be useless for him. It unexpectedly didn't injure his body. The tyrannical medicinal effects didn't present itself. Just like that, Xianxia continuously ate them, picking all of the remaining blood-soul grass. In total, he refined about 270 stalks. After eating all of these, there really were still some effects, but it wasn't as evident. After Xianxia conducted one last test, he found that it was still only the first wave of magical force that could be stopped. It was hard for him to have any new breakthroughs. This is inconceivable. You actually really obtained this type of ability. She sighed with amazement. Her beautiful eyes released divine, multicolored light. It's all right, I guess. At least there's finally some type of effect. Xianxia laughed and said. Then, they left this place and entered the depths of the ancient battlefield, going into hiding. Based on what Shi said, right now, stalling for time was the most important. They had to wait until the celestial race's ancient ancestor revived. Otherwise, it wasn't very realistic for them to make it to Heaven Province alone. The entire blood plains were restricted, and it was full of slaughter. They're here. They are chasing us again. 2 days later, Hao and Yunxi raised their heads. They saw that a group of vicious birds were circling about in the air, causing them to release grave expressions. They were still unable to escape them in the end. It was still the creatures from the 100-bird mercenary group, and the leaders were still that golden crow and firecloud sparrow. They flew in circles high up in the skies, and then they headed in this direction. This group of demonic birds are too sharp, still able to find us in the end. Hao sighed softly. They could only continue forward right now. They chose a dangerous place where they could stir up a few true deity-level creatures to deal with the 100-bird mercenary group's creatures. There are 2 others. Hao noticed that there was a middle-aged male sitting on the golden crow's back, and there was a youngster standing on the firecloud sparrow's back. They were currently observing the Great Earth. What race do those 2 figures belong to? Hao noticed that there were purple symbols imprints between those creatures' brows that were like heavenly eyes. It looked like they could be opened. Other than this feature, however, they weren't much different from humans. War race, it's them. Yunxi's eyes became cold. She knew that of the inheritances attacking the celestial race this time, the war race was definitely the main force, because these 2 clans opposed each other like water and fire. Is the war race strong? Hao asked. In the archaic era, they were ranked within the 10 great races and called the War Emperor clan. They were extremely glorious, and all those under the heavens respected them, said Yunxi. Hao was shocked. To be called an emperor race or clan was definitely an unimaginable glory. Back then, the celestial race had 6 individuals that evolved into unmatched celestials, and only then did they obtain this type of title. What kind of background did the war race have back then? Regardless, they were definitely powerful. This is not good. They discovered us. Hao frowned. The 100-bird mercenaries weren't known for their fighting prowess, but if it was strictly pursuit, they were definitely one of the best in the Demon Province. They originally got them off their trail a long time ago, but it was because of this group that they were found again. Finally found you. The one that spoke was not the golden crow or firecloud sparrow, but instead the middle-aged man from the war race that sat on a vicious bird's back. The Heaven's Mandate Stone is on your body? The other youngster also spoke. His temperament was unordinary. Black hair scattered about. His eyes were bright. He stared at Yunxi, continuously nodding his head as he did so. War race, you all are playing with fire. When my clan's ancient ancestor revives, you all will have to face the consequences. Yunxi said coldly. Who can really say what the future holds? Even if that old celestial really does survive, there will still be others to stop him. The young war race genius smiled and shook his head. He then said, You already merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone. If it is forcefully extracted, then that strange stone's effects will sharply decline. It really is a headache-inducing matter. There was an evil aura to him. The corner of his lips tilted upwards, and a golden radiance flashed in his eyes. How about you just marry into my war race? Keep dreaming. Yunxi only had these 2 words for him. Her figure was graceful and her hair soft. Her eyes were quick-witted. Her charm was matchless, as if she was a goddess that walked out from a painting. She was exceptionally beautiful and could move the hearts of many. I feel like it's not that bad of a choice. Marrying into my war race can still be considered an appropriate match. The young man said calmly. Capture them. At this moment, the middle-aged man on the golden crow's back spoke in an incomparably imposing manner. It's good that there aren't any true deities, Hao said to himself. However, this was still quite terrifying. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely fall. The other party had too many experts. However, he had another chance to fight. He wanted to see the extent of this so-called magical force immunity. Which one do you want dead? Hao was quite brash, asking Yunxi to point at one. Not understanding the difference between life and death. In the skies, the group of vicious birds and 2 war race experts all revealed grins of anger. Kill the war race, Yunxi said, blurting out without thinking. The 2 sides had been enemies for many generations. Kill us. The war race youngster raised his head and roared with laughter. His eyes carried coldness and killing intent. I won't kill you and instead bring you back as a wife for my race. The so-called man into sky should just be carried out in my war race. Just a toad that wants to eat phoenix meat. Just go somewhere cool if you want to act all cool. Sure, how ridiculed. Shooting them a look of disdain while standing on this barren earth. He had one of Xianxia's earrings on him, so from a certain perspective he was quite intimately related to Xianxia, because for the celestial race that earring contained significant meaning. The war race middle-aged expert's face remained unchanged. He felt that it was below his dignity to argue with Sure Hao, because their race had previously been called the War Emperor clan, one of the higher realm's inheritance's most distinguished races. The eyes of the young genius from the war race became treacherous. What kind of thing are you? The celestial race, war race are both names that had shaken the 3,000 provinces and known as emperor clans. The entire world respects us. Even someone like you dares to speak here. The blood plains were rather desolate. There were all types of ruined weapons and skeletal remains. There was also mists curling about, making this place look terrifying and mysterious. Sure Hao revealed a slight sneer from his mouth, mocking, I am nothing much, but in my eyes, someone like you who is the so-called genius of the War Emperor clan in front of my eyes is nothing more than chicken shit. When the war race youngster heard this, divine light immediately erupted within his eyes. The purple patterns between his brows transformed and glistened brilliantly, becoming the color of blood. Scarlet multicolored light erupted and killing energy surged. The heart of an expert should be like steel. How can you let outside influences stir you up? Why is there anger written all over your face? All you have to do is kill him. The war race middle-aged man said ruthlessly. Understood. The youngster nodded, recovering his cool. When he looked at Sure Hao again, there was only coldness and swirling killing intent. Stop boasting shamelessly already. I'm standing right here, waiting for you all to kill me. Sure Hao said while looking at the middle-aged man and young war race genius with contempt. He was purposely provoking them. Courting death. The middle-aged man spat out these two words. He released a large hand that flickered with gemstone-like luster and grabbed over. Sure Hao and Xianxia shifted sideways at the same time, avoiding this attack. This is your so-called heart like steel, unmoving like a mountain? In my opinion, you are just showing off to a disciple. When you really do make a move, it only amounts to this much. Sure Hao taunted. Then, he pointed at the experts of the 100-bird mercenary group. You birdmen should hurry and come over too. I'm going to stew all of you together. In the sky, the group of vicious birds cried out. Feathers shone brilliantly, and many of them were surrounded by divine flames. They were extremely powerful. Ice-cold radiance seeped out from their eyes as they stared at him. He is just a dead person. There is no reason to pay him any attention. He'll be dead soon anyway, the middle-aged war race expert said. He then looked at Xianxia. She was the real target this time. If they could capture her and have her marry into the war race, then that would be for the best. It would be much more meaningful than just killing her. The young war race genius understood what the middle-aged man meant. He smiled and said, the celestial race had previously ruled over the world and reigned glorious for an era. If you marry into my war race, we will definitely send invitations to your clan's important figures, inviting them to participate. What do you think? Xianxia's pretty face turned ice cold, and she was fuming with anger inwardly. From her perspective, this was the same as a type of humiliation, and even more so a direct slap to the celestial race's faces. Now that the other party spoke about such a thing, how could she endure this? Help me, she said softly. Sure Hao nodded and said, don't worry. Even though he was just at the supreme expert realm, he still exuded a type of confidence. There was a smile on his face that flashed his snow-white teeth, immediately making Xianxia calm down. She suddenly felt a sense of security. Since none of you dare to take action, then why don't I come over and kill you all instead? When he spoke up to hear, he had Xianxia move backwards. He trampled on the void step by step, ascending into the skies. You are too arrogant. Forget about the two war race experts, not even the 100-bird mercenary group could endure this any longer. Originally, they were going to take a few steps back and open up some space for a battle, but now not a single divine bird backed off. They all stared coldly at him, ready to take action at any moment. Xianxia laughed. As he approached this powerful crowd, he stared at the middle-aged war race expert, and then he looked at the leader of the 100-bird mercenary group, the Golden Crow. These two experts were his targets. They just so happened to be together because the middle-aged war race expert was sitting on the Golden Crow's back. "Ha ha!" he roared with laughter. Under this close of a distance, he could take action already. Immediately afterwards, his entire body erupted with radiance. Resplendent symbols surged as he rushed forward. A little dog that doesn't know the difference between life and death. The war race middle-aged man treated his actions with extreme coldness. Of course, he was on his guard this entire time as well, fearing that the other party had some kind of extreme methods. However, he believed that strength decided everything. The other party didn't display any secret treasures and instead rushed forward in a suicidal manner. So the result was quite obvious. Hong! He sent a palm flying outwards. Symbols swept out like a tide. His hand formed a little thousand world to surround Xianxia and then suppress him. Suddenly, he felt as if something wasn't right. The resplendent symbols circulated about, but unexpectedly failed to injure that youth, and on the contrary, the other party shot straight for him. When he approached the world within the palm, he was unexpectedly completely unhindered. The divine ability was ineffective. He quickly discovered what was wrong. The symbols in his large hand became dim, and the world within the palm was destroyed. This youth's fist smashed over. In that instant, the youth's palm collided with his own, and then a string of blood shot high into the air. Xianxia packed that fist with as much power as he could. All of his strength erupted. This was a strike that represented the peak of his power. This fist not only had the Kuan Peng technique, it also carried the Reincarnation precious technique, and even more so the Lightning Emperor's divine ability. It all merged together. The divine might was world-shocking. Others might not be able to see through it, but that didn't mean that this deadly strike wasn't frightening. The war race expert cried out loudly. His great hand ruptured, and then crumpled apart inch by inch. A bloody mist pervaded the air. No one foresaw things would develop like this. The war race divine flame realm expert's entire arm was splitting and crumbling apart. Blood was everywhere as it quickly disappeared. "Ah!" He roared towards him and quickly backed up. He was greatly shaken up inwardly. There was unexpectedly a reincarnation force inside of that fist that was corroding him, damaging his vitality and making his body functions quickly decline. He was still a deity in the end with astonishing defensive strength, so his outer appearance didn't become old. "No!" He screamed loudly. A wave of electrical force rushed into his internal organs, and it erupted with berserk destructive force. This was the second type of terrifying symbols. "You?" He was shocked, because the third type of symbols then appeared, wreaking havoc within his body. It was actually a Kuan Peng, leaving him in complete disbelief. In that instant, he thought of many things. He had also heard that the unmatched Kuan Peng technique had landed in the lower realm, and that a youth obtained it. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the time to do so, because the deadliest attack arrived. Xianxia erupted with power. He formed a fist imprint. It was as if the stars in the sky all moved, terrifying to the extreme. His head of hair flew about chaotically, and his pupils were like a sun as he unleashed a great slaughter, an attack that relied on his physical strength. This was actually his most tyrannical attack right now. It was because the war race expert was, in the end, still a deity. Even though his magical force was ineffective against Xianxia, he could still defend himself inwardly against the three great precious techniques. When one's cultivation realm was high, it decided everything. However, the so-called balance was destroyed by Xianxia's flesh. He formed a fist imprint, and like a heavenly emperor, he attacked ferociously. Each time his fist made contact with flesh, blood would appear. The war race expert symbols were ineffective. When used on Xianxia's flesh, they were all neutralized, unable to stop him. This was a true struggle of the flesh. He had no choice. At this moment he trembled. Even though he was a deity, his flesh wasn't as powerful as his opponents. One of his arms had long been blasted to pieces, so right now, he was truly in a difficult situation. Xianxia didn't utter a single word as he formed a fist imprint. He was like a divine king that was incomparably terrifying. Every fist drew blood, blasting the war race expert until both his arms were in tatters. Pooh! In the end, his fist pierced through the war race expert's chest. Blood splashed high into the air. It was an incredibly ghastly sight. Then, with a ferocious tremble, his body split apart into pieces. This all happened too quickly, all in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Kill! Nearby, those vicious birds shouted. They all attacked, opening their mouths to spit out symbols and kill Xianxia. Martial uncle! The war race youngster was even more shaken. He shouted in alarm. Pong! In that instant, Xianxia stamped down from the sky, forcibly trampling that war race expert's head to pieces. Blood and brain matter splattered in all directions. It was too fast. Who would have expected that a deity would be killed by a supreme expert in an instant? It was too late to save him even if they wanted to. Golden light shone resplendently. The 100-bird mercenary race's leader, the golden crow, spread its wings and roared. Its entire body was covered in symbols and flames that wrapped around Xianxia to burn him to ashes. It was because it was extremely close. The war race expert was right on its back, so its attack immediately landed on Xiao's body. However, it miscalculated. The symbols were ineffective, and the magical force dispersed in the void, unable to harm Xiao. The attacks of the other vicious birds rushed over as well, but a similar situation appeared. I need to seize this moment. Xiao was inwardly anxious. He could only endure a single wave of attacks because the time frame was short and limited. The magic immunity was about to become ineffective. Hong! His foot trampled downwards. He used all of his strength to stamp down on the golden crow's back. It was as if a great mountain crushed downwards. Ah! The golden crow released a miserable cry. A large bloody hole appeared on its back. Xiao released a roar as well, one that shook heaven and earth. All of the blood essence in his body erupted, and every pore of his body released blood. It was because he was using the greatest strength he could muster to end this battle as quickly as possible. Pong! His speed was just too fast. He rushed to the golden crow's neck, and then his arms wrapped around it. Following a ferocious twist, a ka-cha sounded. He used a world-shaking divine force to twist off the golden crow's neck. Blood splashed more than 10 feet into the air. This scene was incredibly shocking. All of the vicious birds were stupefied. The golden crow was their group's leader, a creature that had lit its divine flame for over 100 years. Yet it unexpectedly had its head removed by this person. The golden crows were definitely a powerful race. Their precious technique was astonishing, and their magical force was up there in the rankings, yet one of them was actually killed like this. They wanted to save it, but it was too late. Xiao pointed at the space between the golden crows, and then with a jump, he rushed at the Firecloud Sparrow. It was the vice leader. The Firecloud Sparrow was extremely powerful. Its entire body was covered in crimson symbols. Fiery light surged, burning the void until it became indistinct. It was incomparably shocked. The golden crow was unexpectedly killed. When it saw Xiao slaughtering over now, it instinctively felt fear. This youth was simply like a devil king, killing 2 great experts in the blink of an eye. Could it even defend itself from him? In this brief moment of hesitation, Xiao already arrived. It was greatly alarmed. Ah no! The war race youngster on the Firecloud Sparrow's back screamed, his eyes full of fear. Xiao reached out a large hand. With his magical force immunity, he grabbed his neck in one go. As if a great pong was spreading its wings, he rose into the air. He didn't fight a great battle against the Firecloud Sparrow, because he was out of time. He quickly swooped down to the great earth, and during this period of time, several PU sounds rang through the air. Several supreme experts of the 100-bird mercenary group were killed. The Lightning Emperor's divine ability was, after all, a world-shocking precious technique. Those divine birds had the space between their brows pierced through. Electrical arcs flickered about and blood splashed everywhere as they fell from the sky. Xianxia was shocked. This youth was just too valiant and daring, simply like a heavenly deity that was descending onto this world. He was actually weaving between the attacks of deities, killing two great experts while doing so. It left her absolutely stunned. At that moment, she thought of too much. Her mind was trembling, and she said to herself, heaven-warping martial talent. There was actually someone so close to this saying, someone who really is this extraordinary. The scene before her eyes caused Xianxia to inadvertently think of that lower realm youth. The two bore a remarkable resemblance. Removing the heads of enemies in an army was incredibly easy. He really did have a heaven-warping nature. Back then, Hao had rebuked heaven and earth in front of the Kuan-Peng nest. Standing on that Dao platform, fighting viciously against experts from all directions. He swept thought everyone around him, and no one was his opponent. They were all at the spiritual transformation realm, but not even supreme experts could kill him. Meanwhile, the youth in front of her also had this type of temperament, killing deities in such a domineering manner. It was incredibly dazzling. He had an unrivaled confidence, and he naturally exuded divine might. Let's go! Hao swooped down. He carried that young genius from the war race while running towards Xianxia, bringing her with him to escape. In the sky, the Firecloud Sparrow was incredibly shocked. This youth could kill their leader and kill that war race expert, so he was definitely terrifyingly powerful. Why was he now running away? As for the other vicious birds, they were all stunned as well. That youth's performance could be considered terrifying to the extreme, simply like a demon. He killed the powerful golden crow in an instant. In addition, he casually killed several other vicious birds as well, leaving them horrified. Chase after them. The Firecloud Sparrow and other divine birds weren't normal. They immediately realized the other party didn't dare to fight continuously, so he likely felt like he couldn't win. Soon after, they understood that the other party had a special method, but couldn't use it for an extended amount of time. He was now no longer as ferocious, so it was a good opportunity to eliminate him. I don't mind killing a few more of you. Those that stop me will all die, Hao shouted. His words possessed extraordinary intimidating prowess. A few vicious birds immediately stopped in place, not daring to swoop downwards. However, the Firecloud Sparrow did not belong to this group. Continued to slaughter over. Hao sealed the war race young genius, and then he tossed him into the cauldron. Then, he collected the golden crow corpse that was in his way inside as well. For him, this was a delicacy, and even more so a great flesh medicine. The 100-bird mercenaries were furious. The other party killed their golden crow leader and even seized its corpse. How could they just let him leave? This was a type of humiliation. So, immediately afterwards, they were stupefied. While pulling Xianxia with him, he displayed the earth shrinking into inches great divine ability. After rushing out a short distance, he entered the great earth, disappearing beneath the ground and disappearing without a trace. The group of vicious birds spread their wings, bombarding the ancient battlefield with their most ferocious attacks. They all opened their beaks to shoot out symbols, and some of them even brandished their divine wings to tear apart the great earth. However, this was completely useless. Even though they tore open the ground, they still couldn't find Hao. The earth shrinking into inches technique was the human race's great divine ability, known as having one of the world's greatest speeds. When one grasped it, one could move through the skies above or the earth below. When refined to its limit, one could even travel to the sun or moon, roaming through the universe. It was to the extent where one could go to the 9 heavens above or the 9 layers of the underworld. One could roam about the different areas of heaven and earth. This type of precious technique naturally could enter the earth, carrying out the so-called earth escape. However, Hao hadn't grasped it for that long, so he had just comprehended the earth escape technique. He now displayed it. The 100-bird mercenary group's people were furious, but they couldn't do anything about it. Sure, Hao and the celestial race's young lady entered the ground, thus disappearing without a trace. They were birds, and as such were unsuitable to moving through the earth. Next time, bring someone who can use earth movement secret techniques, the fire cloud sparrow said hatefully. The losses this time were too severe. It was too difficult to explain things to the delegation head. Only after a long time had passed did Sure, Hao and Yunxi rush out from underground. They brought an earthen-colored haze with them as they emerged on the surface of the ground again. The blood plains have been locked down by restrictions. Even the underground terrain was affected. Yunxi frowned. They only traveled 800 li, but they were already feeling great strain. This ancient battlefield covered an area of at least 50,000 li. They set out towards its depths. What they needed to do right now was not head for Heaven Province, but instead stall for time and await rescue. Once celestial race's ancient ancestor who personally created their ancient glory revived, the situation would completely change. The old celestial's aura devoured mountains and rivers. In the past, his might trembled the 3,000 provinces. His power shocked the higher realms. This ancient battlefield had many strange things. There were even more specter-like beings roaming about. They needed to be on their guard. This was especially true after they traveled relatively deeper where even more demonic spirits and others appeared. It was extremely dangerous. Surehao's group had avoided several dangerous areas and passed by several true deities. They were careful and prudent. Let's get some rest. Not a single blade of grass grew here. It was quiet and noiseless. Fleeing for their lives should be an extremely bitter and worrying matter, but with Surehao here, this wasn't the case at all. He was full of energy and curiosity towards the ancient battlefield. Right now, his mood was even more excellent as he dealt with that golden crow, plucking its feathers, butchering, and cleaning it. His movements were smooth and practiced. She was completely speechless as she watched from the side. This fella's mind really was a bit too unusual, right? After being chased to this point where a true deity might show up at any moment, he even had the nerve to cook a meal. It's a good thing I brought so much spiritual spring and condiments. It really is good to be prepared just in case, Surehao said to himself, appearing extremely satisfied. Soon after, he properly cleaned up the golden crow and propped it up. He used his Dao flame to start cooking it. He then brought out the bone cauldron to even prepare some soup. When the war race young genius was tossed out, upon seeing this scene, he was immediately terrified. What kind of scene was this? The divine-level golden crow was propped up and roasted to a golden state. Fragrance wafted outwards, and grease continuously trickled downwards, releasing chi-chi sounds as it landed on the flames. How could the war race young genius not be dumbstruck? Then his fine hairs all stood on end. This fella was just too savage. Killing the enemy was one thing, but he was even going to eat it. You should start speaking. How many experts did you invite out this time? How many heavenly deities and true deities? What other mercenary groups are going to appear? Surehao roasted the golden crow while casually interrogating him. He wanted to obtain some valuable information. I don't know. The war race youngster's voice trembled. Your mouth is so tight. Could it be that you want me to roast you too? Surehao smiled. His eyes swept over, and a formless pressure immediately crushed down onto this place. However, his hands never stopped, continuing to work at the food. He brought out some seasoning and scattered it down on the golden crow, and then he even more so brought out a jar of honey, smearing it over the golden crow's wings that had already been roasted golden. His movements were fast and even somewhat graceful. The war race youngster trembled in fear and went stupid. This fella really brought these types of things with him? He had never heard of a cultivator that did something like this. It was just too weird. Of course, he felt even more fear. What if this person really did decide to roast him too? When this possibility emerged in his mind, he went cold from head to toe, shivering greatly inside. I really don't know. After the great figures of our race discussed this matter among themselves, they made their decision. Meanwhile, I am just a younger generation youth with above-average aptitude, so how could I learn about this? I just came out with a martial uncle to gain experience. He was extremely nervous, and his face was pale white. He responded carefully and cautiously out of fear of angering the Devil King in front of him. It was completely different from his high-spirited and incomparably judgmental attitude. Right now, his heart was full of fear. Even his martial uncle was easily trampled to death. So how could he be this youth's opponent? What is the point of keeping you around then? You don't even know anything. Better off just killing you. Xianxia said to himself. Please no. The war race youngster was so scared he began to tremble. He struggled with everything he had, but he couldn't break through the seal. There was simply no way for him to escape. What formidable individuals are there among the war race's younger generation? Xianxia asked. He didn't believe that the so-called genius in front of him represented the most powerful youngsters of this race. My race's younger generation has 3 great war kings. If any of them leave the clan, they would become great and influential individuals. They are powerful to the point of being immeasurable. Xianxia nodded. This was what made sense. The glorious war race was one of the emperor clans of the old world, so how could they not have any truly outstanding youth? This person in front of him was just too inferior. Your war race has 3 war kings that are comparatively outstanding. Why don't they dare call themselves war emperors? Xianxia mocked. There is a legend that they might exist. The face of the youth in front of him turned white. After some hesitation, he replied like this. What? Xianxia was shocked. He was just randomly asking. But there was actually this piece of news. I don't know whether it really exists, but there has always been a legend that in this world, my war race might have someone who can obtain the title of young war emperor. What did this title represent? It was self-evident. Xianxia asked him for the details. Within the war race, only the most dazzling disciples that exceeded the youth of past generations could obtain the title of war emperor. Since the ancient past, there were only a few individuals from the war race who were able to obtain the title of war emperor. It was just too small of a number. In addition, the past individuals were pretty much all concentrated in the archaic era, and it was precisely them that established the unmatched glory of granting their clan the name of war emperor race. Another war emperor appeared in this world. Xianxia turned around to look at Xianxia, finding that she was preoccupied with something. She didn't pay attention to his question and had been watching him roast the golden crow the entire time distractedly. He immediately laughed and said, Because I like good food, I am often being made fun of by others. It seems like I finally met an intimate friend to share my love with. Haha! He was extremely happy to find someone that understood him. His smile was bright and radiant. He personally tore off a golden crow wing that had honey smeared on it before handing it to Xianxia, inviting her to have a taste. Xianxia's head of purple hair was shiny and soft. Her large eyes were like gemstones, containing a spirituality and radiance. Her fine nose was tall and straight, her red lips small and bright. There was a suffocating type of beauty to her appearance. When she heard Xianxia's words, she felt a wave of speechlessness. She wasn't someone who would become an intimate friend like this. She never even had this type of interest. What kind of cultivators acted like this? The reason she was absent-minded just now was because she thought a few past events. There had been a youth who, in the 100 Shattering Mountains, had an enormous bag, and inside were pots, ladles, plates, and all types of seasonings. He had been a huge laughingstock at the entrance. Later on, as expected, that fellow was a foodie, eating anything from things that flew in the sky to what ran on the earth, even including the true supreme water. He even bit a person's ear. Xianxia immediately felt a wave of suspicions. Back then, that youth wrestled with her, biting her snow-white and sparkling earlobe. Was it for the sake of having a taste to eat her? When her thoughts returned to reality, she accepted the golden roasted wing, watching as it gushed with multicolored brilliance. Spiritual essence poured everywhere. She felt as if this scene was more and more familiar, as if it had all happened before. Xianxia gathered her beautiful hair. Her eyes were flowing with radiance as she looked at the youth in front of her. Why did he also have this type of character, this love for food, as well as carrying all types of seasoning with him? It was just too similar to that person. Moreover, both individuals were extremely self-confident, radiant and dazzling. When fighting a great battle against enemies, they were without any fear. There was a type of unrivaled style to them. It was too similar. Xianxia trembled inwardly. Her expression was a bit distracted as she stared at the youth in front of her. Could it be the same person? She didn't dare believe this. That person should have been buried in the great wasteland of the lower realm. However, there was doubt in her heart. She was extremely unwilling to accept this and wanted to test him out. She raised her slim lily-white hands towards Xiao's head of pitch-black hair. At that moment, Xianxia made an extremely brazen move. That pure white jade hand unexpectedly grabbed Xiao's ear, and then she tugged on it with a bit of force. "Who are you?" she asked softly with a somewhat alluring voice. She stared into Xiao's eyes to peer into his soul. Xiao was stunned. This elegant and beautiful beauty, who the younger generation of the archaic divine mountains held as their goddess, actually took the initiative to frivolously touch his ear. Xianxia's beautiful purple hair fell downwards. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly, and her large eyes moved about. Her sparkling white and charming face blushed, because this action really was a bit too daring. Xiao quickly responded, and extremely naturally. He reached out an arm to grab Xianxia's small waist, pulling her closer. He could smell an extremely heart-moving fragrance. His movements were smooth and easy like that of an experienced individual. He carried this unmatched beauty in his arms, and then he tilted up her chin to stare into her eyes with an extremely concentrated expression. Xianxia's face immediately became red. Her peerless beauty carried humiliation and anger. She felt that no matter how she looked at it, this fella looked like someone who was going to take liberties with her. However, she felt that this was her fault as well, because her movements seemed to exude a rather ambiguous signal, as if she was trying to entice him. Only, this fellow was too fast, acting without any delay and extremely naturally. Just like that, her soft and beautiful waist was wrapped around. His arms were warm and forceful. Xiao supported her beautiful chin, and then while acting like a profound thinker, he said, "I must thank the heavens for our meeting. This is a heaven-decided, predestined affinity." Xianxia immediately felt lightheaded. What in the world was going on? She felt like the misunderstanding was going too far. This wasn't that person, and she was imagining the wildest things. This fellow was too smug, and his smile was a bit lowly. He was clearly fooling around with her. His movements were so practiced, it was clear that this was not some good person. It made her embarrassed, angry, and incredibly regretful. "Pa!" Xianxia quickly slapped away Xiao's hand that was supporting her chin. She didn't want to be harassed like this. This type of position was too intimate. Even though this person saved her life, he still couldn't act randomly. "Don't be so doubtful. Our meeting in the blood plains was definitely the heavens arrangement." Xiao held her long and slender body, feeling a sense of softness, as well as a delicate fragrance only young girls had. He had a completely undaunted appearance. "I thought you were someone else." Xianxia was humiliated and angry. She struggled fiercely, slapping at that hand to make him let go. She was extremely beautiful. Her purple hair scattered downwards, shiny like silk fabric. Her large eyes were like limpid autumn waters. At this moment, she wrinkled her nose. This type of annoyed appearance had its own type of charm that would leave others stupefied. Xiao didn't let go, continuing to hold her small waist. His other hand reached towards her beautiful hair, and then it lightly touched her beautiful ear. Xianxia was greatly alarmed. This fella's movements were too fast and unbridled. He was actually so daring. She quickly moved out of the way. Even though she could only blame herself, suspecting that the person from the lower realm didn't die, which lead to this type of impulsive test, the results really were too terrible. She retreated backwards, but her body trembled, almost like a spasm. It was because this bastard unexpectedly pinched her soft ear, and his thumb and forefinger were softly moving about. They then tugged at her ear, leaving her shocked, her face red with humiliation. Her body more so jerked as if it had been shocked by electricity. Hong. Xianxia truly couldn't endure this anymore. Even though this was her life-saving benefactor, he wasn't allowed to act so randomly. Her entire body erupted with symbols to blast Xianxia back. However, the unexpected happened. The powerful precious technique and resplendent symbols were completely useless against Xianxia's body. They all disappeared into nothing. Xianxia was shocked, and then she realized what had happened. This damn magical force immunity. At this critical moment, the strange ability the other party obtained automatically activated, defending against the symbols and ruining her symbols and magical force. When it activated just now, it truly left her between laughter and tears. She felt that this was a bit absurd, but at the same time she was embarrassed to the extreme. "Let go!" Her face was extremely red as she shouted in a low voice. Xianxia was confused. While carrying her slender waist, he asked, "Why?" Xianxia was going mad. He was still asking why. This was definitely done on purpose. However, after thinking about her own recklessness and almost intentional provocation, she then felt a bit in the wrong. "You misunderstood." Her body was extremely fine. At this moment, it erupted with multicolored light. Her body was pure white and sparkling, holy and otherworldly. There was an inviolable charm to her, as if she was a goddess that fell into the world of mortals. Xianxia's smile was brilliant, as if he obtained some type of inspiration. He tugged at her sparkling ear, and then in the end, he let her go and said, "All right, a beautiful misunderstanding. I hope next time, it is even more dazzling." What next time? Xianxia had the urge to grind her teeth, to bite him. "I thought you were someone else. You are extremely similar to an old friend of mine," Xianxia explained. She calmed herself down and fixed her beautiful hair. She then backed up more than 10 steps, truly fearing that he would bear hug her again. "Where is he? Is he my rival in love? Tell him to bring it on. I will definitely defeat him with a single slap." Xianxia acted cockily. Xianxia was speechless. Her impression of this youth when they first met was incredibly good, but after associating with him more and more, she found that this fella really was too much. He already died in the lower realm. That really is a rather sorrowful thing. However, don't you feel that our meeting and travel together have made things more interesting? Xianxia laughed and said. Xianxia turned around. If this was not her life-saving benefactor, she would have definitely showed him her expression. "I feel that we—" Just when Xianxia was going to say something, he was directly cut off by Xianxia, her pearly white teeth grinding together as she said with great anger, "We should go on our way. Sigh. It truly makes one feel sad." Xianxia shook his head. He grabbed a golden crow wing and then began to feast on it. His entire mouth flowed with divine, multicolored light. Rich fragrance wafted through the air. He also hinted for Xianxia to go ahead and not be too polite. "You are so powerful. Why are you just a foodie?" Xianxia truly couldn't hold herself back and spoke like this. However, when she saw the shining golden crow wing in her hand, she also felt some appetite. This was the wing of a deity, yet it was so extravagantly roasted as meat. It really made one's hair stand up in anger. In the end, she didn't hold herself back and took a small bite. The fresh and tender golden crow meat melted in her mouth, the fragrance greatly stirring on her appetite. It also erupted with auspicious multicolored radiance. It was because there was just too much innate essence contained within this flesh. It was a great flesh medicine. "Hey, you've watched for long enough already. Is there something you want to say?" Xianxia chewed on the golden crow wing while staring at the war race young expert. The war race youngster opened his mouth, but he didn't know what was proper to say. He cursed silently. This fella failed in trying to toy with the celestial race beauty and was now taking it out on him. It was just too disgraceful. Xianxia opened a jar of wine and hinted towards Xianxia, inviting her to drink. "I won't drink." Xianxia shook her head. "It truly makes one laden with grief," Xianxia said. He gulped down the alcohol, and then he ate large mouthfuls of the golden crow meat. Soon after, his body erupted with dazzling radiance. This was the embodiment of the innate essence being too rich. He sat down and began to refine the food, treating a few of the injuries left over from before to quickly recover himself to his peak state. His appearance was majestic. Every inch of his flesh released divine multicolored light that was brilliant like immortal gold. His flesh was perfect and powerful to the extreme. "Let's go." When he stood up again, How recovered his calm exterior. He looked at Xianxia and then called out to her for them to continue moving. "I'm sorry. Before, I mistook you for someone else," Xianxia explained. "Don't you feel that this meeting is quite amazing? We can run into each other, encounter each other, but cannot miss this chance," How seriously said. "You really don't have any sense of shame." Xianxia was annoyed. "All right, let's go on our way." After speaking up to this point, How turned around in an unhurried manner. He then pointed outwards, killing War Race's young expert before walking into the depths of the battlefield. At this moment, he recovered his decisiveness, no longer acting frivolously. There was an oppressive and heroic nature to his appearance. Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. She always felt that this person was rather strange. She seemed to have heard a sigh, one that contained a bit of regret. How walked forward with large steps. He thought of many things, but in the end, he still didn't reveal his identity. He only sighed inwardly. It was because he knew that Xianxia's identity was now extremely great. After merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, in the future, she would evolve to the peak, truly displaying the man-to-heaven effect. Once she returned to the celestial race, there would definitely be a heavenly deity there to instruct her, to the extent where the old celestial that had contributed to their clan's archaic era glory would personally pass various secret methods to her. This type of woman was someone the entire celestial race would dote on, not wishing for anything unexpected to happen to her. They would definitely protect her strictly. If How spoke about his identity and Xianxia found out, then she definitely couldn't hide it. There wouldn't be many secrets left, because that old celestial was incredibly powerful, able to find out everything in an instant. It was to the extent where just by associating with heavenly deities, they could find out. Those individuals' divine senses were too powerful. Since they were going to teach her cultivation and help her refine her divinity, how could anything remain a secret? How experienced too much. Even though he didn't harbor ill intentions, he knew that human nature was complex. Even though he saved Xianxia, if others learned of his true identity, accidents would still happen. He had unmatched precious techniques on him that would make any clan's eyes turn red with greed. For the sake of leaving a path out for himself, as well as to prevent Xianxia from falling into a dilemma, he couldn't expose his identity. He had to wait until some day in the future. In the end, it is still because my strength isn't great enough. If I could become a heavenly deity, I wouldn't fear so many things either. I would be able to move unhindered through the world. Would there be a need to think about all of these things? When Xianxia heard the strange light sigh, she felt a bit confused. Why would he suddenly start talking to himself? Xianxia, what kind of conditions does the celestial race have for marriage? How put away his grave appearance and began to laugh again. Xianxia was stupefied. What exactly was this fella thinking? The changes were too sudden to the extent where she was a bit lost. "What are you trying to say?" she asked while taking a few steps back. "If I go to your celestial race and ask for marriage, do you think I'll have to live with the wife's family?" "I really don't want that," How said while laughing. "What are you randomly spouting?" Xianxia's face went red. She stared at him hatefully. This fella truly left others feeling without choice, shooting his mouth like this. "Xianxia, let's travel the world together. How boring is it to return to the clan? Cultivating in one place bitterly is too dry and dull. True experts need to roam the world and produce accomplishments through battle," How urged. Xianxia directly shook her head. She felt that this fella was too ridiculous. Was he playing with her again? "The #1 expert since the beginning of time is right in front of you, but you aren't asking him for guidance. You will regret it, you know." Xianxia immediately laughed after hearing this. "Are you willing to join my celestial race?" With your aptitude, you can study under a heavenly deity. Your future accomplishments will be limitless. What is so great about a heavenly deity? Sure Hao shot out a look of contempt. I fear that if I go, the entire celestial race will be startled and make things difficult for me. You really are narcissistic. She couldn't take it any longer. She rolled her eyes. The so-called Great 10 races of the higher realms were just glorious times of the past. The man in front of you will definitely rise up, becoming an emperor clan himself, becoming a heavenly emperor by relying on himself. You should not miss out on this opportunity. Sure Hao teased. She felt that this person was too narcissistic, and that his skin was especially thick. She had never met someone like this in the higher realms before. Even though you saved my life, it is still impossible for there to be anything between us. She worded her words carefully, expressing what she meant and turning him down tactfully. It really makes one sad. If you miss out on this chance, it might be many, many years before we meet again. By then, the blue sea will have turned into mulberry fields. Sure Hao shook his head. What are you randomly speaking about? Hurry up and go. Our pursuers are about to arrive. She said. She didn't want to continue discussing this. Anything went for this youth, and he was always blabbing nonsense. The ancient battlefield was extremely vast. Strand after strand of scarlet mists curled about. Rumors had it that this was a bloody mist formed from the deaths of demonic gods in the past. The ground was hard and dry without any plant life. They could see all types of skeletal remains, golden, white, and black ones. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, they were still glowing with luster. The two continued forward, continuously changing directions along the way. It was because they discovered extremely shocking creatures that were at least at the level of true deities. They made a detour around their territories. So fragrant! Sure Hao's nose moved. His 5 senses were sharp and his divine awareness extraordinary. He immediately detected an orchid-like fragrance. Soon after, she also smelled it, and she couldn't help but feel moved. She had a feeling that this might be a mature heavenly treasure. The two looked at each other, and then they restrained their auras before carefully proceeding. Soon after, they arrived in a forest. They revealed looks of surprise. It was because through the mists, golden radiance blossomed from the depths of the forest. It was as if a golden flame was jumping about, scattering the mist. After arriving here, they found that the fragrance was becoming richer and richer, penetrated deeply into their hearts, making them feel intoxicated. What is that? Sure Hao was moved inwardly. For there to be this kind of medicinal fragrance in such a barren battlefield was definitely unusual. Both him and she closed their pores, eliminating traces of their existence. Not a bit of vitality leaked outwards, and then they silently made their way through the forest towards that place. A mountain stretched across this place. Mist surrounded this place, and a baleful aura was released that made one's fine hairs stand on end. This is a bone mountain? She was inwardly shocked. A chill crept down her back. Sure Hao narrowed his eyes, and then his heart also jumped. This place was unusual after all. In front of the forest was a bone mountain several thousand zhang in height. Black clouds swirled about it, and the baleful aura was oppressive. There was an intangible sense of majesticness to its appearance that made one feel suffocated in its presence. The bone mountain was peaceful. It was made of all types of skeletons, including those of the golden giant, flood dragons, and human remains. They were tightly packed together into this mountain. This was definitely not some good place. As soon as they reached this place, they felt a bone-chilling coldness. Meanwhile, the fragrance came precisely from this bone mountain. There was a golden expanse there with a golden flame jumping about. A rich fragrance entered their mouths and noses, making them feel intoxicated. The two gave each other a look. They became even more careful. This place was extremely sinister. If they encountered a true deity here, then it would be extremely troublesome. When they walked out from one side of the forest, they made a long detour around the bone mountain, and then arrived in this place. What they saw made their minds jump. There was a small tree about 1/2 meter in height. It had 3 branches that were covered in golden leaves. However, they seemed a bit dim, and the tree itself was about to wither away as well. Between the branches was a golden fruit the size of a fist that was releasing a fragrance. It released a blazing radiance. The golden light it released resembling a pulsing flame. Heavenly treasure. This was definitely an extraordinary fruit. They could tell with a single look because it was too different. What kind of wondrous medicine is this? Xianxia thought out loud. I think I know what it is. This might be the legendary golden Bodhi fruit. She said. The fruit was ripe, but the small tree was about to wither. It was because it had exhausted its spiritual essence, all for the sake of producing this golden Bodhi fruit, concentrating all of its essence. Golden Bodhi fruit is the holy object countless times more precious than the blood-soul grass? Xianxia was shocked. Correct. This should be it. She nodded. There were a few special medicinal herbs in these blood plains that were incredibly precious. There was no need to talk about the blood-soul grass, something explorers loved. If they brought out a few stalks, they could be sold for extremely high prices. As for the golden Bodhi fruit, that was something that could be stumbled upon but not begged for. It was too rare, and it was difficult to pick as well, because they were all in the most dangerous places with powerful creatures protecting them. Rumors had it that this thing similarly couldn't be eaten alone, as it will result in oneself exploding. The medicinal fragrance was too intense, making it even more dangerous than the blood-soul grass. You said before that the ape demons could walk the path of extreme body refinement mainly because they could eat the blood-soul grass and golden Bodhi fruit, so the other was this thing? Xianxia asked. Normally, the ape demons will only be able to eat blood-soul grass. If they are able to eat the golden Bodhi fruit, because the latter is countless times more precious than the former, the ape demons will become Vajra demons after ingesting it. They will become another type of creature, she said. There is this type of saying? Xianxia was shocked. She nodded, revealing a serious expression. Based on what she said, this type of fruit was rare throughout the world and extremely precious. It was a true heavenly treasure. Countless people wished to purchase them in the outside world, yet are unable to satisfy their wishes. When refined with other spiritual medicines, the leftover essence could strengthen one's soul. It was much more powerful than the blood-soul grass. Of course, it could even strengthen one's magical force a step further and carry out a type of consolidation. Similarly, it was incredibly dangerous when forcefully devoured, directly blasting one's body to pieces and burning their flesh to ashes. Nothing would be left behind. Rare, precious medicine. Xianxia licked his lips. His eyes shone with multicolored light. She was given a fright. She carefully warned him that this fruit definitely couldn't be randomly eaten, or else he would definitely die. Apart from a select few races, no one else could absorb its medicinal characteristics. The two silently observed the surroundings, looking for other creatures. They felt that this heavenly treasure definitely had some terrifying creature protecting it. There doesn't seem to be any. She was shocked. No, look there. Xianxia pointed below the foot of the mountain. A skeleton. Xi's mind jumped. One wouldn't notice it at all without paying close attention, mistaking it for a part of this bone mountain. It was because that place was full of bones. This skeleton was entirely snow-white without any trace of life. It silently sat there, and not a bit of life aura could be felt from it. If not for the bone blade on its knees, one would definitely overlook it. Xianxia sized it up, watching it from the darkness. Then his mind jumped. He felt that there was a flame burning within that skull. Once this flame erupted, it would make heaven fall and earth collapse. Xi's expression immediately changed. This powerful creature was definitely not something they could provoke. They were definitely not its opponent. What a pity. If we could bring this fruit out, it will be enough to exchange for an extremely powerful divine ability. She pointed out its value again. It seems like its value truly exceeds what I thought. Xianxia said. If it is refined, the blood-soul gra can nourish one's soul, but this golden Bodhi fruit's medicinal effects are even more extraordinary, able to directly increase the strength of one's divine senses. You can imagine what kind of effects that will bring. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath of air. Something that could strengthen his soul by a large amount was definitely a priceless great medicine. His eyes began to burn even more fiercely. He had to obtain this. I have to think of a way, he said to himself softly. Fortunately, this is a bone deity and not an ape demon. It is not suited to eating food, so it shouldn't care too much about this fruit, Xianxia said. Then that's perfect. Xianxia became excited. It's quite strange. It is just a bone deity, so it might not be enough to protect this golden Bodhi fruit. So how did this small tree grow until now? Xianxia was confused. Even a true deity isn't enough to protect this golden Bodhi fruit? Xianxia was shocked. Correct. The golden Bodhi fruit is too precious. Once news of it gets out, it will trigger a huge war. Xianxia said with a grave expression. Xianxia carefully observed the surroundings, but he didn't find another creature. He was a bit doubtful inwardly. Only when he raised his head again and sized up the entire bone mountain was he shaken up. Something's not right. Xianxia, look, isn't this bone mountain state quite unusual? This is an enormous grave. Xianxia was terrified. Upon closer inspection, they found that the several thousand zhang tall bone mountain was too similar to a tomb. It made one tremble with fear. Meanwhile, that snow-white skeleton looked quite similar to a grave guard. The blade rested on its knees as it protected this place. A great vicious land. The two looked at each other, and then they silently retreated. Even Xiao's magic immunity was limited. If there was too much of a difference in cultivation realms, there will definitely be some dangers. Perhaps obtaining the golden Bodhi fruit will allow me to strengthen this ability. He was quite hopeful. They didn't act recklessly, instead choosing to retreat outwards. They prepared to find some scapegoats. It would be best if they could lead their pursuers here. However, when they wanted their pursuers to come, they never did. They waited for half a day and laid down many formations, but no enemies came. Only after 2 days had passed did traces of their enemy appear. In the distant skies, several dozen birds flew over in great numbers. It was a rather spectacular sight. There were many birds that ignited their divine flames, and one of them was especially resplendent. Firecloud Sparrow has someone sitting on its back. He is a true deity. Xiao narrowed his eyes, feeling that things were a bit bad. He is formed from a dragon sparrow, the delegation head of the 100-bird mercenary group. Xianxia recognized his identity. Apart from this, there were a man and woman on the backs of vicious birds behind him. Their auras were terrifying, and divine flames surged around them. There was a purple symbol imprint between their brows. They were two true deities from the war race. Xiao sucked in a cold breath of air. 3 true deities had arrived. How were they supposed to stop them? If they really were discovered, they would undoubtedly die. Fortunately, they arranged many formations and were currently hidden within them, not being detected. Go! They definitely couldn't hide in here. They had to immediately withdraw, or else they would die tragically. Xiao pulled Xianxia over, and then with the earth shrinking into inches great divine ability, he entered the earth and went into hiding. It was because everything had already been properly set up, with a trail leading the experts right to that bone mountain. As soon as they arrived there, even if those experts didn't find the 2 of them, they would still definitely take action. It was because after discovering the golden Bodhi fruit, any creatures would find it difficult to calm down. Even if they knew that it was dangerous, they would still try to obtain it. That was just how human nature was, because the golden Bodhi fruit was too valuable. It could greatly strengthen one's divine senses. How heaven-defying was this? From a certain perspective, the soul was even more mysterious than the flesh. If one had a chance to strengthen it, then it was the same as undergoing a qualitative improvement. Who wouldn't be tempted? We actually encountered the legendary divine fruit. Soon after, the 100-bird mercenary group arrived, and they also saw the golden fruit. It was hard for them to calm down. The 3 true deities were all moved. Their divine senses swept through this place. Even though they felt that this place was odd, they still decisively took action, each reaching out a large hand towards the ground. The bone mountain was several thousand zhang in height. The golden Bodhi fruit shone at the base of the mountain. 3 large hands reached down from midair, neither of them willing to let the other obtain it. When faced with this heavenly treasure, such a rare divine fruit, the 3 great true deities all wanted to take it for themselves. In addition, during this process, the 3 palms had a secret force swirling about them. They released blinding symbols to compare in power. Kacha. Lightning appeared in the void. The laws of true deities appeared, interweaving in the void like chains. They sparkled with radiance, and any one of them was enough to remove a mountain peak and collapse the great earth. Show! Suddenly, a streak of white light tore through the air, hacking apart all of the divine chains of order. It then closed in on the 3 large hands. This was a bone blade that was spotlessly white like jade and incomparably sharp. It unexpectedly startled the 3 great true deities, and they quickly retreated. One of the 3 was a bit slower, and as a result, drops of blood scattered out from his palms and fingers. A blade streaked across the void. The 3 of you invade into my territory and wish to obtain the golden Bodhi fruit. Do you all have nothing to say? Underneath the bone mountain, that snow-white skeleton revived. It continued to sit there, but there was a flame that released light glowing through its sockets. Hong! In addition, in the next moment his head shone. A majestic wave of soul force erupted. It was like a sea as it engulfed the ancient battlefield. This was a powerful creature. Even though it didn't have flesh, it had reached the true deity domain for many years. It reached great heights in its cultivation. There were mysterious symbols engraved all over its skeleton. In the sky, the 3 deities narrowed their eyes. They felt that this was a powerful opponent that was incredibly difficult to deal with. The fire-cloud sparrow and the group of vicious birds all backed up. They felt a tremendous pressure. The power of true deities made them tremble. There was a suffocating type of feeling. Dao friend, what kind of requirements do you have? This golden Bodhi fruit should be useless to you. The 100-bird mercenary group's delegation head spoke. He was a dragon sparrow, but was currently in human form. A head of red hair scattered down. His face was handsome, and his eyebrows reached his temples. His eyes were bright and full of expression. His entire body gave off a powerful feeling. Even though it is useless to me, I can use it to exchange for divine treasures, said the bone deity. It was not an ape demon, unable to directly ingest the golden Bodhi fruit. In addition, it wasn't familiar with medicine refinement, unable to refine a portion of its essence like other great clans. The war clan's male and female pair looked at each other. The male said, "We come from the war race. Our clan does not lack secret treasures. If Dao friend wants something, you can discuss it with us. At this level, if a battle could be avoided, then that was best." After all, they were all true deities, and if they really did fight it out, no one could say for sure that something unexpected wouldn't happen. I wish to obtain a divine lotus that can help me pass a tribulation, the bone deity said calmly. The 3 individuals' expressions immediately changed. The other party was asking for something that they couldn't fulfill. That was a legendary ancient holy medicine, so how could they obtain something like that themselves? Tribulation passing divine lotus could allow one to undergo rebirth and recreate flesh. It could also help one pass through a bottleneck and enter the next great cultivation realm. That kind of thing, forget about them, it was something not even a heavenly deity could obtain. The first was that there weren't many, and the second was that it was too valuable. Who didn't want to reach a higher cultivation realm? As long as they could obtain it, they could cross the checkpoint and even reconstruct their flesh, further perfecting it. It was clear that this snow-white skeleton wanted to recreate his flesh, as well as break through its current cultivation realm. It wished to undergo rebirth, emerging from the flames as a deity anew. Dao brother, you are forcing others. The golden Bodhi fruit is not worth that much, said the war race woman. Her beautiful thick hair was coiled up high with a golden ornament inserted at the center. Even though she was close to middle age, her skin was still snow-white and her eyes clear. Her aura was outstanding, exuding a sense of elegance and nobility. Then that's that. I do not have any other desires, the bone deity said indifferently, a look of losing interest. The 3 true deities didn't immediately say anything. all of them remaining silent. The atmosphere immediately became heavier. Taoist brother, making things easier for others will bring convenience onto yourself as well. This golden Bodhi fruit is useless to you, so why don't you just hand it over to us? We can compensate you with secret treasures, divine weapons, and other things, said the dragon sparrow. I do not need those. A single blade in my hand is enough. A soul flame burned extremely powerfully within the skeleton's eye sockets. His entire head became as brilliant as jade. Tao friend, there is no need to be so stubborn. Both of us are cultivators, and amiable relations are what is long-lasting. Disputes will lead towards disaster and calamity. The war race middle-aged man advised. Are you all threatening me? The bone deity sat there. The bone blade on its knees trembled, releasing kung-chong sounds. There was immediately a wave of biting cold killing intent that spread outwards. The scene immediately entered a deadlock. The bone deity was extremely unyielding, while it was impossible for the three true deities to back off. They wanted the golden Bodhi fruit badly, because it was too useful for them. Taoist brother, have you seen a male and female roaming about here? The war race's middle-aged woman spoke, wishing to alleviate the atmosphere. I have sensed something, but I didn't pay too much attention to them. The bone deity spoke, its voice concise. The three great experts looked at each other. Then, their bodies shone, each of them producing a spiritual body, and they displayed secret methods to search about this ancient place. You all should leave. If there is no tribulation crossing divine lotus, I do not wish to exchange the golden Bodhi fruit. The bone deity gave them a look. Then you will just have to excuse our rudeness. The three deities moved together, turning into three streaks of lightning as they slaughtered over. Behaving atrociously in my domain, just give it a try. The bone deity spoke. With a chong sound, it raised its spotlessly white bone blade and hacked it towards the three experts. A great battle erupted. This was an intense battle between true deities. Shockwaves spread out everywhere, and symbols covered every inch of this place, creating a destructive power that was utterly terrifying. In the distance, the Firecloud Sparrow and Hundred-Bird mercenary group shivered in fear. They backed up again, staying far away from this battlefield. They didn't have the qualifications to participate in this battle at all. The difference between them was just too great. There were three other figures in the distance that displayed their body techniques. They moved about quickly, each heading in a different direction and disappearing into the horizon. They were precisely the three great true deities' spiritual bodies. The war race woman brought out a secret treasure, a rusted copper mirror. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, and as a result, the mirror shone. It unexpectedly produced the scene from not too long ago. She saw Sure Hao and Yunxi's figures. The time mirror really is an unmatched supreme treasure. Even though it is just an ordinary object, it can still have such miraculous effects, she said softly to herself. Their figures swayed, disappearing underground. She chased after the two because she already knew where the two fled to. Deep underground, a hong sounded. Formations exploded, and the great earth collapsed. A great earthquake occurred. Not good. Someone chased down here, discovering our traces. Sure Hao was shocked. The formation he had set up beforehand was destroyed. True deity. Yunxi's expression changed. This level of expert was definitely not someone they could deal with. Change locations. Sure Hao quickly made this decision. Are you going towards that bone mountain? Yunxi immediately understood his intentions. He was desperately trying to find a way out of this impasse. Now that a true deity appeared, the two of them were definitely not her opponent. That bone tomb was definitely strange, so perhaps it could stop this enemy. Sure Hao displayed the earth escape technique, quickly arriving below the bone mountain. As soon as he approached this place, he saw an expanse of dark light that pulsed about. That place was extremely mysterious. There was a dense mist here, as well as a black flame that was throbbing about that unexpectedly prevented them from passing through. It was unknown what laid here. Sure Hao secretly used the dual pupil to observe it, and then his mind was shaken. There was an enormous blood pond here that was several dozen li in distance. Bright red blood surged like an ocean wave. Upon seeing this scene, he felt his scalp going numb. This was definitely not some good place. In addition, when looking through the dual pupil, he discovered that there was an enormous creature in the blood pond. The aura it exuded made one's heart pound fiercely and soul tremble. How terrifying! There is a blood pond below the great pool, and there is a creature here, yet a true deity is actually willing to serve as a gravekeeper. He quickly stopped his advance, and then he slowly closed in on the black flame. Xianxia, you should hide first. He had Xianxia hide in the purple bone cauldron. Then he carefully tested things out, entering the dark light step by step. He noticed that it didn't harm his body, and then he hid himself too. The war race's middle-aged woman searched about, arriving in this place with the time mirror in hand. While carrying cold killing intent, she quickly revealed a look of shock. The time mirror unexpectedly lost effectiveness when it shone towards the dark light. Sure, Hao could see everything clearly from his hiding spot. He couldn't help but be shocked. It turns out the other party had this type of secret treasure that enabled her to find this place. The two of you can enter this place, so how could I not? The woman held the time mirror in hand, and then while on her guard, entered the dark light, closing in on the blood pool. Sure, Hao was a bit nervous. Not because the woman was getting closer to this place, but because he was about to take a huge risk by attacking the blood pond. This will definitely produce a series of terrifying after effects. Not only might this place turn into a place of destruction, it would also affect the great battle on the surface. Whose hands the golden Bodhi fruit would fall into would most likely be decided as well. The war race woman was stupefied. Even though she was a true deity, when she saw this blood pool, she still couldn't help but feel shocked. She said to herself in horror, "Heavenly deity rebirth? Hong." Right at that moment, Sure Hao moved. He released several enormous streaks of lightning, and all of them hacked into the blood pool. Then, without even turning back, he fled, using the earth withdrawal great divine ability to quickly leave this place. Blood waves rushed into the heavens. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, instantly engulfing everything. Scarlet multicolored light surged within the blood pond. It was as if the world was being opened. The war race's middle-aged woman was horrified. She encountered this scene as soon as she arrived. The precious mirror in front of her body shone, blocking the attacks of this place. She quickly flew backwards. Kacha! The time mirror shattered, and her entire body flew out horizontally. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and then without even turning around, she fled, directly rushing to the surface. A crazy wave of energy shook the entire earth. Blood-colored mists pervaded the air, shaking the heavens. The individuals fighting the great battle on the surface were shocked. Then that bone deity went berserk. You all are courting death, actually daring to disturb the Great One. It was furious. Even though it was by itself, it wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting these three great true deities. Even though its cultivation realm wasn't higher, it was still about to break through its cultivation realm. Chi! The bone blade it held was incomparably sharp. It erupted with endless symbols, hacking open the void. With a pu sound, a terrifying wound was opened up in the dragon sparrow's body. Blood splashed outwards. Things aren't looking good. We should quickly retreat. The dragon sparrow and war race's two great experts had a bad feeling. A powerful domain was quickly spreading from underground that made their hearts pound. They felt extremely uneasy. The bone deity was also quite troublesome and difficult to defeat. Go! They felt fear inside. The scene was too terrifying, quite possibly locking them down here. They couldn't care about the golden Bodhi fruit anymore and all fled into the distance. The bone deity's eyes were cold. It stared deeply at them. And then, without worrying about anything else, it rushed directly into the bone tomb. At this moment, Sure Hao was currently rushing towards the surface, charging towards the golden Bodhi tree to pick its fruit. It was because he had a feeling that a string of unforeseeable events was going to happen after the blood pool was stirred. The other party was distracted, so he had a rare opportunity. Sure Hao arrived. He rushed out from the earth, arriving at just the right time to seize the golden Bodhi fruit. Golden light surged like flames, illuminating everything. There was also an intoxicating fragrance that seeped into one's bones. A refreshing feeling immediately overwhelmed him, one that made him feel like he sprouted wings and ascended into the heavens. And he was shocked. He couldn't pick it. Even though the little tree was about to wither away, it was incomparably sturdy, as if it was created from divine gold. The stem of that fruit was also like this. He was unexpectedly unable to get it off on the first try. He had heard Xianxia say that this golden Bodhi tree was a rare weapon refinement material, and sure enough, this was true. Even someone with flesh as powerful as his couldn't break it. Just come off already. He used a bit more force. The golden Bodhi tree shone, and then the stem of the fruit broke. However, right at this moment a shocking transformation took place. A powerful wave of energy surged from beneath him that blasted him into the air. He coughed out blood. If not for the magical force immunity, he would have definitely been killed. It was a resplendent expanse of symbols that blasted on his body. The war race's middle-aged woman appeared, her beautiful hair curled up, the golden ornament shining. Her jade hands were raised. She rushed out from the earth, and then she immediately seized the golden Bodhi fruit that released a strong fragrance. Xianxia felt great resentment. He actually had the divine fruit seized from him at the critical moment, leaving him furious. This was the war race woman's spiritual body that entered underground to kill Xianxia. Even though the blood pool had injured her, it didn't greatly hinder her movements. She unexpectedly secretly arrived in this place. Could be said that her goal was exactly the same as Xianxia's. After discovering that unforeseen things had occurred underground, she came to pick the medicine out of great risk. You? Xianxia almost spat out blood. He originally wanted to plot against others, but he ended up becoming prey himself, wasting all that effort for nothing. A wong sounded. The world began to sway about. A terrifying field spread outwards that swept through this ancient place. Xianxia's expression changed. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he still immediately displayed the earth shrink to Inch's great divine ability to flee into the distance, because the existence in the blood pool underneath the mountain seemed to be reviving. Feeling that it was the most important thing right now. He couldn't care about anything else. Do you think it is that easy to escape? Leave behind your life. The war race woman chased after him to eliminate him. Xianxia's expression was unpleasant. The so-called magical force immunity was limited. It was clear that in the end, there was no way for his supreme expert realm to contend against a true deity. The losses were too great this time. His injuries were few, but losing the golden Bodhi fruit was too great of a loss. Hong! The great earth split apart. A bone blade tore through the air. White light shone resplendently. That bone deity rushed out and released a roar. Wishing to seize my divine fruit, leave behind your life. With a chi sound, the blade radiance was like a rainbow stretching 1,000 zhang in length. It hacked towards the war race middle-aged woman with heaven overflowing killing intent. In the sky, the three great true deities stopped. They didn't travel that far. They gazed towards the ancient land, and then they couldn't help but be shocked. They all revealed looks of pleasant surprise. The golden Bodhi fruit is at hand. Quickly provide assistance. The war race woman's true body was extremely excited. She made her way around the bone mountain and quickly chased after it. She was extremely stirred up. Her spiritual body had done great work. In reality, they never had any intention of leaving from the start. The golden Bodhi fruit was too precious. Even though they knew that this place was dangerous, they still wanted to move based on the circumstances. Chong. On the battlefield, the bone blade was like a rainbow as it hacked apart one of the war race middle-aged woman's spiritual body's magical artifacts. It pressed forward, the white expanse of blade radiance wreaking havoc like a sea. It was extremely terrifying. Cease your insolence. In the rear, the three experts arrived. A great battle erupted. Xianxia broke away from the battlefield. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. This great loss made him feel rather gloomy inside. He was actually attacked from behind and had his precious medicine stolen. It was hard for him to swallow his resentment. It was clear that in the eyes of the three true deities, the golden Bodhi fruit was much more important than him. Not a single person chased after him. They were all fighting the bone deity. What was shocking was that the shaking bone mountain not too far out calmed down again, and then the domain released from underground disappeared. Heavenly deity rebirth? Shurhao said softly. He concealed his body, and then he left, not wishing to become prey after the great battle ended. Heavenly deity magical blade, please display your power. Right at that moment the bone deity spoke, shouting like this. It also changed a short line of incantations. The bone mountain immediately shone, and divine radiance erupted powerfully. The three deities' expressions changed at the same time. They immediately turned around to leave. There was an icy cold killing intent pressing over that made them tremble inwardly. Chi, blade radiance surged into the heavens. From that direction, a bone blade tore through the air like a great sun, rushing out from the bone mountain and hacking over with extreme speed. Pooh! Blood flew outwards. The dragon sparrow released a miserable cry. It revealed its original body. One of its wings was hacked off, drawing forth a rain of blood. It began to escape in fear. Where do you think you are going? The bone deity shouted loudly. A palm slapped over, and with a pung sound, the dragon sparrow was struck. Its feathers scattered about, and then another cry sounded. It flew outwards. Meanwhile, the heavenly deity magical blade's radiance, unstoppable and oppressive, curling with dazzling symbols, sliced over, hacking the war race woman's spiritual body into two. When the war race man and woman's true bodies saw this, they both trembled inwardly. However, they still weren't willing to give up the golden Bodhi fruit. They swooped downwards to grab that golden fruit. Kill! The bone deity shouted. That heavenly deity magical blade dragged a dazzling tail light behind it like a comet. It streaked across the sky, erupting with incomparable fluctuations. Pooh! The two individuals were both struck. The male lost his left arm, while the woman lost her right leg. War race's precious blood splattered everywhere. However, the middle-aged woman still caught the golden Bodhi fruit. She endured the pain and rushed into the sky. Again! The bone deity shouted. The heavenly deity magical artifact flew forwards, but the light dimmed, and the power this time was decreased. This was the heavenly deity's weapon. The bone deity was activating it purely based on an incantation. Unfortunately, the time limit was up, so this time it was unable to injure his opponent. He himself also expended a lot of energy. So, when the war race male and female pair saw this, they were no longer interested in fighting zealously any longer. They turned around and ran. Bringing away this golden Bodhi fruit was more important than anything else. You all dare take something that belongs to me? You all are not allowed to leave. The skeleton held his own bone blade and chased after them, erupting with heaven overflowing killing intent. The dragon sparrow rushed into the distance. It had suffered a serious injury. It followed the other two great experts, clearly trying to increase its chances of getting away by sharing the danger. It feared that it might be killed if it stayed behind. The bone deity released a cold laugh. He was a hare from the next cultivation realm and more powerful than the other three, so he wasn't scared of them joining hands. This was a chaotic battle. The bone deity slaughtered after them, and they continuously fought intensely. The three deities suffered quite bitterly under that heavenly deity magical artifact. Their fighting strength was already weakened, so they were no match. As the battle progressed, the three individuals' bones were broken and their muscles severed. Not only did they receive cuts from the blade, they suffered many palm strikes as well. There were many parts of their bodies that were cracked and about to break apart. The dragon sparrow was in the worst state. After turning back to its original form, both its wings were chopped off, and one of its claws even exploded. There were bloody holes all over his body. He was on the verge of falling. In the end, it managed to break away. It flew into the distance while on the verge of collapse. As for the group of vicious birds under the dragon sparrow, they had long retreated. The true deity battle had left them trembling. They all escaped from this ancient battlefield. The bone deity was also injured. Several of its bones were broken. He gave the dragon sparrow a look, feeling a bit of reluctance, but still ultimately letting it go, not using one of its spiritual bodies to chase after it. He instead concentrated his attention on fighting the two war race experts. Going to stake it all, the war race male shouted. He summoned all of his spiritual bodies to join this battle, and he activated magical artifacts to fight the bone deity. In the end, it was still not enough. The spiritual bodies were killed one after another. He dropped from the sky and landed in pool of blood. "You are the last one left," said the bone deity as he stared at the woman. Chi. At that moment, the war race middle-aged woman could only escape. She ignited her essence blood to frantically rush into the distance. She lost one of her legs, so she was relying purely on magical force. The moment the two rushed into the distance, the face of war race middle-aged male that was lying in a pool of blood fell. He crawled up, and then, with some hesitation, he fled from the battlefield as fast as lightning. It was clear that even though he was injured, it wasn't as severe as it looked. For the sake of living, he didn't hesitate to humiliate himself by feigning weakness, collapsing in that pool of blood. It had to be mentioned that the war race woman's speed was extraordinary. Even though the bone deity chased after her the entire time and took action from time to time, he was still unable to cut her off. As time went on, the bone deity felt uneasy because it was getting too far away from the bone mountain. It had a responsibility to protect it and couldn't depart too far from it. The so-called golden Bodhi fruit wasn't too useful for it, and it just didn't want to give it away for no reason. As time went on, it couldn't hold on any longer and had to return. Roar. It released a test, releasing a soul roar. His entire skull shone, and then a soul fluctuation erupted, rushing forward. Ah! The war race's middle-aged woman cried out miserably, clasping her head between her arms. However, she still didn't fall in the end. She increased her speed and departed from this place. The bone deity's face fell. While carrying the pure white long blade, he hurried back. This battle thus concluded. On the great earth, a figure appeared that chased towards where the war race woman fled. His body was surrounded by resplendent symbols, and on his back were Kuan Peng wings. His legs erupted with multicolored light as well. In that instant, Hao used both the Kuan Peng technique and the earth withdrawal great divine ability, turning his body into a streak of light that tore through the great earth. He had been following along the entire time, watching the great battle in secret, only that he stayed rather far away and not easily closing in. Only when the bone deity had departed far into the distance did he erupt with power and chase after that woman's trail. On a stone mountain, the war race woman descended. There was blood all around her body. Her bones were broken and her muscles cut. She had suffered unimaginably serious injuries, and there were cracks all over her body. She was on the verge of splitting apart, only managing to escape here with great difficulty. She really couldn't hold on anymore. She descended, and then she immediately ate a spiritual pill before sitting here to rest. How silently closed in, his entire being seemingly merging with the void. His expression was cold and his gaze merciless. The moment he descended on the stone mountain, he suddenly increased speed. Who? The war race woman was extremely vigilant, noticing that something wasn't right. However, the moment her eyes opened, a youth already slaughtered over. This kind of thing was normally unimaginable. As a true deity, an enemy's attack would actually be so close before she noticed. The main reason was because her injuries were too severe and she was on the verge of collapse. Hong. Hao took action, his entire body erupting with symbols. The Reincarnation divine ability was perfectly displayed, surrounding the blood-covered body in front of him. Huh? What kind of precious technique is this? The war race woman was shocked. She was seriously injured, and she was severely lacking in spiritual essence. Her condition was currently worsening. She felt her vitality quickly flowing out from her. Her life force was simply being seized. She quickly retaliated, her entire body erupting with symbols to kill this youth. When Shihao saw this, he was quite shocked. After landing his attack, the reincarnation force operated in the other party's flesh. If it was anyone else, they would definitely age greatly and quickly deteriorate. This woman was a true deity. In the battle before, even though she was seriously injured right now, she held on, not being killed by a single strike. Hand over your life! Shihao roared. He threw himself over to kill this enemy and seized the golden Bodhi fruit. It wasn't that the reincarnation symbols weren't strong enough, but instead that the true deity's cultivation realm was too high. Shihao had just reached the supreme expert realm, so he wasn't able to suppress and kill her. You dare come here to try to kill me? Go to hell! The war race woman shouted. Her entire body shone and magical force shone. However, her flesh couldn't handle this type of impact and began to quickly split apart. In addition, an alarming thing happened. Even though her magical force was vigorous and all types of symbols landed on Shihao's body, it wasn't able to effectively seriously injure the other party this time. Shihao coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, but he successfully held on. He had the magical force immunity type of ability, but against a true deity, it was still not enough to completely eradicate the other party's symbols. Shihao released a roar. He pressed forward, formed fist imprints, and then smashed it downwards. 2 fists shone and erupted with incomparable divine force. This type of fleshly power was enough to blast a great mountain into pieces. The war race woman experienced great fear. Her magical force was dissolved, and she herself was long injured to a near-dying state. She had a high cultivation realm, yet it was difficult for her to display her power. Due to her eruption of magical force just now, blood flowed through her entire body. All of the cracks over her body erupted, placing her body into an absolutely critical condition. Pong! She used an arm to defend herself, and as a result her palms and fingers became numb from the fist imprint. The other party's flesh was sturdy to a terrifying level, completely unlike that of a supreme expert. After just this strike alone, the war race middle-aged woman's body swayed, and many areas of her flesh split open. Blood splashed high into the air. She was on the verge of falling apart. It was because she had just too many injuries on her body and too many bones were broken and muscles cut. There were even a few areas that were going to fall from her body. After suffering this attack, her condition naturally worsened to the most terrifying degree. Ant-like existence, today you actually climb to my head. You are courting death, the war race woman berated. The area between her brows shone, forming a symbol that pressed towards Shihao's body. Then Shihao raised the pill furnace, enlarging it and then sending it forward to suppress and kill the other party, as well as block these symbols. The first strike ended in his disadvantage. He never expected the other party to be so powerful, able to injure him even before her death. Blood shot out from his mouth. As a result, he raised this treasure, not wishing to take risks himself. Dang! The pill furnace trembled, releasing a long and drawn-out sound. Shihao formed a fist imprint again. He continued his ferocious attacks. Hong! Both his fists moved, as if they had the power to move the sun, moon, and stars. The surroundings were brilliant. It was magnificent and divine. A pair of fist imprints bombarded downwards with incredible might. The war race woman released a groan. Even though she blocked these attacks with her arms, her chest split apart and her shoulders ruptured. A terrifying injury even appeared on her skull. Her entire body seemed like a dropped piece of porcelain, clearly shattered, but forcefully pieced together again. Kill! Shihao shouted loudly. He ferociously moved his leg, and then like dragons and snakes, they lashed outwards viciously. This was a precious technique he obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm. Just like the earth shrinking into inches, it was also a great divine ability that was recorded in that Cyan Bone book. Magical force was now useless, so Shihao was simply borrowing this technique's form, turning it into the most ferocious physical power attack. His legs moved like a dragon and a snake as they thrashed down on the other party's body. Pooh! In the end, the war race woman couldn't hold on any longer. Her flesh quickly ruptured, releasing sounds continuously. Several dozen areas shot out blood. Her body was crumbling apart. I am unwilling. She raised her head and roared angrily. If not for the bone deity leaving her in such a state, how could it have ended like this for her? For a true deity to die under the hands of a supreme expert, this was truly too depressing. Unwilling? You should just suck it up, Xianxia said coldly. He seized the moment and bombarded her crazily with attacks, because the magical immunity time limit was about to end. Hong! When Xianxia's fist smashed outwards this time, half of the war race woman's body was dyed in blood. Her right shoulder shattered, falling off her body. Pong! Then, Xianxia's body spun around and a leg swept out. The war race woman finally couldn't hold on any longer. She cried out loudly, and then her flesh split apart into pieces. All of the injuries exploded at the same time, and her body crumpled apart. The moment the war race woman's head fell, the space between her brows shone. A divine flame shone. She wanted to ignite it herself and drag Xianxia down with her. Xianxia was given a fright. The final soul roar the bone deity released clearly seriously damaged her soul. Yet this attack was unexpectedly still so powerful. Chi! Like a blade, his right palm sliced down on her head, splitting it open. Then, he quickly opened the pill furnace and kicked her inside. With a quang-dang sound, he pressed the lid down. Lightning electricity flickered about and curse power surged. Soon after, the angry howls inside ended. Xianxia shook the pill furnace, and then a scorched black head fell out. It then split apart, now completely dead. As for the ruined body on the mountain, it had long been ignited by Xianxia's innate Tao flame and burned under the fiery radiance. This time, he killed a true deity in a clean and efficient manner. In his hands, the golden fruit shone. A rich fragrance that made one's pores relax wafted through the air, making him feel extremely relaxed. You killed her. When Xianxia came out from the cauldron, learned of the result and saw the ruined traces, she was utterly shocked. This was not a divine flame realm expert, but a true self-realm's great figure, yet she was actually killed. There were rumors that exceptional talents at the consummate level of the supreme expert realm could kill divine flame realm experts, but never had someone like that killed a true self-realm extreme expert. Moreover, this youth in front of her shouldn't even have reached the consummate level of the supreme expert realm. This was simply inconceivable. Xianxia was completely stupefied. Even though she had an extraordinary bearing, right now, she completely lost herself, staring at him like she was staring at a freak. It was as if she was looking at a ghost. Didn't I already say that I am an undefeated legend? What, we should just journey the world together. I'll teach you later, Xianxia teased. Xianxia slapped her cheeks. Her sparkling white charming face revealed a conflicted expression. Her bright red lips remained open this entire time, and in the end, she sighed with amazement and said, "How exactly did you do it?" She was almost dead from the bone deity's attacks. I chased after her and then finished the job. Xianxia played it down, not mentioning the actual dangers of the final fight. If he had been a second late and the magic force immunity ended, then the one that would have been dead would be him. All right, Xianxia nodded. However, she was inwardly admiring Xianxia. Regardless, a youth killed a true deity. This was simply a legend. If word got out, it would definitely shake up all of the great ancient sections. Xianxia also felt rather moved. He was now 17 years old, and this was the most powerful enemy he had killed so far, so it was worth rejoicing about. Let's go. Xianxia called over Xianxia. Are we going to leave this ancient battlefield? Xianxia frowned. Such a great thing happened where a true deity died. The war race would definitely be furious. We're going hunting. Let's kill the dragon sparrow first, and then we can leave, Xianxia said. After speaking, he dragged her with him, and like a streak of lightning, he quickly rushed towards the mountain range. You are still going to take action? Xianxia was shocked. This was a mountainous region. Xianxia had previously saw the dragon sparrow flee into this region with his own eyes, so he didn't think it could have gone far. It was because both of the dragon sparrow's wings had been removed, and its body was covered in bloody holes. It was already about to die. When he arrived in this mountain range, How noticed a trail of blood. His eyes shone, and then he licked his lips, appearing incomparably excited. She immediately felt like fainting. Did this fella come here to satisfy his desire for good food? She couldn't help but say, "You are hunting the dragon sparrow to eat it?" Of course. When she saw how righteous and self-confident he sounded, as if it was to be expected, she immediately became speechless. What kind of person was this? How looked around, and in the end he actually lost the trail. This dragon sparrow disappeared inside this mountain range. There wasn't any aura. We lost it. She felt regretful. Impossible. With my hunting experience, it definitely can't escape. For it to suddenly disappear means that it is panicking. It most likely used a secret method to disappear out of fear that the bone deity would chase over. It is just hiding. How put on the appearance of an aged veteran. Are you really that certain? Of course. I am an excellent hunter. It can fool the bone deity, but it won't deceive me. How grew up in the wasteland since he was young, so he possessed abundant hunting skills. Sure enough, 2 hours later, they discovered some more clues and followed it into a mountain region. They finally discovered the dying dragon sparrow. The mountain valley was full of blood. The dragon sparrow's injuries were too severe, even more so than the war race's woman. It was already about to die. It ingested quite a few pills and was recovering here. Its wings were hacked off and its claw exploded. It made it here purely on its last drop of magical force. You all are following the path to your own doom. It was extremely vigilant. It immediately woke. When it saw the two close in, its eyes erupted with divine radiance. Stop trying to fool others. I already killed one like you. I came specifically for you, How said indifferently. The dragon sparrow's gaze was ice cold. Its body shone, and symbols covered it densely. Even though it lost its wings, it could still fly into the sky through magical force. It didn't want to be too passive, so it made the preparations to battle and then escape. If you all want to deal with me, you'll have to pay with the price of your lives. When How heard this, he sneered and said, "Your 100-bird mercenary group has been pursuing me this entire time. Now is the time to settle accounts. Killing you, their group head, is the most suitable conclusion." Then, he had Shi hide in the cauldron. A great battle began. Even though it was close to death, this battle was still extremely intense, as well as extremely dangerous. After all, this was a true deity. Then, How blasted through the other party's flesh. However, at the final moment, because he didn't control the battle well, he blasted the dragon sparrow into the pill furnace, and it was corroded by the curse power and scorched black by the lightning. He beat his chest and stamped his feet in anger. How was he supposed to eat it now? This was too unfortunate. In the end, he dealt with the dragon sparrow and let Shi out. He had a sullen expression. He was extremely depressed. Shi felt as if she was going mad. This was clearly a world-shaking accomplishment that could overlook all peers. Yet in the end, this fella had this kind of expression after winning. It truly left others speechless. This time, the two quickly left, fleeing into the distance and escaping this battlefield. It was because they knew that this place would become chaotic soon. With the death of two true deities and the appearance of the golden Bodhi fruit, what power would easily let this go? This was especially the case when there was a heavenly deity undergoing rebirth underneath that bone mountain. This was definitely going to trigger a huge storm. Perhaps even a world-shaking great battle might erupt. The two used their greatest speed and exhausted everything they had to escape. They wanted to leave this chaotic place. Several days later, How and Shi entered the largest ancient battlefield in the Blood Plains. It was at least 200,000 li in size, and it occupied a third of the Blood Plains territory. The energy here was extremely heavy, and it was an extremely terrifying, vicious place. Rumors had it that there were taboo existences that fell here, turning this place into a demonic land. Its aura was isolated from the outside world, and many secret treasures were ineffective here. That was precisely why the two decided that only by hiding here could they have a chance to live, perhaps escaping this disaster. 2 days later, A powerful wave of energy swept through the entire blood plains, shaking heaven and earth, traveled far into the distance. That type of fluctuation felt as if stars were collapsing. What is this? How was shaken up. This type of power was too shocking. Resplendent symbols blossomed in the sky, illuminating the skies. It was as if 3,000 great worlds were opening. In that instant, countless demonic gods appeared, seated around a resplendent figure and chanting in the void. It set off the creature at the center as the highest deity. The ancient ancestor revived. Xianxia's voice was trembling, and then she felt incomparable joy. She knew that the day when they were freed arrived. They finally lasted until this moment. Don't act rashly. How grabbed her. His expression was incomparably serious as he stared at the distant sky. In the distant end of the horizon, an enormous figure appeared. It sat there within the indistinct expanse. Above its head was the blue dome of heaven. It overlooked everything. What is that? Xianxia's heart trembled. That creature was just sitting there, yet it filled heaven and earth. It was as if all deities and ancestors descended to chant the Tao. Stars appeared one after another between his hair, fingers, and on the surface of his body. Then they all moved around him. He was extremely indistinct, and an aura of great changes was exuded from his body, as if he lived in the past, but was currently arriving from the archaic era. War Emperor. There was actually a War Emperor still alive in this world. Xianxia finally understood what was happening. She couldn't help but tremble. This was a taboo existence that founded the war race's unrivaled legend. A will to live 100 worlds wither away. A glance from the eyes, and the world has already greatly changed. At heaven and earth's extremity, that blurry and enormous figure spoke as it sat there. It was as if it lived in the past. It was overlooking all 3,000 provinces of the higher realms. This was a war emperor. He established his reputation in the archaic legend, creating a legend and forming the base of the Emperor clan legend. This was an unmatched ancient existence. No one expected him to still be alive. Based on the Bone Book's records, he should have passed away a long time ago from the endless passage of time, becoming one with the earth. How could he appear again? This was an inconceivable scene. It was hard for others to believe what they were seeing. The War Emperor overlooked the skies. He had previously shaken up all 3,000 provinces and overlooked the 9 heavens and 10th earth. He had bathed in the blood of countless giants and established itself as an unmatched existence. There were many glorious figures in the past, but when any one of them was brought up, there wasn't a single clan who wouldn't tremble. This was a living taboo and legend. Now that he appeared, who could contend against him? Everyone was saying that he died, and this had long become the final conclusion. However, now, he unexpectedly appeared again in the higher realms. A great dream and millions of autumns passed. Who could have foreseen this? On this side, the sky was covered in resplendent symbols. The old celestial sat in the void, illuminating the skies. The 3,000 great worlds revolved around him, and countless deities and gods emerged, chanting scriptures as they did so, setting him off as the highest god. This was a taboo as well, one that underwent man to heaven, established a higher realm emperor clan and ruled over the world. This individual bathed in the blood of countless deities and established an archaic glory. The two individuals formed a stark contrast. One was dim and indistinct, while the other illuminated the past and present. These two's encounter could still be considered peaceful. There was no great battle that immediately erupted. They were like two archaic copper bells that were unearthed. They shook off their dust and were releasing Tao sounds. Your road has deviated, forgotten how to cultivate. The old celestial spoke, his words carrying sorrow, but was extremely great. It was as if the entire blood plains was ringing with his voice, perhaps even the entire demon province. In that instant, countless powerful existences between heaven and earth were alarmed. There were even more people who were horrified in the direction of the demon province. There were heavenly deities who felt chills run down their backs. The old celestial has revived. There was a sect master who said softly. His expression was grave, and his voice was trembling. The entire demon province seemed to be trembling. The figure of the old celestial in the blood plains seemed to have crossed time and place. Everyone became aware of its existence. Countless eyes were cast in this direction, and there wasn't anyone who wasn't experiencing great fear. Life and cultivation should be a never-ending journey of self-improvement. What forgetting and what deviation? The War Emperor spoke. His indistinct figure became more majestic and grand, occupying heaven and earth. His voice was extremely calm, but it tore through the air like lightning. It spanned across mountain and rivers, shaking up the boundless great earth and making all living things shiver with fear. The War Emperor appeared. He hadn't entered the blood plains yet, and that indistinct figure was just a magical projection. His true body was still in the demon province. When he spoke like this, it was naturally even more world-shaking. The countless ancient sects of the demon province all heard these words. There wasn't a single creature that didn't feel terrified. He is still alive. The War Emperor is still in this world. Heavenly deities spoke with trembling voices. When these words sounded, it confirmed everything. The War Emperor's grandeur was incomparable, even if he hadn't emerged for hundreds or thousands of eras. Everyone had believed that he had long died. Now that they appeared again, it immediately terrified the world. The cause of suffering is the pursuit of the wrong. The old celestial's voice was downcast. A wrong path might not be a mistake. Believing that a path already established is best is what is most pitiful. The War Emperor replied. Those who are filled with their own thoughts and opinions will forever be unable to hear the voices of others, said the old celestial. The two faced each other sharply. Their Tao were different and their paths were different. What they believed was even more so conflicting. Hong! In that instant the world trembled. The blood plains were shaken, and everything in a range of several dozen li rumbled. A large black crack appeared. Mountains and seas moved, and the sun and moon were about to fall. This was an intangible pressure between the two. Through the air they encountered each other and made a slight contact, yet this type of terrifying result was brought forth. At this moment, forget about Shi, Hao and Yun Shi, even the white-boned true deity inside the ancient battlefield, the Vajra demons, and others were all shivering in fear. They all hid themselves, not willing to display the slightest bit of arrogance. What kind of existence was this? Just a will alone. A fluctuation of their auras would produce such a terrifying scene. If they displayed their power, it would be unimaginable. The War Emperor was unmatched in battle, becoming an emperor through war. He had pressed forward unhindered his entire life, sweeping before everything in front of him. The old celestial created an undefeated legend that connected the past and present. It was hard for him to meet an opponent in this world. Now that these two faced each other, this was the battle of an era, an extremely rare confrontation between existences at the peak since the ancient times. Every movement they made would be forever recorded in the higher realm's history. Someone who thinks he possessed the Tao but is actually being controlled by the Tao, the War Emperor spoke. His voice was like thunder, shaking through the boundless wilderness and oppressing the heavens, making the sun and moon tremble. He already moved. His true body moved through the demon province and closed in on the blood plains. It was also because of this that the demon province that was incomparably vast and stretched across who knew how many tens of thousands of li was lightly trembling. An oppressive aura surrounded everyone's minds. They were all horrified, and many people couldn't help but kneel down towards the heavens. This was the War Emperor. Once he appeared and his body moved, the world would shake in response. Countless existences of the demon province began to kowtow before him. You and me both seek the Tao, so what purpose is there in talking about possessing it? The old celestial replied. His entire body shone. Strand after strand of blood energy surged, seeping out from his pores. His aura trembled the heavens above and earth below. Heavens! The deities all trembled in fear. They felt a powerful pressure moving through the blood plains and then sweep towards the demon and heaven provinces. Seas from all directions surged. Many people found this hard to believe. A few giants sucked in cold breaths of air, and their expressions went rigid. They couldn't help but back up, their chests rising and falling violently. Through the secret treasure, through the enormous heaven-connecting formations, they saw this scene, and then all of them felt a tremble that reached down to their souls. In the skies above the blood plains, the old celestial released strand after strand of blood energy. It distorted space and isolated the heavens, making the air itself appear unstable. One could clearly see that from him at the center. Streak after streak of cracks appeared in the void. He seemed to not exist in this world, but instead in hundreds and thousands of worlds past, tearing through space to descend here. That type of scene was too terrifying. Everyone felt as if they saw a great stream of time pierce through the void, and he was seated right by it. Where exactly was he? Is he alive, or is he releasing his divine might from the ancient past, displaying his power in this world? This was the question quite a few people were thinking in their minds. They could feel a rumbling, a wang sounding in their ears. The great Tao sounds entered their sea of consciousness, making them feel great fear and tremble uncontrollably. Heavenly power. This was the true supreme heavenly power. From man to heaven, this was not just a saying. There really was this type of power. How could this be? It's just too terrifying. Who can contend against this? This is the celestial race's unrivaled taboo existence? It is terrifying after all. No wonder he could roam unhindered through the 3,000 realms in the archaic era. It is hard for him to meet an opponent. Forget about others. Even when a few sect masters saw this scene, they all shivered inwardly as well, their souls even shaking. This might be the peak of human Tao. Perhaps if one evolved a step further, it would be a different type of creature, one that didn't belong to the higher realms. The blood energy seeped out from the old celestial's pores strand after strand, creating countless great cracks in the void that extended outwards several tens of thousands of li. It surrounded the entire blood plains. This scene made everyone feel great fear. War Emperor, come. A battle it is. The old celestial spoke, his voice like a great bell that rang through the heavens above and earth below. This area of the void became unstable, as if it was going to split apart. In that instant, the great restriction formation across the blood plains and the symbols covering every inch of the great earth were completely wiped out, shattered under a single thought from the old celestial. Meanwhile, the rulers of this prairie, the 12 cities of crime, simultaneously collapsed. The 12 most powerful devil kings were immediately blasted apart, turning into bloody mists. Heavens! The Lord has died. Sea Turtle Devil King has fallen. Great Might Devil King's body and soul were destroyed. In that instant, great cries of alarms sounded from the 12, now collapsed, cities of crime across the blood plains. People were panicking. What kind of power was this? The 12 devil kings that had controlled this area of the great earth for countless years all died, killed by a single being's will. The great formation that several sect masters laid in the past was all destroyed as well. This was a world-shaking divine might. What unmatched expert, what taboo existence. Right now, everything was perfectly displayed. The old celestial was recreating the undefeated legend. If you move again, I will also take action. There won't be many people from the celestial race left on these plains. An indifferent voice sounded. The War Emperor had arrived. His true body appeared, crossing through the demon province into the blood plains. It was still a massive image that was indistinct, towering between heaven and earth. Along with his advance, the great cracks in the void seemed to have disappeared, merging again. He was like the highest ancestor of all deities that overlooked mountains and rivers, observing the world below the heavens. Within a scope of several tens of thousands of li, in the boundless blood-colored battlefield, there were celestial race experts, mercenaries, as well as war race people. It was extremely complicated. Energy surrounded the ancient land. Sure how shivered inwardly. His expression became grave as he watched silently. She opened her mouth, wishing to say something, but she stopped herself. This type of power brought her a great shock. She found it difficult to calm down. Was this the pinnacle of level? Will the ancient ancestor discover us? she said softly. Don't think too much. With the War Emperor here, he cannot act too rashly. Otherwise, this entire place will be destroyed, and the consequences of that are unfathomable. Sure, Hao said. The War Emperor's voice rang over, rumbling like thunder. The world seemed to be on the verge of being flipped around. Heaven Province and Demon Province seemed to both be trembling lightly. Violent earthquakes shook through the blood plains. Great seas will turn to dust after 1,000,000 autumns. The divine paths wandered rugged. The two of us are already at this age without many years left to live. So from here on out, a battle it is. I want to see what kind of comprehension you have attained. A battle beyond the skies. The old celestial spoke. His figure swayed, and then he disappeared from the blood plains. A great crack remained in his original spot. Fine, the War Emperor replied. A streak of lightning hacked over. He also disappeared. Peace was restored to the blood plains, as if nothing had happened. However, that type of oppressive atmosphere didn't scatter for a long time. The momentary silence and stillness were shattered. As if comets tore through the sky, a silver-robed individual appeared, in his hands a spear. He traveled through the air and stood in the heavens above, pointing his finger towards the battlefield. Celestial race, come, fight me. Otherwise, your people cannot leave. Then, dazzling radiance appeared in the sky. Other experts traveled through the air. The heavenly deity sealed off the battlefield, not willing to let any prey leave. Do you think my celestial race is scared of you? A woman moved through the sky with a golden bone bell in her hands. She exuded the pressure of a heavenly deity. This battle was unavoidable. The old celestial was facing the War Emperor, and experts of other levels were also competing. This was a grudge that had existed between the two clans for an extremely long time. Apart from this, Heaven Province and Demon Province had a few top-level mercenary groups that were dragged in as well, for example, Reincarnation Mercenary Group, Demon Blood Mercenary Group, and Heavenly Wings Mercenary Group. They might have heavenly deities commanding them as well. It was an absolutely terrifying scene. In the air, heavenly deities roared, dragging dazzling radiance behind them that illuminated the great blood-colored land. Blood blossomed, old enemies fought. There was no way back, only forward. This is a great battle between heavenly deities, someone cried out in shock. The entire blood plains were shaking, as if the battle from the ancient past had been recreated, turning this back into a place flowing with blood. This was a grudge between two great clans, and even more so a tangled and complicated mess of powers that were involved that made this battlefield extremely miserable. Divine blood dyed the skies red. After heavenly deities participated, experts of other levels took action one after another as well, rushing into the depths of the great earth and sealing off different roads to prevent the celestial race from bringing back the heavens' mandate stones. Kill! A great murderous roar tore through the air. This battle was even more terrifying than what one predicted. It involved too many people. After receiving great benefits, many great mercenary groups all participated as well. One could imagine the manpower the celestial and war clans would send out. They poured into the great earth like a tide. Enormous armies slaughtered at each other. This was a great moment of history that was glorious to the extreme. Once this war ignited, the world became chaotic. Demon Province sent out demons. Heaven Province sent out deities. Demons and gods danced about, fighting a war that reached into the heavens. One could well imagine without thinking too much that this battle would be recorded in the annals of history, as well as leave long-lasting effects. This was the prelude to the destruction of the higher realm's peace, the fuse that would blow everything up. Of course, there was even less of a need to talk about how grand of an occasion this was now that the old Celestial and War Emperor appeared. Regardless of what they did, it would all be carved into bone books. Tao Tai devour the heavens. A barbaric beast roared. It opened its bloody mouth, devouring several deities. It was an incredibly bloody sight. True Ho Moon shattering roar. An enormous vicious beast appeared that was even imposing than a mountain. It opened its mouth and roared, and then several experts exploded in the void. Sparkling white bone pieces sticky with blood descended onto the ground. Bloody mists pervaded the air. It was a spectacle too horrible to endure. There were too many races involved. There were people from the various great mercenary groups, as well as other experts the two races invited over. They all slaughtered over. It was because the old Celestial and War Emperor entered outer space to fight, so it would be difficult for the two clans to settle things peacefully. They were both fighting with their lives on the line. They invited all of their comrades to slaughter and stake it all. This battle would decided the future of these races. Ayo-ho! Deities were howling, and demons were roaring. Heaven and earth were in chaos. Apart from the divine-level existences in the sky, there were supreme experts, even formation arrangement youngsters that were running along the great earth and searching about. The two clans sent out too many men. They all entered the blood plains. It was because the great formation that sealed the blood plains had been destroyed by a single thought from the old Celestial. That was why transport formations could be used again. Of course, 12 terrifying devil kings that ruled these plains had fallen as well. The old Celestial was furious, blaming them for assisting the war race, so he released 12 strands of blood energy that blasted them to pieces. Great armies flooded unendingly into the blood-colored battlefield. Regardless of whether it was the celestial race of war race, they had both been ranked within the top 10 great clans of the higher realms. They were emperor races and clans of the past, so they had many people on their side. This time, two ancestors fought a great battle. The ones that came were all elites. Iron hoofs rang through the skies and mounts roared, their cries echoing through the clouds. One could clearly see group after group of armored mounts rushing out of transport formations. They then stepped onto the void and soared towards the horizon, slaughtering into the boundless battlefield. The great battle was divided into many regions with the 12 collapsed cities of crime as their center. They then stretched out towards the very ancient battlefield ruins. Sure, Hao and Xianxia were alarmed. This battle exceeded their imaginations. Not only was it for the sake of the Heaven's Mandate Stone, it was now a war that decided their clan's fate. The results would affect hundreds of thousands of years. It was clear that they were being caught up in it as well. "Let's leave and inform the clansmen," Xianxia said. "Things aren't looking too good. The celestial race is at a disadvantage. The ones that are rushing into this battlefield are almost all from the war race. If we leave like this, we will become targets." Sure, Hao frowned. That's because the war race made abundant preparations and had conspired greatly. They invited many extremely well-known powerful races to surround and wipe out my clan. Xianxia was worried. In the past, there were 6 great celestials in this world, establishing their clan's glory. Now, 4 of them obtained Heaven's Mandate Stones, meaning that 4 similarly great experts could be produced. How could the other races allow this? That was why they secretly worked together. The ancient battlefield Hao and Xianxia were in was the largest one, covering 200,000 li. It was also the most dangerous one. The mist inside was thick, isolating it from the outside world. It was to the extent where when one entered this place, a few secret treasures and other items would lose efficacy. There was a strange natural law that affected all creatures. It was because it was rumored that there had been an extremely powerful expert that used to oversee this place. His blood, bones, Tao, were engraved within the mountains and rivers, not scattering this entire time. That was also why Hao and Xianxia chose this place. It was to protect them. They didn't know that the great formation of the blood plains had been destroyed, nor were they aware that the 12 devil kings were all killed by the old celestial. Even if they did know, they wouldn't have any other choices. It was because the entire great earth was chaotic, and slaughter happened unendingly. Enormous armies were clashing, so they might as well just hide here. Hong Long. The great earth trembled. Great banners displayed themselves. A group of armored horses appeared, and then bows with arrows were drawn back. They shot towards the group of scattered soldiers ahead. Show! Arrows flew out chaotically. Dazzling light appeared in the sky, and all types of divine rainbows streaked across, drawing out long tail lights. It was exceptionally beautiful. The dozen or so people that were trying to escape up ahead cried out miserably. Feathered arrows pierced through their bodies, and then they fell onto the ground with putong sounds, the smallest among them barely over 10, not even fully matured yet. It's my race's people. She felt anxious and furious, but it was already too late to save them. Within the blood plains, the great battle reached high into the sky and involved many regions. The celestial race of this region were defeated. A small group fled here, but it was difficult for them to avoid death. Help me. A youth among them with a rather young and tender face clearly saw Shi and Hao. He helplessly reached out his hand, blood continuously being coughed from his mouth. Unfortunately, it was already too late. That youth's eyes grew dim, and then with a putong sound, he fell just like the other clansmen. No! Shi's nose felt sour. Now that the battle reached this point, it truly deviated from its original intention, no longer purely for the purpose of seizing the Heaven's Mandate Stone, but instead a great battle for the fate of a clan. Their goal was not to completely wipe out their old enemy. There are 2 left. Your luck isn't bad. The leader on an armored horse spoke. He gave Hao a look, and then he stared at Shi, feeling extremely stunned. A girl this beautiful really is rare in this world. Since there is such a stunning beauty here, capture her and bring her back to the clan for me. With a wave of his hand, several dozen armored mountains rushed forward, surrounding Hao and Shi. Drag this unsightly brat out and kill him. I don't want him to be a hindrance here, said the armored horse leader. He was a divine flame realm expert, so he naturally didn't care much about a supreme expert. Yes, sir. There were immediately more than 10 centaurs that pulled back their bows and aimed at Hao. Then they shone, and a dozen or so streaks of divine light flew over. Kacha! Hao wasn't angered. The surface of body erupted with lightning, surrounding him and releasing pa sounds, all of them landing on those feathered arrows. Dazzling symbols immediately erupted. Then, noises sounded continuously. The feathered arrows were all blasted apart. Lord, things are a bit off. These people seem to match the secret report. It might be the ones we are looking for, someone said softly. Is that so? The armored horse leader's eyes widened, releasing brilliance. He immediately roared with laughter, thinking that this really was good luck. Great one, be careful. I heard that these 2 aren't easy to deal with. There were divine flame realm experts that had fallen because of them. We need to be careful. Someone secretly warned. I understand. Arrange the formation and kill them. The armored horse hinted with his hand, and then all of the armored horses backed up. They flung out banners to seal this place. Kill! Shi moved. Just now, her clansman had died, leaving her feeling greatly broken-hearted. She produced a precious mirror that illuminated all directions. Brilliance scattered about that attacked at the enemy. Hao was even faster. He immediately rushed out, soaring into the sky and slaughtering towards the leader. Hong! Both sides' palms collided. Symboled light rushed into the heavens. Go to hell! Suddenly, someone took action from the side. Divine flames rushed outwards, unexpectedly more powerful than the leader to attack Hao. The Pisho Precious technique smashed over. I am the real leader. He revealed a sinister smile. He was with the other soldiers, while the leader bossing everyone around was unexpectedly his spiritual body. Hong! What left him shocked was that the symbols were ineffective. When they blasted onto Hao, they were completely wiped out. Meanwhile, his spiritual body cried out miserably. Its precious technique was useless, and after trading blows with Hao continuously, it exploded in midair. Even the barbaric beast mount was killed. Hand over your life! Hao rose into the air. He didn't have much time left, so he had to quickly decide this battle. The leader's true body's expression changed. He quickly backed up, but it was useless. Hao's palms and fingers shone. He quickly closed in, erupting with his great flesh's divine might. This battle was a more daunting experience than dangerous. Before Hao's magical force immunity ran out, he barraged this person with attacks. Blood and bones splashed high into the air, and a bloody mist scattered outwards. It died an extremely violent death. Hao seized a great bow and continuously fired it. Miserable cries sounded continuously. The ones that tried to escape all collapsed into pools of blood. And there were even a few mounts that exploded as well from Hao's shots. Blood splashed out everywhere. War was always like this. They would never be peaceful and full of blood. This troop was completely wiped out. However, Hao found it hard to make himself feel better. He had a bad feeling because they would eventually be found by the Great Army. Go! He quickly and immediately brought Xianxia away from this place towards the depths of the ancient battlefield. From then on, Hao and Xianxia continuously fought bloody battles, wiping out more than 10 troops. They moved while bathed in blood. If you can't, then just put me down and escape by yourself, Xianxia said. The most dangerous time was when a true deity came. If Hao hadn't lead him into a Vajra demon's nest, they would have likely encountered quite a crisis. It's fine, they haven't found us yet, Hao said to himself. Are these two the ones that were to be captured? Soon after, they encountered another troop. A young man within this group saw Xianxia, and then using a precious mirror, he revealed her true appearance. It's them. Surround them. He was overjoyed, ordering the several dozen experts under him to take action. Little prince, please be careful. An old servant spoke. The youngster was the descendant of king, but he himself hadn't been granted a nobility title yet. This had always made him feel rather upset. Our generation has 3 great war kings, and one of them is nearby. I want to capture her before him. Xianxia was shocked. The 3 war kings came. Those were the illustrious young supreme beings of the younger generation, and one of them were actually nearby. She looked towards Hao and revealed a look of worry. Inside the war race, once one was granted the title of war king, that meant that their natural talents were exceptional and oppressed those of the past. They truly had the power to overlook their peers. There would inevitably be a few formidable characters by these people's sides that would protect them, following them into battle to prevent others from secretly attacking them. I am actually quite excited to see just how formidable these war kings really are, Hao said to himself, his eyes shining. One has to understand that this was the War Emperor clan, one of the 10 great races. It was difficult for them to produce a single war king after several tens of generations. For this generation to have 3 of them really was unordinary. Go capture all of them. The youngster spoke in a bossing tone. As soon as they made contact, Hao was careless. He thought that he could immediately get rid of that old servant with his magical force immunity and also capture that war race descendant. He never expected that the youngster would secretly take action. He had an ancient magical artifact, a pure white jade bottle, and this bottle was going to suck him inside. His magical force immunity was ineffective. Hao's body was visibly shrinking, going from his normal height to 2 inches in height. He was being sucked towards the precious bottle and was already by the bottle's opening. That old servant assisted him in activating this bottle. This precious bottle was warm and smooth like jade. It was spotlessly white and shining with a few extremely special symbols. It could collect tall mountains and great rivers. This bottle was extremely terrifying and extraordinary. You all capture that woman. I will kill him. The youngster was rather content. This was the first time he activated the bottle, yet it unexpectedly succeeded. Break! Hao shouted. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else anymore. His entire body erupted with symbols. A piece of yellow earth shot out from the pill furnace and smashed forward. What kind of thing is this? The youngster cried out. It was because this yellow earth plugged up the opening of the bottle, stopping it. The symbols on the bottle began to corrode. The bottle quickly dimmed and lost its luster. Hao was already close to the opening of the bottle. It was just too dangerous, almost being sucked inside. However, when he was several feet away from the opening, he seized this opportunity and finally broke free. Impossible! This precious artifact is a rare secret treasure and about to become a heavenly deity magical artifact. How could it suddenly stop working? The youngster was going crazy. There was an old ancestor that doted on him quite greatly, bestowing him with this magical artifact and having him enter the blood planes to gain experience. Normally speaking, nothing should be able to destroy it, yet now it began to corrode. How quickly enlarged in size again, quickly turning from 2 inches in height back to his normal size. He landed on the ground, and then he ferociously took action, rushing murderously towards the divine flame realm old servant. In his opinion, this was the most dangerous individual right now. As long as he could get rid of him, then the situation would be a lot more predictable. Hong. At this moment, the magical force immunity had not disappeared yet. There was still a final bit of time. The 2 individuals engaged each other. Bloody light surged. The old man's arms broke and he flew outwards. "You?" He was shocked. "Get in here," the youngster shouted from the side. He was still activating the jade bottle, but unfortunately, it was useless. He tried to get rid of the yellow earth with other magical artifacts, but they were all destroyed in the end. The yellow earth's background was extraordinary, originating from the boundless, uninhabited region. Of course, it was not the true yellow earth and instead something that formed while permeated in the real piece of yellow earth. Even though this was the case, it still made a secret treasure ineffective. Pooh! The old servant was not a match and was killed by Hao. The group that surrounded Xianxia were greatly alarmed. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Hao took action decisively, killing them one after another. No one could get away. "It's now your turn." Hao pressed forward, taking action against that youngster. This battle was without any suspense. Even though this young war race youth was unordinary, he only survived a few dozen moves against Hao in the end before dying. In reality, in the same generation, there weren't many people who could exchange several dozen moves with Hao. What he accomplished was already quite a rare thing that few could accomplish. Hao put away the yellow earth and carefully examined the fine jade bottle. He was a bit speechless. This was quite a good treasure, but a lot of its symbols had been damaged. What a pity! He felt rather regretful. "You actually stopped a divine artifact." Xianxia was shocked. Through this battle, Hao was given a wake-up call. The magical force immunity was not unmatched. Against a true deity, he could only retreat, and against higher-level magical artifacts, it wouldn't necessarily activate either. The 2 quickly left, going on their way again. "Have we been locked onto by someone? Even though I am hiding in your cauldron, why do they still always find us?" Xianxia revealed a worried look. It was because as they continued, Hao encountered danger several times. Xianxia hid in the cauldron, but she could still feel how intense the battles outside were. After several instances of this, she freed herself from the cauldron. When she came out, she found that Hao's face was pale, and his clothes were covered in traces of blood. "It's not that we were targeted, but rather that there were too many war race troops eliminated by us. They issued a death order that anyone that isn't part of the war race is to be killed on the spot." Hao's complexion was not good. His face lacked color. Not long ago, he unexpectedly encountered a war king, this race's outstanding genius. However, they weren't even able to exchange blows, because a true deity appeared at the war king's side, chasing him down the entire time and almost killing him. During the latter half of the night, he suffered another injury. His entire body was covered in blood. He was almost killed by that true deity. More than 10 bones were broken, and there was a crack between his brows. Hao's injuries were extremely severe. If not for the Earth into Inch's great divine ability being formidable, granting him the Earth escape technique and allowing him to enter the depths of the battlefield, he would have died right there and then. Despite this being the case, his injuries were still extremely serious. His foundation was damaged. Xianxia freed herself from the bone cauldron and appeared in front of him. When she saw this scene, she felt extremely uncomfortable, and tears appeared in her eyes. "I'm sorry. I've involved you in my troubles." She told Hao to continue alone and not worry about her any longer. "You don't have to blame yourself. Even if I leave alone, I won't be able to leave. The war race wouldn't give up," Hao said. Xianxia sighed softly. This kindness was too great. Hao escorted her several hundreds of thousands of li. If not for this youth being here, she would have long been captured or killed. "Thank you." She didn't know what was proper to say. You two won't be able to get away. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded. A line of people pressed forward. Among them was a young man who was 20 or so years old. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his eyes like those of a phoenix. His skin was like white jade, flickering with sparkling radiance. There was a unique type of charm to his appearance. War King. He had hurried over, and it was precisely him that spoke. Do you dare fight against me alone? Hao's body was covered in blood. He stood up, exuding a type of intimidation without anger. It was as if a tiger or dragon was making its appearance. I originally still intended to take action, but what a pity, right now you are unsuitable. With such severe injuries, any supreme expert can kill you. The War King spoke with an incredibly cold and merciless voice. He had this type of confidence, and even more so a type of unequaled mentality. The war race had previously ruled the world, an emperor clan. How could the War King of this type of terrifying ancient clan that only produced someone like him once every dozen generations be ordinary? In the current world, 3 War Kings existed, but this was definitely an extremely rare thing. Less nonsense. Just hand over your life. Hao shouted. I don't want to dirty my hands. The War King carried his hands behind him. His phoenix-like eyes were chilly, his skin pure white like jade. Even his hair was sparkling and shining. His entire body gave off an otherworldly aura. This was a type of humiliation. He looked down on Hao in his current state, feeling that it was beneath him for them to fight. He felt that this person was not worth his time. Kill him for me. He turned around, showing disdain beneath contempt. Upon receiving the order, a few supreme experts rushed over. That true deity also took action in secret, quickly closing in. Hao sighed. He turned around to escape, entering the depths of the earth again. The true deity pursued him closely. When he appeared on the surface again, the glaring red light of 3 blood moons seeped through the ancient battlefield. However, it was still unable to conceal the pallor of Hao's face. His injuries were too severe. More than 10 of his bones were broken. His arm and leg bones were even more so broken at several areas. If not for his magical force supporting him, he would already be lying on the ground. In addition, regardless of whether it was his primordial spirit or his flesh, they both suffered horrifying injuries, harming his foundation. If this continued, he really might die from his foundation being dried up. What's wrong? She felt anxious. She brought out a bit of spiritual spring to have him drink it. Her stunning face was full of worry. Let me rest for a bit. Hao was extremely exhausted. Just now, he suffered another blow from the true deity at a distance. His body almost broke apart and his primordial spirit almost scattered. His breathing was unstable. His chest was rising and falling intensely. He had been chased after this entire time. Now that the great battle reached this state, it took a huge toll on his body. It was hard for him to even stand up again. His injuries were terrifying. Don't worry, you will recover again. She seemed to have thought of something. While sobbing, she quickly produced a pill medicine and had him eat it. What is this? Hao was shocked. This pill was the size of a dragon eye fruit and curling with purple light. Symbols wrapped about it. It was as if it had life, smashing about the jade container with pung-pung sounds, as if it was trying to escape. This is a celestial pill, a unique precious medicine. No matter how severe your injuries are, it can immediately help you recover, she explained. Hao was shocked. This pill was priceless as expected. It was just like the heaven-mending pill, able to save a person's life. When he was in the lower realm, he had seized a heaven-mending pill from Yuchan. However, after that final battle against the 7 deities, the villagers had forced him to eat it. The reason he was able to revive might not be because of the holy medicine's rebirth ponds or his powerful will. Perhaps it was related to the heaven-mending pill. Hurry and eat it. We cannot waste any time. She's sparkling white jade hand personally brought the celestial pill to the edge of his mouth, touching his lips. Hao nodded, not refusing her kindness. It was because his injuries were too severe and he couldn't hold on any longer. Being able to escape with his life from a true deity's clutches was already extremely heaven-defying. If he didn't immediately recover, once their pursuers arrived, both him and Xianxia would undoubtedly die. When the purple precious pill entered his mouth, it turned into a medicinal starch and erupted with symbols. It immediately rushed towards his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and primordial spirit. The effects were quite heaven-defying. There were no side effects. In just an hour, Xianxia stood up again, vigorous and healthy. He was surging with blood energy, and his spirit was abundant. He had recovered to his peak state. The effects are this great? Even though he was inwardly prepared for the results, he was still extremely shocked. It's good that you are okay. Xianxia's worries faded and she finally revealed a smile. Her beautiful eyes moved about. Her skin was snow white, her smile displaying great beauty. It was clear that this type of rare precious medicine was precious. It was because her status was special that she was able to have one. They came again. Xianxia pulled Xianxia's jade arms, immediately turning around to leave. Only after a long time had passed did they stop in a secret place. Xianxia said with a cold voice, "Are they forcing me to kill their war king?" He was angry. The war king's people continuously chased after him. It was hard for him to break away. He decided to take some risks. "Don't be too rash," Xianxia said. She was extremely worried. "That true deity is always chasing after me and will always leave the war king for a period of time. I have a chance to take action and kill him," Xianxia said. His eyes erupted with light, shooting out like a rainbow. Xianxia discovered that this youth had an indescribable type of charm, an unrivaled style. He was self-confident and persistent. There was a type of divine radiance around his entire being. Self-confident people had the most unique temperaments. The current Xianxia was firm and resolute, confident in himself. He was shining brilliantly. Xianxia was going to kill the war king. What kind of confidence was this? One has to understand that they were one of the higher realm's 10 greatest clans in the past, the most tyrannical war emperor clan. Their war kings were definitely heaven-defying. When Xianxia looked at him, she stared blankly for a moment, a bit spellbound. Then, she quickly snapped back, her face a bit red. "Don't put yourself in danger," she advised, worrying for Xianxia's safety. "Who am I? A heaven-warping martial talent. It is just a trifling war king. I must kill him." Xianxia was in high spirits. Xianxia was stupefied, feeling that his confidence was a bit narcissistic, as well as a bit familiar. However, she shook her head, and then continued to advise against this. "There's no need to be scared. Watch how I kill him." Xianxia had already decided to take the risk. He produced a spiritual body and had the spiritual body bring Xianxia away and draw the true deity's attention as well. He is a true deity, so he'll see through this quickly. He will go back to kill you. Xianxia was nervous. "Don't worry. I only need a tiny bit of time. If necessary, show him the golden Bodhi fruit. He'll definitely hesitate then and chase for another period of time." Xianxia gave the golden Bodhi fruit to the spiritual body. Then he turned around, resolutely turning around to kill the war king. The 3 blood moons suspended in the air. Within the depths of the ancient battlefield, demonic gods would roar from time to time. However, the area in front was quite peaceful. The ground was barren, and when one stepped on it, it would feel as if one was stepping on metal or stone. The sound of footsteps resounded through the silent great earth. The blood moons scattered their radiance, making that person appear especially valiant. He directly faced a group of people. Xianxia had returned and found the War King's group. "You are quite brave, daring to meet me again." The War King was extraordinary and aloof. His long eyebrows reached his temples, staring out with his phoenix-like eyes. His body looked like it was made from precious stones. His entire body had a type of brilliance. He was exceptionally powerful and terrifying. "You think you are worth anything? I returned to kill you," Xianxia said softly, but there was an unquestionable pressure as he walked over step by step. Under the blood moons, His tall and straight figure was especially heroic. His eyes were resplendent. The great earth began to tremble along with his footsteps, resonating with him, pulsing with his movements. Blinding holy radiance erupted from his body. It was as if a great emperor had descended into this world. Who am I? I am the War Emperor clan's current generation's War King. And who do you think you are? The War King's eyes were extremely cold and ruthless. I am not much, but there will be a day when I will establish an Emperor clan alone, creating an Emperor race with my own power. I do not need to stand in my ancestors' shade and will be an Emperor in my own right. Xianxia calmly said. Xianxia roared with laughter towards the skies. His thick hair flew about, shining brilliantly just like himself, openly displaying how extraordinary it was. He was the War King of a generation, one with exceptional talents. If not for the war race giving birth to a pair of war-child twins, breaking the equilibrium, he would have become the only king for in several dozen generations. He was born within the War Emperor clan to begin with, and ever since he could remember, he was above everyone around him, distinguishing himself from the others, displaying potential that exceeded 10 generations. How could he not be strong? Your joke isn't funny at all. He had an indomitable aura. During these 20 years, he had traveled through many provinces, but he had never met his match. If not for his misgivings towards his ancestors' teachings, he would have definitely challenged the War King twins, defeated them, and become the only king. It's fine if it's a joke, and even if it's true, it's not a big deal either. It's enough as long as you understand that I came here tonight to kill you. Xianxia spoke calmly as he walked forward step by step. He was calm and collected, not rashly taking action because of the limited time. He was accumulating power, allowing his strength to rise to the peak. He never underestimated his opponents. Even with the unrivaled mindset, he would still take action with full power. This was the main reason why Xianxia was able to arrive where he was today. Earlier, I didn't fight against you because I felt that you were unsuitable, fearing that you would dirty my hands. Now, seeing as you are full of confidence, returning to your peak, I'll help you satisfy your wishes and remove your head. Xianxia said. His stature was tall. His hair scattered about, his phoenix-like eyes intelligent. His entire body was sparkling as if it was carved from gemstones. There was a type of unspeakable charm to his appearance. His aura erupted. He was clearly a human figure, yet right now it was as if vicious prehistoric beast surged with power. The pressure was so great it made others feel suffocated. In his surroundings, the troops all backed up, their bodies unexpectedly all trembling, unable to take this pressure. Even the supreme experts felt their blood energy surging. They staggered in retreat, almost coughing out blood. This was the might of a warrior. He was the king of a race. Even though he was still young, he was already showing signs of his potential. He had the character of an exceptional being, one that rarely encountered worthy opponents. The 3 blood moons hung from the sky. Moonlight scattered down from the battlefield. It was bright red and eye-catching as it illuminated the dry and ice-cold earth. Words are empty. When you are dead, the world will be quiet again. Xianxia's gait was forceful. The distance every step covered, and the time they took did not deviate in the slightest. His footsteps carried a type of rhythm. Eventually, this terrifying rhythm even affected heaven and earth, making it resonate as well. The nearby war race experts' faces also changed. They were on the verge of collapse. What was going on? Even the supreme experts' faces were grave. Xianxia's footsteps were like an ancient imperial court's divine drums as they rang through the world. The dong-dong sounds echoing forcefully, making one's heart rise and fall in response, jumping in accordance. Dong-dong-dong. This was a terrifying divine sound. The rhythm was dry and monotonous, but it shook up these people until their blood energy erupted. A few people couldn't endure it any longer, feeling as if they were going to explode. Pooh! In the end, blood poured out from someone's mouth. He broke free from this rhythm with great difficulty and then quickly retreated into the distance. Otherwise, they were simply heading for the underworld. Their bodies were going to explode. Hong! Xianxia stepped out. When his foot descended, the great earth trembled. Cracks extended several li outwards. His foot stamped onto the ground, greatly affecting this type of rhythm and disturbing this cadence. A few people coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, using this opportunity to break free from the restrictions and to separate themselves from this divine sound. They fled into the distance. Everyone felt great fear. What kind of youth was this? Just the rhythm of his footsteps alone already affected them so greatly, mysteriously almost making them fall. The War King took action. A single step crossed 100 zhang, rushing forward in an instant. He immediately became completely different. It was as if an insurmountable archaic mountain appeared, scattering the clouds and appearing in the present world. It was extremely intimidating. In addition, there were layers of mysterious symbols that flickered about, engraved within his flesh. There was holy radiance surrounding them, making it look as if there were silver flames surrounding his body. He appeared extraordinary and divine. His hands formed fist imprints. This was precisely a type of war imprint that the war race was known for. A metal monument was condensed in front of his body from symbols. An ancient divine sound erupted. Hong! The war monument was like a mountain. Even though it wasn't large, it still had a mountainous pressure that crushed down on Shihao. The most dazzling patterns covered its surface. Shihao was without fear. His entire body shone. He walked over with large steps. With the magical force immunity ability, he didn't fear this first strike. His body unexpectedly moved through this monument, and then he struck ferociously at Xianxia. Hong! His palm shone. There was a shocking type of luster when it smashed towards this War King. It was like a raging sun as it released a terrifying radiance. It was incomparably dazzling. Dang! A golden bone sword mace moved through the air, smashing into Shihao's palm. 1,000 strands of blazing multicolored light erupted between the two. The sound that was produced was clear, cold, and raw, as if two copper millstones were grinding against each other. Xianxia had long realized that his first collision against Shihao would result in the magical force immunity. He had his preparations as well. The weapon in his right hand was waiting for this strike, and it stopped it. At the same time, his left hand formed an imprint, and then it continuously slammed outwards. As a result, war monuments appeared in the void one after another, flickering with metallic luster. They were covered in terrifying symbol engravings. These divine monuments appeared in rows, descending from all directions and slamming down towards Shihao. They all flowed with a mysterious force and erupted with powerful fluctuations. They released a battle divine might. This was Xianxia's method, war monument imprint. In that instant, several dozen ancient monuments arranged themselves everywhere, sealing up all directions and releasing a terrifying pressure. They shattered Shihao's magical force immunity ability. Shihao's eyes were clear, but he was shaken inwardly. The other party understood his method, using this attack to stop his first round of flesh attacks. He was waiting for his magical force immunity to end. This was clearly showing results. Xianxia used the divine monuments to exhaust this power, and in close range, he used the golden bone sword mace to face him. Kungxiang sounds rang through the air and sparks flew about. This was a powerful opponent. "Do you not even dare to fight me in close combat?" Shihao said. "Even though I've cultivated the unbreaking precious body, why do I have to listen to you and fight you where you have an advantage? Letting emotions get in the way of a battle is not heroic, but stupid." Xianxia was extremely calm, not letting this affect him. Hong! The divine monuments rumbled, and then they completely collapsed. Symbols covered the void, falling downwards. It was because Shihao's magical force immunity's time limit had arrived. "It's about time for me to take action," this War King shouted. His phoenix-like eyes shone brilliantly like a sky-shocking rainbow. He swooped down, and while moving the golden bone sword mace, he opened his mouth and spat out a stream of silver radiance. War sword energy. This was a blast of innate true energy. It surged outwards and condensed a unique symbol that struck towards the space between Shihao's brows. At the same time, the golden bone sword mace in his hands smashed downwards. It was as if an enormous mountain was smashing down. Heaven overflowing golden symbols rushed downwards with world-shocking divine might. Chi. The space between Hao's brows shone. The grass character sword intent erupted. Kengqiang sounds rang out. Sword energy rushed out from his forehead, his body, from the pores over every inch of his body. This place was covered in brilliance. Sword energy weaved about. The void seemed like it was about to be pierced through. Over 100 attacks were traded in an instant. The two individuals' movements were just too fast. Sword energy weaved about in the thousands, and great winds swept about. Sword radiance rushed through the sky in all colors. It was beautiful and dazzling. Hong. The golden bone sword mace was a great killing weapon. It inflicted so much pressure on the void that it began to distort. Each time it was brandished, Xianxia's hair would also fly about. The divine force was matchless. Meanwhile, Hao formed an imprint, not holding back as he faced off against this precious artifact. Dang sounds rang through the air, releasing ear-splitting sounds. The enemy was powerful beyond his expectations. Undying war intent, the War King said with a low voice. A purple imprint appeared between his brows, mysterious fragments of a diagram. They were displayed at this moment, and it shone brilliantly. Chi. In that instant, purple symbols rushed out from the space between his brows one after another. They were like the strokes of a complex and ancient symbol that were disassembled and displayed in the void. In Hao's surroundings, purple laws appeared strand after strand. They linked up together to form a little thousand world, trapping him within. Hong. Hao's entire body shone. Resplendent symbols attacked these patterns. He discovered with surprise that these symbols would regenerate after being destroyed, and they were also pulling at his primordial spirit. This was a tangible spiritual space, a divine will cage. The so-called undying war intent was unexpectedly this. Hao's expression was calm. The space between his brows shone, releasing strand after strand of divine, multicolored light. A unique technique was forming. This was the primordial spirit technique within the Lightning Emperor Precious technique. Divine will into lightning. Hong. The primordial spirit condensed. A small figure sat between his brows, one that held a golden hammer. It fiercely slammed downwards, and then the surrounding spirit cage immediately cracked. The chains of order continuously broke one after another. Xianxia was shocked. The undying will of heaven that produced the spirit cage had never failed before. From what his clansmen said, it could wipe out the primordial spirit of an exceptional talent, a great trump card. However, it actually failed now, causing him to frown. This War King roared. His entire body surged with radiance like a divine flame. From the crown of his skull, wave after wave of innate spiritual energy was released, and then they condensed in the void, forming 9 individuals identical to himself. They were exactly the same as his true body. A group of war kings rushed forward. They either formed imprints, held golden bone sword maces, brandished divine fists, or carried heaven overflowing symbols. The divine might displayed was too shocking. Hao was startled. This type of precious technique was strange and difficult to understand. So many war kings unexpectedly appeared at the same time. When their powers were overlaid on top of each other, it would be difficult to imagine. A Wang sounded. His only heavenly passage opened. Figures rushed out one after another. He sent out his spiritual bodies to join the battle. Xianxia sneered. He also released his spiritual bodies to fight against Hao's spiritual bodies. Meanwhile, his innate foundational energy condensed into War King bodies continued to rush forward. This was an intense and vicious battle. Hao rushed into the sky. The other party's methods were strange. If he was surrounded, the situation would become extremely unfavorable for him. In the void, blood waves surged. He used the Lightning Emperor's secret method. Divine lightning transformed into water, filling up the skies and descending to suppress and kill all of the War King's bodies. Hong! Heaven fell and earth collapsed. Symbols burned ferociously here. Human figures weaved about. Chi. Soon after, an earthen gas appeared beneath Xianxia's feet. The great earth formed from heavenly lightning. In addition, there was vitality on the ground. All types of plants formed from lightning took root. Then, flames raged about his body, merging with the blue sea in the surroundings. Moreover, a spear appeared in his hands. Metallic energy and lightning erupted at the same time with world-shaking sharpness. The 5 elements were formed. Lightning condensed a small world, blasting the War King body below. Xianxia also rushed downwards. This disastrous strike erupted with brilliance. Lightning interweaved, blasting apart the 9 great War King bodies, revealing Xianxia's original body. In reality, there was no way the War King could maintain this type of secret method, and he could only release a single strike. Otherwise, he would be undefeatable, as it was the same as there being 9 of himself. Xianxia revealed a serious expression. The other party's lightning produced a small world while standing at the center of it all. There was a natural, undefeated power to his appearance. Kill! He released a great shout to break through this impasse. He held the golden bone sword mace in his hands. His entire body shone as he rushed forward. An intense close combat commenced. In the blink of an eye, 300 moves were exchanged. The two's movements were fast to the extreme. They tangled together, not willing to let the other get an edge. This War King had a bad feeling. The pressure he faced became greater and greater, and his mind became heavy. It was because the other party's aura continuously increased. The precious techniques he used were changing and forming a world. Below Xianxia's feet, the earthen-colored great earth was verdant with greenery. All types of plants germinated. There was also a clear lake that nourished the plant life. A great flame also descended to control prosperity and decline. It was to the extent where, in this world, all types of creatures that roamed within the forest appeared as well. There were great fish leaping out of the lake's surface. Metallic energy interweaved, forming divine soldiers one after another. They emerged in the void to protect this little world. All of this was produced by lightning. Xianxia stood at the center of it all, controlling everything. "You are the child of lightning?" This War King asked with a downcast voice. He felt that the other party's world was becoming more and more real. The power it erupted with became greater and greater, reaching an extremely dangerous point. If this continued, things would definitely not be good. "I am not," Xianxia calmly replied. Then he coerced the lightning world. Hong! This War King coughed out blood. This time he suffered greatly. His entire body was surrounded by electrical radiance. "War Emperor Hand!" he roared. This was a taboo precious technique. In the past, the clan's War Emperor also studied this great art, and only then did he produce the unrivaled body and become the War Emperor. In that instant, Xianxia formed an imprint. A large golden hand appeared in the void. Quickly took form, terrifying to the extreme. It was created from symbols. Hong! The heavens fell and the earth split apart. This large hand was shining. It unexpectedly slapped Xianxia's lightning world with unstoppable power, blasting the great earth apart and drying up the lake. The forest withered, and the flames were extinguished. Chong! In the little world, metallic energy surged, producing 100,000 divine soldiers. They all hacked down, releasing blinding divine light. Metallic sounds rang out unendingly as they hacked down on that large hand. Sparks flew in all directions. War energy rushed into the heavens. However, the War Emperor hand did not disappear. This type of divine technique's background was unfathomable. The war race flourished because of its existence. It possessed the natural luck of heaven and earth. It was terrifying beyond compare. A terrifying close combat struggle once again began. The two traded over 400 moves. Xianxia was extremely formidable. Anyone able to fight Xianxia to this extent was definitely incomparably shocking. This was especially the case when the War Emperor hand came out. It unexpectedly had an unprecedented, unrivaled self-confident power. The large golden hand crushed everything, destroying all things in the small lightning world. Everything was annihilated. His power was difficult to stop. Seizing light from the 9 heavens, Hao muttered, unknowingly when, in correspondence with the little world in front of him, 9 heavenly void figures appeared in the heavens, hazy and terrifying. The aura they released was world-shocking. Hong! In that instant, the 9 heavens merged, covering a range of 100 li. It then hacked down an immortal light type of lightning. Xianxia was shocked. He felt his blood run cold. When he suddenly raised his head, only then did he discover that a beautiful, flying immortal-type light had formed, and it was descending from outer space. Hong Long. Heaven and earth trembled. That type of light was too terrifying. Its destructive force was too shocking. At this point, Xianxia was long exhausted, and that War Emperor hand had become unstable as well. His mind was greatly shaken, revealing nervousness and fear. He did everything he could to defend himself. Light drowned out this place. He released a miserable cry. His entire being was pierced through by the lightning. Blood splashed everywhere. Hao descended from the sky. I said that I came tonight to kill you. You are Huang? Xianxia asked. Recently, this young devil king Huang's name had been traveling through the world. He fought against the child of lightning with electricity, defeating many outstanding talents. He now managed to guess his identity. In the surroundings, those supreme experts were all shaken. It was unexpectedly Huang who arrived. Xianxia released a groan. Even though he moved as fast as he could, he was still sliced at the waist. The lower half of his body fell from the sky, while his upper half continued to float in midair. His face was pale without any trace of color. He was actually defeated so badly like this. Hao was merciless. While holding a lightning warblade, his hand hacked downwards. The small lightning world was stirred on. The grass inside was fresh and clean, and the water was a deep azure. Everything was extremely realistic. Meanwhile, in midair, a flying, immortal-like radiance descended. The War King wanted to escape, but he couldn't. Pooh! The remaining half of his body was already in tatters. It was then pierced through by the beam of light. His body that had lost 70% of its combat strength became even weaker, dropping onto the ground. Lightning Emperor's secret technique, he said through clenched. His clan's ancient ancestor, the War Emperor, had long deduced that Origin Sky Supreme Being had the Lightning Emperor's inheritance. He now personally experienced it and already verified it. Huang obtained the Lightning Emperor's secret method from the secret realm. Seizing light from the 9 heavens was a tangible manifestation of the Lightning Emperor's taboo secret method. It resonated with the small lightning world how constructed and engraved itself in the void, able to hack down like immortal light. War King! The surrounding people shouted. They rushed forward together. If Xianxia died here, then they wouldn't be able to live either. Kacha! Hao walked up. Lightning appeared everywhere, immediately blasting through the 4 supreme experts. The space between their brows dripped with blood. They collapsed onto the ground, their faces looking towards the sky. Going to stake it all against him. These were the war race's death knights. They didn't fear life and dead. A vicious light appeared in their eyes. They rushed forward together. Chong! Within the little world how created from lightning, weapons rushed out one after another, drawing out a rainbow expanse as they rushed forward. Pu-piu sounds rang out incessantly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed, unable to stop his footsteps. This was all your self-confidence amounted to? It's nothing much at all. Hao looked at Xianxia. His voice was calm. He raised the warblade in his hand into the air. It flickered with soul-shaking blade radiance. Xianxia's face was snow-white. It was because he lost half of his body, and his blood loss was severe. His battle strength was even more so flowing out from him. He couldn't retaliate at all. Stop! Kill! In the surroundings, the War King's troops and followers were shouting, rushing at him with no fear of death. Once the person they were supposed to be protecting died, there would be no good end for them either. Hong! Hao stopped moving. At this moment, his body and mind were clear, elevated to a wonderful state. He comprehended the Lightning Emperor's precious technique and touched upon its natural luck. His understanding advanced a step further. He began to take steps outwards like when they first encountered each other, harmonizing with heaven and earth. Lightning accompanied his movements. He walked forward step by step. It was as if drumbeats sounded in the air. Ah! Someone cried out miserably, trapped within this rhythm. That person's blood began to rise and fall in response, trembling with his footsteps. Pooh! The faces of more than 10 formation arrangement realm cultivators went pale. Under this type of special rhythm that resonated with his footsteps, in the end, their hearts exploded, and then their entire body's blood erupted. They raised their heads and fell onto the ground. Xianxia became calm at this moment, becoming one with this world. His entire body swirled with symbols, and a secret force emerged. Finally, an enormous Hong sound rang out, and his body erupted with endless magical force. His cultivation climbed another step, advancing from the initial level of the Supreme Expert realm to the mid-level. His entire body was swirling with precious light. Lightning interweaved and cleansed his body. The exhaustion from the great battle was swept away in one go. He was now surging with vitality and full of blood energy. He entered a wonderful martial state, gaining enlightenment and breaking through his shackles, advancing a level. This was not done so deliberately, but rather when conditions are right, success will follow naturally. The surrounding people looked as if they were looking at a ghost. How terrifying was this person? His steps were like a ghost-chasing drum, shaking up a few cultivators until their bodies exploded, while he himself even increased in cultivation realm. This was the results of condensing heaven and earth, receiving the baptism of the great Tao's harmonization. Back then, when Xianxia was in the lower realm, for the sake of fighting the 7 deities, he hurriedly took a little rebirth pill to become a supreme expert. He always felt that this wasn't too good. Breaking through like this wouldn't produce a strong Tao foundation. After coming to the higher realms and mending his body's natural laws, he had been suppressing his body this entire time for the sake of compacting his past rashness and making his body's Tao foundation perfect. Otherwise, with so much time having passed, he should have broken through a long time ago. Now he couldn't suppress it anymore. His foundation was solid and thoroughly complete. Now he was in a wonderful magical comprehension state, and he naturally broke through. From here on out, there was no need for any more worries. Everything was pointing towards perfection, and he could calmly cultivate. At this moment, he harmonized with heaven and earth. Lightning pervaded the air, and electricity curled up around him. That small lightning world became even more realistic, vivid, and lifelike. Along with his footsteps, this type of rhythm became more and more terrifying. The supreme experts all suffered as well, holding their hands over their hearts and coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Chong! At the most crucial point, with a snap of Xianxia's fingers, the lightning warblade in his hands began to vibrate with an ear-splitting sound, ending this rhythmic footstep sound. However, this was terrifying as well. Several supreme experts' hearts were torn apart, their chests exploding. Blood erupted from their bodies, dying on the spot. The blade sound was like the final symbol of death. It hacked apart the vitality of the supreme experts who were brought into this rhythm, killing them immediately. There were now corpses laying everywhere and blood covering the ground. Xianxia was like a devil king, slaughtering all those in his path. No! There were only a few people still alive, but they suffered severe injuries as well. They couldn't help but release cries of unwillingness. Pooh! Xianxia raised the blade and swept outwards. Several heads flew to the side, and blood rushed more than 10 feet into the air. Then, with a chong sound, their primordial spirits were severed. Oh! In the distance, the heavens swayed and the earth moved. An angry roar tore through heaven and earth. That true deity had hurried back. He was just too fast, shooting over from the horizon like a streak of sunrise radiance. After chasing me for so long, you've come back too late. Xianxia looked into the distance. He raised the blade in an unhurried manner, and then he hacked down. Pooh! The war king was unwilling. He screamed towards the sky, but his head was still split in two. Blood surged together with lightning into the air. His expression thus froze. The lightning was completely restrained within Shuhao's body, and the electricity scattered. He displayed a secret technique, using the earth into Inch's great divine ability, and then together with lightning he disappeared from this place. The true deity roared with anger. He arrived in the blink of an eye and raised the War King's ruined body. His expression was sinister and his eyes scarlet red. His head of hair all stood on end. The natural order of heaven and earth interweaved and exploded like lightning. How could this be? He was going mad. This was the War King of a generation, yet under his protection he was cut off in his prime. Even if he was a true deity, when he returned to the race, he would still be severely punished. Just how much time had passed? The war race's outstanding talent was killed just like that, and dying so tragically as well. Meanwhile, the other party was similarly just a youth. "We are the War Emperor clan." He roared towards the sky incomparably sinisterly. If not for Shuhao using the Lightning Emperor's precious technique and surrounding everything within a range of 100 li with electrical clouds startling him, he wouldn't even have noticed that this bitter battle was happening. Who exactly are you? In the present world, there weren't many that could kill Xianxia. Only youths with War Emperor characters could do so. Suddenly, he stared at the ground. There was a bloody word left behind by Xianxia's ruined corpse. Huang. Huang! The true deity roared. His head of hair rose, rushing into the heavens. He was driven mad. Shuhao and Yunxi regrouped. His spiritual body was in a rather terrible condition, his injuries extremely severe. After being chased by the true deity for so long, he almost died. "You returned." Yunxi was alarmed. Shuhao nodded. He guided the spiritual body back into his body, and then he circulated bone texts. Blood energy surged, recovering his foundational energy, slowly returning his body to its peak state. The celestial pill's efficacy was still there, not completely scattered. "You killed the War King?" When Yunxi learned about this battle success, her little mouth formed an O shape. She was extremely shocked. "Who am I? If I said I was going to kill him, then of course I will. Could it be that you thought I was going to waste my time?" Shuhao said. "Everything about you is perfect. Just a bit narcissistic." Yunxi muttered. This accomplishment truly shocked her. The War King of a generation was known as a young supreme being that came from the War Emperor clan, yet he was killed by the youth in front of her just like that. Needless to say, this would definitely trigger a huge commotion and shake up these two great clans. Not only would the war race be furious and feel incomparable grief, even the celestial race was going to be shocked. One of their future great enemies was eliminated just like that. It was worth celebrating. Shuhao benefited greatly from this battle. Not only did he break through his original cultivation realm, he also understood a bit about the war race's bone texts, precious techniques, and other things. The value of this was great. What kind of special precious techniques does the celestial race have? As they went on their way, Shuhao asked Yunxi for guidance. His thick skin even hoped to maybe learn a few small divine abilities from the celestial race. From man to heaven, what exactly is that? He wanted to understand a bit more about the celestial race's profound secrets. The so-called celestial is just the first stage. If one wants to truly become a matchless expert, to evolve to the peak heaven, it represents an even higher level of life. Yunxi was not on guard against him, explaining it to him in detail. She spoke about quite a few mysteries, allowing Shuhao to learn quite a bit. "Now that you merged with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, will the rebirth process go smoothly?" Shuhao asked. "There is a dangerous stage where I will need others to protect me," Yunxi replied. The two walked while chatting. Shuhao understood a lot, to the extent where he now even knew that during that dangerous stage, the Heaven's Mandate Stone could be seized away. It was clear that the true deity behind them went crazy. He chased after them this entire time, wishing to find Huang and get revenge for the War King. However, Shuhao had just broken through, so his speed increased somewhat, making it even more difficult for the other party to catch him. He brought Xianxia with him into the heart of the ancient battlefield. It was rumored that this largest ancient battlefield previously had a truly exceptional expert overseeing it. His blood, bones, and symbols were all engraved here, which was why this place was so terrifying. When the two individuals approached this place, they noticed that the void was swirling with different colors. Those were broken divine chains of order, laying about in disarray. All types of multicolored light erupted. It was extremely chaotic. It was difficult to approach the central taboo region, because the slightest carelessness would result in the natural law divine chains destroying their bodies. They could only watch from the distance. There are plants there. They were shocked. The taboo region was verdant and lush with life. There were green and thriving plants that released brilliance. There were vines and flowers that were beautiful shades of purples and reds, curling with multicolored light. Hao secretly used the dual pupil to see what exactly it was. He was immediately shocked, because he saw a figure in snow-white clothes, exceptional and alone, who stood in the taboo region. It was extremely shocking. This was a woman. She already noticed Hao. She revealed a faint smile. Her white teeth were sparkling. Her appearance extremely graceful and charming. She was flowing with beauty, immediately making Hao a bit flustered. This was a feeling he had never felt before. This woman was too unique. Her fine black hair was gentle and supple, her snow-white skin elegant and her eyes intelligent. Her appearance was truly exceptional, leaving Hao momentarily absent-minded. This person stood in this bone-covered taboo land where flowers and plants shone with multicolored radiance. She was extremely special. Her snow-white clothes fluttered about, her divine charm otherworldly. She was truly exceptional. Suddenly, an intense quake sounded in the skies above. Great Tao poured down like a waterfall, and natural laws were like a sea, seemingly about to collapse the blood plains. The War Emperor and Old Celestials battle had ended. Within the center of the bloody battlefield, the taboo region, where white bones were piled up and flowers and plants thrived, an individual in snow-white clothes stood alone. This was an extremely strange scene that did not really match. It was extremely mysterious. Heaven and earth trembled greatly. Hao hurriedly snapped back from his daze and retracted his eyes. He looked towards the heavens. That battle had ended. Was the victor of the two great forbidden existences decided? Who exactly won or lost? This momentary silence made this area of several hundreds of thousands of li suffocating to the extreme. All of the battles stopped. Everyone gazed towards the sky. The blood moon suspended overhead. Mists pervaded the air. Heaven and earth was hazy and dark red, making everyone's moods nervous to the extreme. It was because the results of this battle would be too great, truly able to affect the fate of their clans. If they lost, then the so-called Emperor clan, Emperor race might very well have been a pipe dream. Their former glory and undying inheritance were going to go up in ashes from this battle, becoming a thing of the past. Silence. Heaven and earth was silent without a sound to be heard. There wasn't a trace of noise. Everything sank into a terrifying state of deathly stillness. Battles had continuously happened in the blood plains. The celestial race and war race's war had persisted all this time. Armored mounts galloped past, and blood dyed the blades of soldiers. Now, however, time seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone was waiting, all wishing to know the final result. Reincarnation Mercenary Group, Heavenly Deity Mercenary Group, and the others, the most well-known external powers, also stopped, waiting for the result. Woo! Suddenly, a bugle horn sounded. It was boundless and forceful, oppressive and imposing, ringing through several hundreds of thousands of li. This was the war race's call for their people to retreat. How could it be us? Has the War Emperor been defeated? The instant the bugle horn sounded, for the war race it was like the end of the world. Everyone's faces turned snow-white. They all suffered heavy psychological blows. This was a call for unconditional retreat, as well as to immediately leave and stop all military force. What did this mean? How could this be? We are the War Emperor clan, we live through battle, go crazy through battle, we've moved unhindered through all 3,000 provinces. How could the ancient ancestor be defeated by anyone else? Someone shouted loudly, unable to accept this result. In the distance, the one-legged bull bugle horn's noise was oppressive. It was as if it came from the underworld, shaking the great earth until everything was shaking and requiring all of the war clansmen to immediately retreat. This was a tremendous psychological blow. The war race's armies retreated like a tide, carrying unwillingness, panic, and a type of fear as they did so. The great army lost their morale. A sea of corpses were left behind. There were a few small mercenary groups that felt fearful. Their faces were deathly pale. They were scared, worried that the celestial race would come after them to settle things. This was supposed to be an opportunity for them, yet it ended like this. We won. The celestial race was dumbstruck, and then they cheered. Loud shouts sounded throughout the blood plains loudly, celebrating this result. They were originally extremely worried, because after all, the old celestial had just revived and it would be difficult for him to live. They feared that he wouldn't be the war emperor's opponent. They never expected such a great result. Kill. We should now fight back. Today, we are going to wipe out the war race, turning them into a thing of the past, never to bring us trouble again. Someone shouted. Cries of war rushed into the skies. The celestial race's morale was great. They all activated their precious techniques and prepared to attack and overcome their enemy. However, something shocking happened. Oh! A rhinoceros horn sounded, one that carried a wave of sadness, as if it sounded from the ancient times. It tore through the air with a type of ancient great changes feeling. This was the celestial race's precious artifact. It wasn't the bugle horn of attack, but rather one that demanded retreat, calling all of their clansmen to leave the blood plains and return to Heaven Province. How could this be? Many people were stunned. The celestial race also ordered retreat, not pursuing their retreating enemy. What exactly happened in the battle between the old celestial and the war emperor? Many people were confused. They gazed into the night sky. I knew it would be this type of result. Reincarnation mercenary group's lord said softly. Then, with a wave of his hand, his powerful subordinates silently departed into the distance. Not far away, heavenly deity mercenary group also left silently. None of them said anything. Neither the higher levels of the war race or celestial race, those heavenly deities, said anything. It was because they had long knew about the result. The two powerful experts indeed fought, but it wasn't a fight to the death. At their cultivation realm, they understood each other too well, to the extent where they knew the other party even better than a family member. If they really did fight to the death, perhaps one of them would die, but the other person's blood energy would wither up as well and enter a bitter state. Soon after, he would also depart from this world. That was why, even though the battle in outer space was intense, it still didn't reach a point where one couldn't exist in the same world as the other, an ultimate bloody struggle. Otherwise, they would only be letting the other party off too easily, and the two clans would suffer greatly. Without 100,000 years to recover, they would be ruined and fall right there and then. Meanwhile, the two clans' higher-level figures, the heavenly deities, clearly knew that since the two unrivaled experts were confronting each other, they immediately commanded their great troops to attack each other to produce a result. This was a type of tacit understanding, a chance to go all out. This was also something the two ancient ancestors accepted. They were going to fight it out here to decide it a victor. It was because the battle could still be controlled. If the old celestial and war emperor fought to the death, then that would be a disaster. The fate of the clan would be difficult to control. They weren't willing to go that far, not willing to stake everything here. It ended. Xianxia cried out in joy. After fleeing for so many days and traveling several hundreds of thousands of li, everything was finally about to end. She didn't notice the snow-white clothed woman. She looked towards the horizon, feeling extremely stirred up. This meant that she could return to the clan, ending this great escape. What are you looking at? She was shocked. She felt that Xianxia was a bit absent-minded. He was staring into the depths of the taboo land, his eyes flickering with radiance. Nothing, you should leave first, Xianxia said softly to her. Xianxia stared blankly. She quickly snapped back and understood what Xianxia was implying. She knew that the situation wasn't right. She didn't argue with him, because her staying behind would only be a burden on him. After all, she hadn't started the man to heaven yet. Sure Hao's attention was concentrated ahead. Multicolored light swirled in the void, covered with broken divine chains of order. There was a woman standing in the taboo area covered in white bones, so how could he not be on his guard? Were you the one that produced the lightning just now? The snow-white clothed woman looked at him with interest. Her eyes were filled with specks of light as she transmitted divine sound. Sure Hao's mind trembled. Could it be that he had been discovered by this woman when he fought against the true deity? The Lightning Emperor's precious techniques' fame and power were extremely well known, so it would easily attract others' attention. Light flowed about. A white jade bridge appeared, extending out from the depths of the taboo area towards his feet. A passage was created just like that, one that avoided the chaotic chains of order. Sure Hao hesitated, but he still walked over towards the taboo area. The blood-colored ground, the white bones that were everywhere made this place seem like the underworld. Yet there were still flowers and plants releasing multicolored light. There was even an exceptional beauty standing on the other side. Sure Hao's eyes swept over the ground. His mind was greatly shaken. He saw that there was a broken cocoon shining, and the surroundings had a few traces of shedding remains. He immediately felt a chill that ran down to his bones. Could it be that this woman came out from a cocoon? His mind was all over the pace. This thought immediately gave him a fright. An exceptional expert had fallen here in the ancient past. Could she be that person? Sure Hao stared at the cocoon and came to the conclusion that the cocoon hadn't been broken for long. He felt nervous inwardly. His heart was shaking. Right now, he was even more terrified than when the War Emperor and Old Celestial confronted each other. His face didn't change, maintaining a calmness. He played the profound thinker and said, "Too long. These 100,000 years. The blue sea has turned into mulberry fields. I congratulate Dao Friend's successful rebirth. Lightning Emperor, you've also reincarnated?" The woman smiled, giving off a breathtaking feeling. Within this underworld of white bones, her white clothes made her extremely beautiful. Sure Hao was immediately shaken up. He was stupefied. He originally wanted to try and fool the other person, but he was now absolutely horrified. What kind of background did she have? This was beyond frightening. All those years ago when you pledged your loyalty to me, how young you were back then. Your ambitions were far-reaching. But now, how did you become so low and foolish? Eyes without any brilliance. It is a pity. The female's voice was like the sounds of nature as she shook her head with a sigh. Sure Hao was stupefied. This was an old monster? Why did she sound like the Lightning Emperor's master? How ancient of a figure was this? It was even more distant than the archaic. This might very well be the most ancient existence alive, right? A single immortal dream and eras fade away. You still aren't going to come and pay your respects to your master, the woman said with a serious expression. I will help you establish your previous wisdom and reincarnate your memories. Sure Hao was stupefied. What was going on? He was the Lightning Emperor's reincarnation? He felt as if the world was spinning around him. You can recognize me? Sure Hao summoned his courage and asked. All living things are speaking about how focused you are. You understand the root of things. The snow-white clothed woman's beautiful eyes were deep. She had an appearance of bemoaning the state of the universe, as if she was pitying the fate of mankind as she looked at Sure Hao. You understand the past, able to comprehend previous incarnations? Sure Hao's mind was in utter chaos. He encountered a taboo existence that understood the past. With just a turn of a body, the previous generations would appear, and by looking forward, it is the next life. A will that exists is the present. The woman's appearance was dignified, her style unmatched. She was incomparably beautiful and holy. Then she looked at Sure Hao. It was as if she was teaching a junior. Sure Hao's scalp felt numb. He was completely shocked, almost unable to think straight. What kind of heaven-connecting existence was this exactly, to have this type of methods? Disciple, you still aren't going to pay your respects? The woman said. Hao hesitated. Paying his respects to a senior Great One wasn't a loss for him, but his head was in chaos. How did he randomly end up encountering an unrivaled existence? Suddenly, he saw that this woman's spotless white teeth were flickering with luster. The corners of her lips curled up slightly, and a trace of craftiness flashing through her eyes. His mind was immediately startled. Things didn't really seem right. How could covering up expressions belong to an old freak? This was clearly a quick-witted young lady. He soon understood that he had been duped instead. He immediately revealed a look of disdain, revealing discontent. This woman truly wasn't kind and honest. It was clear that this young woman realized that he woke up. She immediately released a shallow smile and said, "Little brat, you still wanted to try and trick me. Are you the good-for-nothing the devil blood ghost tree was talking about?" Hao was going to faint. This young lady changed too greatly. She was acting all profound just a moment ago, yet now, she was acting witty, moreover directly talking about Origin Sky Secret Realm's ancient tree. "Where did the devil blood ghost tree go?" he asked. "Returned home," the young lady replied with a voice that was as light as a feather. "You came from the vast uninhabited region's depths?" Hao's M&D was greatly shaken. "I guess you can't be called stupid. This immortal has just left my home. For that old tree's sake, I won't beat you. If it was anyone else, I would have definitely hung them up and beat him bad." This young woman spoke domineeringly. She was full of different appearances. When she was quiet, she was exceptional and solitary. But when she moved, she was crafty and quick-witted. When she started spouting nonsense, she then had this type of domineeringness. When Hao heard this, his complexion immediately changed, no longer believing that she came from the uninhabited region. What kind of background do you have exactly?" Hao asked. "Didn't I already say I came from the homeland? Who do you think I am? An age identical to heaven and earth, shining together with the sun and moon." The snow-white clothed woman spoke extremely narcissistically. Hao shot her a look disdain. He sized up the other party's strength, but he couldn't see how deep her cultivation was. Otherwise, he truly would have taken action. "Looking at me like that, are you trying to challenge me? Do you want to get eaten up?" The snow-white clothed woman walked nimbly, her body shining. She gave Hao a look that harbored evil intentions. Hao was speechless. He was actually being threatened. "I just wanted to understand the situation and have no ill will. Who exactly are you?" Hao gave the cocoon on the ground a look. The snow-white clothed woman immediately laughed and said, "You thought I came from the cocoon? This really disgraces this immortal's dignity." When she spoke up to this point, she produced a jade container. One could vaguely see a strange divine bug that was 2 inches in length and sparkling with radiance. It looked quite similar to a qilin. My luck wasn't bad. After searching the entire world, I finally caught a bug king. It should be able to evolve into a bug emperor. She was extremely happy as she fiddled with it. Hao was shocked. He only understood a bit more about bug emperors from Origin Sky Secret Realm. That little thousand world had bug kings, but he didn't see any of them. The snow-white clothed woman caught one, and it could evolve into a bug emperor. "Are you sure of this?" Hao was a bit suspicious, because he heard that as long as it became a bug emperor, it would display all types of unimaginable abilities. Of course, this one is quite unordinary, you know? It is a legendary qilin bug, with one only appearing every thousands of eras. It is a precious bug out of legends. Once it turns into a bug emperor, not only will its fighting strength increase greatly, it will also have the divine senses of finding immortal materials. It is the most precious type of existence. It was clear that the snow-white clothed young lady was extremely happy. She played with the divine bug in the jade container. Her mood was excellent. How powerful is it now? Hao was quite curious as well. He wanted to understand how unordinary the qilin bug was. Right now, it can eat supreme expert-level weapons. When the snow-white clothed lady spoke up to hear, she produced a golden sky spear, shrunk it, and then tossed it into the container. "Gotcha!" Under Hao's stunned gaze, The Qilin bug that was swirling with purple radiance chewed through the weapon and then began to gorge itself. It can eat supreme expert-level weapons? He was extremely shocked. It loves to eat any precious materials with spirituality. Or else how will it find unmatched immortal materials in the future? The snow-white clothed woman rolled her eyes at him. She continuously praised her own good luck. After admiring the divine bug, she put away the jade container filled with symbols. She looked towards Xianxia with her beautiful and intelligent eyes as if she was staring at prey. She walked a circle around him. What do you want? Xianxia was acting rather unnaturally. He was actually being examined like this. This woman was extremely mysterious. He couldn't see through her cultivation realm, unable to tell how great her strength was. You are still not bad. I've decided. The young lady nodded in satisfaction. She then paused momentarily. I am not someone that goes with anyone, Xianxia said directly, and then he added softly, I need time to think about it. Anyone my ass. The snow-white clothed woman almost gave him a beating right there and then. Symbols actually interweaved within her beautiful and intelligent eyes, releasing intimidating divine radiance. Xianxia was shaken. This woman really was terrifying. He had a feeling that that was the beginning stages of a martial Dao heavenly eye. This type of ability had nothing to do with cultivation realm, not something that one had just because their cultivation was profound. That was why it was something even sect masters were envious of. It was extremely rare. I decided. I'll reluctantly accept you as my attendant. Her clothes fluttered about. Her alluring figure was sparkling and shining, flowing with luster, seemingly untainted by the world of mortals. However, her words made Xianxia feel like he couldn't help but feel like beating her up. Why was this person even more deserving of a good beating than himself? Now that I came out, there's no way I'm going to do everything myself. There will have to be people who help me take care of things. She muttered softly as if no one else was here. It was as if she was thinking about a few extremely important matters. Being so busy, are you going to Immortal Palace to comprehend the Tao or discuss methods with the War Emperor? Xianxia mocked. The snow-white clothed woman widened her eyes and said, How did you know? I just went to Immortal Palace. That place really is boring. The so-called immortal ancient bronze palaces are filthy and covered in green copper rust. As a girl, you really are ridiculously pretty, but you really like to shoot your mouth. Xianxia really didn't know what was proper to say. The first half is already enough. The latter half can be completely ignored. She corrected seriously. Xianxia was speechless. He had to admit that this girl really was stunning. When they first met, he even became a bit absent-minded, a bit distracted by her beauty. She was so pretty it was like seeing someone out of a dream. However, the more he understood about her character, the more of her many faces he discovered. Narcissism, craftiness, love to bullshit, and extremely powerful. How she appeared when she was moving versus when she was still was too different. If there's nothing you need, I'm leaving. Xianxia said his goodbyes. He felt that if he stayed here any longer, he would most likely suffer a loss. This woman was too evil. Are you going to Celestial Clan? That girl outside seemed a bit special. Could it be that she was the one that obtained the Heaven's Mandate Stone? The snow-clothed woman spoke, her pair of intelligent large eyes shining. Now, the so-called exceptional, unique, otherworldly characteristics completely disappeared. The feeling she gave off when they first met was completely different. That's good luck. I'll capture her, and then the Heaven's Mandate Stone would be mine. That's good stuff, she said to herself. She looked outside the taboo area, the symbols in her eyes immediately becoming resplendent. The martial Tao heavenly eye formed, releasing 2 golden beams of light that were exceptionally brilliant. You shouldn't act recklessly. The old Celestial hadn't gone that far yet. Xianxia's body shook. He advised carrying out this warning. He and the War Emperor have both ran a long time ago. It's already quite something for them to fight each other once. They have to quickly go back into isolation to stop their blood energy from completely drying up. The snow-clothed woman seemed not the least bit concerned. However, she then muttered and said, "Forget it. This kind of stone I can find sooner or later. I won't make things difficult for her this time, because I still have to pay the old celestial a visit. Not giving the other party any face like this isn't too good." Xianxia was completely speechless. Not a single one of this young lady's words were believable. This was just too much. "All right, you can leave. As someone under me, if you are bullied, you can give them my name." She waved her hand for Xianxia to leave. "Can you stop talking big already?" Xianxia rolled his eyes. "Also, who are you? What am I even supposed to call you?" Soon after, he regretted uttering those words, because the young lady began to brag again. Sigh, truly saddening. Just accepting a servant, yet I have to put up with this. If it was 2 years ago when I still haven't grinded out my inner rashness and inexperience, I would have definitely first given you a beating. Xianxia watched helplessly. He finally met someone that was even more arrogant than himself. "Remember, I am Xianxia. If anyone tries to make things difficult for you, just utter my name and you'll be fine," said the snow-clothed woman. She then waved her hand to have him leave. Xianxia didn't want to stay behind even a moment longer. If not for the fact that there really was a disparity between their strength, he would have definitely thrown himself over and subdued this snow-clothed woman. "Right, I forgot to tell you. Don't just casually report my name unless you are facing people like the old Celestial or War Emperor," Xianxia reminded extremely seriously. Xianxia stumbled, almost falling off the white jade bridge leading into the central taboo region. He said to himself, "In the future, I won't ever shoot my mouth again." When he left the heart of this battlefield for 100 li, Xianxia found Yunxi and regrouped with her. "What was there inside the taboo region?" Yunxi asked. She was quite shocked just now, because there were 2 golden beams of light that rushed over from that direction. "Nothing important, just some shattered natural laws. The divine chains of order might have become chaotic just now," Xianxia said. He didn't want to mention the snow-clothed woman, because what happened just now really didn't make him look all that great. The bugle horn was still sounding from the distance, oppressive and forceful as if an ancient beast was roaring from the 9th heaven. The sound resounded through the entire blood plains. "You should go back," Xianxia said. He looked at the girl in front of him. When Yunxi heard this, her expression became a bit sluggish. The youth in front of her had protected her through the blood plains for several 100,000 li. They traveled together this entire time, and if not for him being there, she would have most likely been captured or killed. "You won't come with me to Heaven Province?" Her red lips moved slightly. She wanted to invite Xianxia to the Celestial clan. "We journeyed together for so long, but there will be a time when we have to part ways. There will be a day when we will meet each other again. This time, I won't go together with you," Xianxia said. He did not want to go to the Celestial clan. "But it's extremely dangerous right now. You killed a war king and provoked a huge disaster. The war clan definitely won't let this go. It's still best if you return with me to the clan," Yunxi advised. Xianxia shook his head. If he went to the celestial race once time went on, his identity would likely be revealed. There were heavenly deities there, and even more an old celestial that founded an archaic glorious legend. "Thank you. Without you, I would have most likely died." Yunxi expressed her gratitude. "Go, I'll take you to a safe place. Perhaps in the future, I'll visit the Celestial clan as a guest. When that time comes, it'll be enough if you just receive me then," Xianxia said with a smile. Seeing how free and at ease he was, how brilliant his smile was, Yunxi sighed softly. Then, she nodded and said, "You definitely have to be careful. The war clan is extremely terrifying." Xianxia displayed the earth to Inch's great divine ability, and soon after, departed from the center of this battlefield. He rushed outwards, quickly finding a group of people belonging to the celestial race's troops. "Goodbye." After saying his goodbyes, he turned around. His figure became blurry on the horizon. He quickly left. Finally, when no one was around him, he even used the Kuan-Peng technique. With a flash, he left behind an afterimage, thus disappearing from this region. Xianxia went into hiding. He understood well that regardless of whether it was the celestial race or the war race, they both had heavenly deity-level experts that were still in these planes. That's why he entered deep beneath the earth and restrained his aura, waiting for the storm to calm. However, he miscalculated. In just 2 days, an intense wave of energy tore through the earth. Someone cut through everything. He knew things weren't good. He quickly fled into the distance, using the great divine ability, shrinking several dozen li to inches as he fled, wishing to flee from the ones that had invaded. Unfortunately, a powerful wave of energy surrounded him, imprisoning him. It was an expanse of resplendent divine chains of order that interweaved together around him, and then it pulled him out from the earth. Heavenly deity magical chains. Xianxia was shocked. He was sure that a heavenly deity was the one that took action, capturing him and bringing him to the surface. Little friend, why are you leaving without saying anything? This was a middle-aged male with an upright and tall figure. His eyes were deep, as if they could see through one's soul. He wore purple clothes. Around him, heavenly deity divine chains protected him, shining brilliantly and resplendently. They interweaved about in every inch of the void, surrounding him. This was a heavenly deity that came from the celestial clan. I wish to know, why did you come looking for me? Xianxia didn't reveal any fear and instead calmly asked. You ate a celestial pill, so if you as long as you are not too far away, you can still be found. The middle-aged man smiled. Xianxia was stunned. So this was where the problem laid. Little friend, do not be worried. I do not mean any harm. I just wish you to come to my clan as a guest and thank you for saving Xianxia. This heavenly deity loosened the magical chains. Senior, I appreciate your kindness, but I still have a few matters to take care of, so I won't trouble the celestial clan. Xianxia tactfully refused. These blood plains were no longer chaotic, having peace restored. The troops of both sides withdrew one after another, and the great earth gradually became desolate. Only a few experts still roamed this place. How could we just leave it like this? You saved Xianxia and escorted her with your life on the line. It is only proper that my clan thanks you properly, Qitua said. His purple clothes moved, exuding an air of nobility. Heavenly deity magical chains wrapped around him, and the mists of light in the surroundings were dense. He looked to be about 40 years old. His eyes were shining. Xianxia didn't want to go to the celestial clan, but he knew that he likely couldn't go against the will of a heavenly deity. After all, with his current strength, it was hard to get away. I greatly revere the emperor race. I will definitely pay a visit a different day. He didn't want to give up until the end. Qitua laughed and said, Little friend has so many misgivings, but there is actually no need to be like that. We just wanted to fully express our gratitude. In the surroundings, magical chains interweaved, forming a resplendent web that was mysterious and powerful, making the heavenly deity at the center appear incomparably heroic. In the end, Xianxia and Qitua went on their way, with a heavenly deity inviting him with such great hospitality. He had no choice and couldn't refuse. The blood plains were quickly left behind, gradually becoming blurry. It eventually became just a smear of dark redness. Heaven Province was verdant and lush with life. Great hills stood magnificently, and spiritual essence curled about. Compared to Demon Province, Heaven Province was spacious, vast, and peaceful, a place of great prospering. Every clan was thriving with deities appearing in great numbers. Conflict rarely broke out. There were many wonderful legends. Along the way, there were many immortal ancient caves and large hills of primal chaos. There were demic cliffs and stone forests, places that connected to the heavens. There were too many wondrous places and historical sites to count. Xianxia was shocked when she saw Xianxia in a city. She hadn't returned to the clan yet, but she already arrived in a safe place. This was a celestial city. We meet again, Xianxia said with a smile. The celestials in the surroundings looked over because right now, Xianxia's identity was not ordinary. In the future, she would definitely become an extremely powerful expert. Xianxia didn't understand why the celestial race's important people didn't leave and chose to stop here. "We are looking for the other two," Xianxia said softly. There was a large group of youngsters from the celestial race that entered the mysterious ancient place, but only 4 obtained Heaven's Mandate stones and merged with them. This was a reflection of extremely great potential. Along the way back, they had been scattered. Heavenly deities protected them as they separately fled. Now, together with Xianxia, there were 2 who made it out. The whereabouts of the other 2 were unknown. The celestial clan's higher levels would definitely not give up on them, continuing to search for them. "We discovered a few clues. Regardless of whether they are alive or dead, they were traces from the past few days," Xianxia said. "Oh." A day later, an enormous roar sounded. A mountain peak in the distance collapsed. A heavenly deity appeared on the horizon, his head of hair standing on end. Divine force surged, and flames rushed into the heavens. He was furious to the limit. He carried a badly mangled body within his arms as he descended into the celestial city. This triggered quite a huge disturbance. Important characters all hurried back. "Immediately return to the clan and place him in the divine pool. Perhaps he can still be saved," Tua said softly. One of the 2 important youngsters had already died, and this one only had the final trace of vitality left. This individual's primordial spirit was cracking apart, the damage extremely severe. "Go!" The heavenly deity, whose eyes were covered in bloody veins, carried this youngster towards the heart of the city. It was because there was an enormous transport formation that could cross several tens of millions of li there. Heaven Province was grand and boundless. There were many clans. Meanwhile, the celestial race's ancestral land was still quite far from this place, so they had to borrow this kind of formation. The expressions of everyone were grave. They started up an ancient altar, stepped into the light passage, and then went on their way. These people disappeared from the city and arrived in a great earth that was full of spiritual essence. There was a city here that had magnificent mountains. This was the celestial race's territory. When one entered this place, rich spiritual essence could immediately be felt. It was much more dense than in the outside world. Cultivating here long-term would result in twice the effect with half the effort. There was no way the transport formation could directly send them into the ancestral land. Otherwise, if enemies invaded, it would be too convenient. A purple bone boat rested in the air. It was extremely large and had been prepared a long time ago. When this group of people appeared, it immediately descended and carried everyone into the limits of the great earth, speeding towards the celestial race's holy land. Below them appeared quite a few cities. They were all quite enormous, the places where the celestial race resided. The area beneath them was extremely vast. The aura of experts would occasionally rise into the clouds. Soon after, they arrived in a mountain range where purple energy surged. It was as if a true dragon was coiling about, resting here. An immortal Tao aura could vaguely be felt. This was their ancestral land. The large crystalline bone boat, after an inspection, stopped. After being illuminated by a beam of holy radiance, it disappeared from its original spot. Hao was speechless. This holy land's defenses were strict. It was difficult for those outside the race to muddle their way in. Multicolored light flashed. The boat appeared in the void, and then it descended onto the ground. They had already arrived in the mountain range depths. In the surroundings, several tens of thousands of zhang of great mountains towered into the clouds, imposing and majestic. Waterfalls descended from above, and it was as if silver rivers fell from the 9 heavens as they formed great white expanses. In addition, every single great mountain was surrounded by immortal mists and flowing with brilliant colors. The clouds were suffused with a redness. It was an extremely gorgeous sight. Hong Long Long. The great earth trembled. A group of enormous golden elephants ran over. Their bodies were golden and shone brightly. Their elephant noses were held high. They released thunderous noises. Ho! In the distance, there was a silver violent ape that roared angrily, beating its own chest. Blood energy surged into the heavens. It was actually at the true deity realm. It was actually herding, protecting a group of auspicious beasts. Even further out, a group of 7-colored divine birds flew about, streaking across the horizon. They produced brilliant streaks of colors in the air. The medicinal fragrance on the great mountains assailed the nostrils. Within the stone cracks, mountain peaks, and other places, rare and precious trees and ancient vines were planted, all of them laden with golden fruits, scarlet red flowers, and other things. So many spiritual birds, auspicious beasts, and rare plants. It really is a good place, Xianxia said softly. This is my celestial race's pasture and medicinal garden. It spans a distance of 100,000 li. She explained for him. What? Xiao's jaw almost dropped onto the ground. He thought that his was already the Holy Land, but it turned out that this was just a corner of it. This mountain range actually covered 100,000 li. There were all types of divine beasts, wondrous bugs, and other things in this region. There were large amounts of rare precious trees and herbs. When the high level of the celestial clan needed something, they would get most of it from here. For example, the giant golden elephant, barbaric flame ox, 7-colored spirit birds, were all excellent food. In the outside world, they were all vicious birds and ferocious beasts, powerful and difficult to defeat. There was a great formation protecting this area of 100,000 li. Back then, when they fought against the war clan, they suffered from the attacks of a war emperor, but even then, only the mountains and rivers collapsed, not completely destroying this place. Could be seen how sturdy this place was. The formation's defensive strength was at the forefront of the 3,000 provinces. Where do you all live? Xianxia asked. Over there. Yun 11 pointed, raising her head towards the sky. That's? Xianxia was shocked. Above the several tens of thousands zhang tall mountains, purple energy surged. An ancient city was supported in midair, resting in the heavens. While speaking, Dao sounds rumbled. An enormous white jade staircase appeared that connected straight to the ground. It flowed with brilliant colors and was accompanied by immortal mist. So strict, Xianxia was shocked. If one wanted to enter the highest divine earth of the celestial race, they actually had to pass through layers upon layers of inspections. The examinations were extremely strict. Correct, even if it is the clan's higher-level figures that return, they still have to go through this. It is to avoid the intrusion of outsiders, She replied. As for the others, they were already long used to this and didn't say anything. During this process, there were always mysterious symbols that swept past, examining if there are any dangers. The enormous city was vast, large, and unbounded. It left Xianxia extremely shocked. This was definitely the largest city he had ever seen. While standing in this city, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Above the city gates that were even taller than a mountain floated a bone-inscribed tablet that flowed with holy splendor. Mists pervaded the air. He could vaguely see the large, simple, and unadorned words on it. City of Heaven. This was the true ancestral land, the highest-level pure land of the former Emperor clan. The Celestials with the purest bloodlines resided here. It didn't rest on the ground, but was instead situated in the sky. Large amounts of great hills rose and fell. Purple energy was released, the mists supporting the city. Purple light flowed about, surging upwards like a flame. Worthy of being one of the 10 greatest races, one of the higher realms' emperor clans. Xianxia sighed inwardly. This corner of what he saw alone was enough for him to peer into their past glory. This race was seated in the 9th heaven, overlooking all things. They were able to have this type of boldness and attitude. Surprisingly, the city was not packed with buildings. The scenery was beautiful, and there were actually many spiritual mountains. There were also streets and large amounts of constructs, but there were even more immortal cave dwellings. No wonder the city was so big. There was another world inside. After returning, those heavenly deities directly disappeared, carrying the wounded youngster towards the archaic divine pond within the city to baptize and treat his injuries. Xianxia had a place next to an azure lake arranged for him. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful, and in front of an expanse of green and lush bamboo forest was a fine residence. Spiritual essence rose in spirals. At first, she accompanied him to help him become familiar with the surrounding environment. However, she was quickly summoned away. Little friend, many thanks for saving Shi. My celestial race cannot thank you enough. An old woman appeared who wore golden magical robes. She looked rather kind. Sure how didn't dare act recklessly here and returned the greeting. It was because this was actually a true deity that was receiving him. She arranged a tableful of dishes and delivered divine wine. If I may ask, does little friend have a Tao companion? The old woman was smiling. Her head of silver hair was sparkling, and the divine flame was restrained. She was extremely easygoing. Sure how thought to himself, and after some slight hesitation said, I still do not. Good, good, good. The old woman was extremely satisfied, saying good 3 times in succession. She personally brought over more dishes for sure how. She sized him up again and again. Little friend is heroic and outstanding, truly a dragon among men. Your potential is outstanding and rarely seen throughout all 3,000 provinces. No wonder you could kill a war king. The old woman praised unendingly. I do not deserve senior's praise. Sure how said, proposing a toast towards her. Being able to kill exceptional talents is truly deserving the title of young hero. Really is rare talents. The old woman seemed more satisfied the more she looked at him. The wrinkles on her face seemed like they were going to vanish. The azure lake and fresh green bamboo appeared even more peaceful under the light wind. Cultivation is a comprehension of life, and a Tao companion is indispensable, or else how can one be complete? Little friend, you should begin to think about choosing a Tao companion. The old woman smiled and said, Tao companion, cultivation, life. Sure how stroked his chin without declaring his intentions. Youth is when one is at their most brilliant. It should be like the rosy clouds of sunrise, the flowers of summer that leave behind their beauty, not the loneliness of autumn filled with bleakness and regret. The old woman sighed with sorrow. Then the old woman got up. She did not continue into a deep conversation. She left behind 2 young ladies who were pure, refined, and had good looks. They were in charge of tending to Sure Hao's everyday life. She's leaving just like that? She even mentioned Tao companions, so what about exceptional beauties? Why did she not mention them? Sure Hao said quietly, looking at the old woman's rear figure rather impatiently. The 2 young ladies were stunned, and then they giggled up their sleeves, eventually swaying back and forth from laughter. I'm actually not all that reserved and aloof. She could have just sat down and discussed things with me. He poured a drink for himself. The 2 young ladies were between laughter and tears. Was this the heaven-warping genius the clan's deities favored? This was a bit too undisciplined, right? The 2 were both pursing their lips and secretly laughing. Turns out that it is your 2? The so-called Tao companions. They gave me 2 at once. Sure Hao turned around and looked at the 2 young ladies. His large eyes shone brilliantly. We aren't. The 2 young ladies' beautiful faces went pale, looking like 2 deers as they quickly backed up. Should be, right? Sure Hao laughed as he looked these 2 over. Show! The 2 young ladies ran with great speed into the bamboo forest, staying far away from the azure lake. Only then did they look at each other in dismay. It was too scary. Is that fella really a genius? The one that killed a war king? Why do I feel like he is up to no good, without any integrity? By the azure lake, Sure Hao's smile was restrained. He looked in the direction where they disappeared into, and with a frown said softly to himself, My reputation is world-renowned, you know. He was a bit upset. How was he going to leave the celestial clan? If this continued for a long time, his identity would definitely be exposed. He wouldn't even be able to hide it if he tried. He carried the wine cup as he stood up, walking within the bamboo forest until he arrived before a stone mountain. He ascended to its peak and then gazed at the beautiful scenery of the lake. In reality, he was secretly watching the entire enormous city. Unfortunately, the city was too large, just like a small world of its own. He couldn't see its limit. There were many immortal caves, and the beautiful mountain peaks were swirling with pure white immortal mists. In addition, there were wide streets as well as large amounts of palace buildings and other normal city constructs. Even without thinking too deeply, he knew that the entire city of heaven had a world-shocking great formation protecting it. Forget about him, even if it was a heavenly deity, it would be difficult to break through. There was no way of getting out. Soon after, the two young ladies then returned again to carefully take care of him. From their explanation of the surrounding scenery to the tea, wine, and dishes that were served, it was all done extremely seriously. Of course, the main thing was that Xianxia didn't scare them again. Is there any wonderful scenery here worth seeing? Xianxia was extremely bored. He asked these two young ladies. The entire city of heaven is a holy land, a supreme pure land. Many clansmen wish to come in, but they don't have the qualifications to do so. There are magnificent landscapes everywhere. One of the young ladies said, "Is there any area that is more special? For example, a true dragon cave, immortal phoenix nest, or emperor grave, unmatched celestial tomb or something else like that." Xianxia gave examples. The two young ladies rolled their eyes. What kind of places were these? True dragon, immortal phoenix, these weren't like snakes or pheasants, they were part of the vicious 10, so how could there be traces of them here? Great one, it is better if your distinguished self is a bit more careful when speaking. We are the celestial clan, so how can there be a war emperor tomb? Also, it is best if you do not mention the unmatched celestial's tomb to avoid breaking taboos. A young lady muttered. All right, Xianxia said while consoling his forehead. The other young lady's large eyes moved about, revealing an amused expression. Great one, we know an ancient place that might be related to immortals. Where is it? Hurry and bring me there. Xianxia developed interest. After being cooped up here for all this time, he really was bored. The two young ladies gave each other a look. They were going to bring him there originally, and now that they didn't have any excuses left, it was a good time to do so. They made their way through the flourishing downtown area, and then they passed several cave dwellings, arriving at a dignified and holy martial arena. There were people cultivating here, but not too many. The martial arena was quite spacious, covering a range of several dozen li. There were some seated, some doing breathing exercises. This place had a strange natural Tao, as well as spiritual essence several times richer than other places. It was extremely suited to cultivation. The martial arena had a strange stone in its depths, an ancient monument that seemed to be made of jade. It was a zhang tall and not all that large, situated right here. This is it? It doesn't seem that special. Xianxia was confused. Great one, it is called Flying Immortal Stone and quite strange. From time to time, it would release an immortal-like rain of light that is incomparably brilliant. Also, by standing in front of it, it can reflect oneself and increase one's self-understanding. It could also allow them to comprehend the Tao, a young lady explained. Oh, speak about it more in detail. Xianxia became a bit interested. Regarding the Flying immortal rain of light, it is a bit fleeting. After all, it would be hard for it to appear even after tens of generations. Meanwhile, the self-illumination can be carried out at any time, especially if one is an exceptional talent. It can allow one to view their own bones, blood, flesh, and other parts, allowing them to comprehend their own Tao and methods further. So that's how it is. Xianxia looked pensively. He strolled over and stood in front of the Flying Immortal Stone. At this moment, not only the two young ladies, but even the others raised their eyebrows. They paid close attention. The Flying Immortal Stone trembled. Everyone became shocked, widening their eyes. They then carefully observed, finding that it was dim and without luster, calming down again without any reaction. Sigh! Some people sighed lightly. The two young ladies were clearly disappointed. One of them said, "Is Great One not an exceptional talent? Why do you ask like this?" Xianxia didn't turn around. He was quite shocked. He was suppressing himself. Just now, he had the urge to comprehend the Tao. This was a great treasure. If he could cultivate here, he would definitely obtain great benefits. This stone is extremely special. Regardless of whether it is the immortal bones, divine skin, condensed blood bestowed by the heavens, it can all be displayed, said a young lady. To put it briefly, it could examine exceptional talents, innate true bones, and other things. Soon after, everything that happened here was reported to that golden magic-robed old woman. When she heard this, she said to herself, What a pity. He's not an exceptional talent. Then, she asked, did you not have him try to shake up the flying immortal stone? No, the person that came shook his heads. Being able to kill a war king is enough to prove how unordinary he is. His fighting strength is terrifying. Everything is good except for this small defect, not being an exceptional talent. The old woman said softly. How was reluctant to part from the martial arena, really not wanting to go. He wanted to bring this stone away. Just now, he actually wanted to comprehend the Tao. After all, in that moment of distraction, he could vaguely sense a flying immortal brilliance. It was mysterious and terrifying. The city of heaven was extremely vast and incomparably enormous. However, there were many places that one couldn't get closer to. There were fiery cliffs for pill concoction, ancient caves for storing scriptures, Tao-comprehending mountains, and heavenly deity residences. 2 days later, How couldn't sit still any longer. If he stayed any longer, his true identity might be unveiled, and an old celestial might revive to watch him. It would be extremely terrifying. Please help me deliver a message, saying that it is my great fortune to have visited the celestial race's pure land and that it was an honor, but I have things to take care of, so I have no choice but to take my leave. How had these 2 young ladies pass on this message. When the old woman Xianxia obtained this message, she personally hurried over. Even though she was only a true deity, she was in charge of How's matters, proving her importance to the related parties. A heavenly warping genius like this was worth roping in. When they learned from Yun Shi that he killed a war king, many people in this race felt fearful. Little friend, there is no need to be in such a rush to leave. We have been refining a furnace of precious pills these past few days. So if you wait, we have a gift for you. Senior is too generous. I do not need pill medicines. How spoke humbly. He just wanted to leave, even though he wasn't willing to give up on that flying immortal stone. This is a divine flame pill, something that can only be refined through many heavenly materials and treasures. It is extremely precious. It is extremely important for you right now as well, said the old woman. When How heard this, he was a bit tempted. The divine flame realm was extremely critical. This was a dividing line. If one's backing was great enough when breaking through, his strength would shoot up greatly. This affected his future accomplishments. The divine flame pill was created precisely for this reason. Of course, he also had quite a brilliant foundation on this matter. He could find star essence, 9 underworld flame and other legendary divine flames to build this realm. It would be dangerous and terrifying, but perhaps his accomplishments would be even more brilliant. Apart from this, there were people who obtained the 10,000 ancient immortal flame, primal chaos flame, and others. Unfortunately, in the end, they all burned themselves to death and didn't succeed. Regardless, however, the divine flame pill was essential. When igniting the divine flame, one needed its support. It was similar to firewood. Little friend saved Yun Shi, and we have not been able to repay you for this favor. We plan to gift you a divine flame pill, said the old woman. The value of a divine flame pill was shocking, because it needed many rare precious medicines. Meanwhile, the celestial race directly gave him one, so this was quite the expense. Many thanks for Senior's kindness. What else could How say? If someone was willing to gift him this to make him stay, then he could only accept it all. The old woman Xianxia smiled. If they could truly make How stay, forget about a divine flame pill, it would be fine even if they gave him even more precious things. This was a young talent that could kill a war king. About the Tao companion topic I raised the last time, have you thought it over? Xianxia asked. I still don't think it is too good of an idea. Yun Shi is the celestial race's pearl, and now that she merged with the heaven's mandate stone, she will be greatly focused upon. If me and Yun Shi become Tao companions, I fear that I will make the entire celestial clan's younger generation my enemy, How said. The true deity Xianxia was speechless. This youngster's skin really was this thick? She didn't even say that much, yet he already began to pick and select on his own, already choosing a target. Apart from this, when she thought about how this youngster mumbled behind her back about how he wasn't all that reserved or aloof, that they shouldn't hesitate in bringing him a Tao companion or an exceptional beauty, The old woman Xianxia felt her forehead began to crease. Was this youngster reliable at all? If they gave him a clansman to become his Dao companion, would it be like throwing them into a pit of fire? Ah, right, senior, where's Yunxi? I haven't seen here these past few days. Shihao asked. She is merging with the Heaven's Mandate Stone, so she can only come out after a few days, Xianxia replied. When she looked at this fella, she felt more and more like he wasn't reliable. He was a bit too spontaneous. This shouldn't be a wanton child that does what he wishes, right? She frowned. My celestial race has 3 pearls in total, and every single one of them is an exceptional beauty whose names can shake dozens of provinces. Many people wish to give priceless gifts to ask for their hand in marriage, but they have all been refused. The old woman Xianxia said. Even though she was a true deity on this aspect, she really wasn't lying. There were countless celestial race individuals, and as a former emperor clan, their most dazzling exceptional beauties were naturally extremely important. Their names shook through every clan. 3 brilliant pearls, exceptional beauties. Is senior planning on making all of them my Dao companions? Why don't I give them a look then? Shihao said. Xiaxia's eyelids jumped. No one can marry 3 people at the same time. She began to feel a bit of regret. This youngster was too brash, making others feel worried. She had never met such an unreserved person before. Is Yunxi also one of these 3? Shihao asked. She is. The true deity Xianxia replied without that great of a tone now. I met her already, so what about the other 2? Will they show themselves soon? Shihao's skin really was thick. From the side, the 2 young ladies who were in charge of tending to him immediately laughed in secret. They had never met such a daring person before. Is he not scared of scaring the bride's side of the family? Fortunately, the other 2 pearls are not here, or else they would definitely wish to give him a beating. My celestial race's pearls will not marry someone outside our clan. Normally speaking, they will all become Dao companions after joining my celestial race. Xianxia said with a darkened face. Isn't it just living with the wife's family? I understand. Shihao nodded, putting on a completely understanding look. He had on a rather fearless and nonchalant appearance. The true deity Xianxia was speechless. She looked Shihao up and down, wishing to back out of this. She felt that this fella was not of the good sort. This place immediately became quiet. Senior, can 4 people not be Dao companions together? Shihao took the initiative to start up the conversation again. For people, 3 pearls plus him? Xiaxia's brows stood vertically, and veins jumped on her forehead. She really wanted to give him a beating. Soon after, when the 2 exceptional beauties obtained these news, they hurried over there with unkind expressions, looking like they were about to harshly berate him. If you want to become Dao companions with us, unless you can raise the flying immortal stone, even if you are an exceptional talent, it wouldn't be enough. The city had wide streets, bluestone-covered ground, and building complexes at both sides of the streets. There were spiritual mountains surging with multicolored clouds resting one after another. It was an extremely unique place. The 2 ladies ran like the wind, crossing through the skies quickly towards the azure lake where Shihao resided, towards the fine house inside the bamboo forest. Someone came. There is a unique fragrance. I feel like it should be 2 young ladies, Shihao said. The true deity Xianxia gave him a look that was not that happy, throwing away all of the solemnness a deity ought to have and revealed different emotions. She just felt like this youth wasn't that reliable. Under the breeze, the green and lush bamboo forest shone. Through the branches, one could see 2 young ladies quickly approaching, passing above the lakes, their clothes fluttering about. Fairy walking over ripples. Shihao widened his eyes. When he looked forward, he saw an extremely beautiful scene. 2 unmatched beauties were standing on the small azure lake, their beautiful hair dancing about and their eyes clear like water. It was as if immortals descended into this world. Senior, are these the 2 you mentioned? I definitely have no complaints, Shihao said extremely directly. All of the happiness the old woman felt before was gone. She had complaints, moreover extremely great ones. These were 2 young ladies with completely different temperaments. They were both incomparably beautiful. One of them had red-colored clothes that touched the ground, as if she was a red spider lily, sexy and gorgeous. She carried a mysterious aura, as well as a head of long red hair that scattered behind her snow-white neck. The other one had otherworldly white clothes and green hair that fluttered about. She was quiet and elegant like a blossoming lotus. As her jade feet touched the surface of the lake, it produced rings of blue ripples, light and skillful as she arrived. These two were not smiling. They were originally exceptionally beautiful, but now, they were expressionless as they entered the bamboo forest. After showing the old woman an act of respect, they sat down on their own. They didn't even give Xianxia a look. Just now, they obtained news that an extremely unreserved fella had set his eyes on them, so they hurriedly rushed over. The two were extremely unsatisfied, because they were always the one that were in control. There had never been had marriage matters pushed onto them, yet recently, there were actually people in the clan that hinted towards them that they should select a Dao companion. It was clear that it was to be this person in front of them. In these past years, young outstanding talents and heavenly geniuses all visited their gates with great gifts to propose marriage, but they were all refused. Why were they now acting so voluntarily like this? The two completely ignored Xianxia and chatted with Xianxia, not even giving him a look. They sat on the stone blocks while sipping on fragrant tea. It was just like a gathering of heavenly celestials. Under this type of strange atmosphere, Xianxia didn't act embarrassed and instead sized up the two incredible young ladies in front of him. He didn't say anything as he stared at them. From their fine facial features down their smooth long hair, he looked at their snow-white necks, soft willow waist, long and slender beautiful legs up and down, again and again non-stop. In the end, the two young ladies really couldn't take it anymore. Those invasive eyes were just like little bugs that crawled up and down their bodies. They both glared at him. "What are you looking at, pervert?" The fiery red-clothed young lady turned around to look at him. There were flames burning within her beautiful eyes, appearing extremely angry and embarrassed. "May I ask for your name?" Xianxia smiled. The red-clothed woman frowned. This fella's skin was too thick, right? Even in this type of confrontation, he actually had the nerve to ask for her name. Light flashed within her eyes. She was becoming more and more discontent. "She is one of my celestial race's most beautiful pearls, Red Spider Lily," the true deity Xianxia said. Xianxia was speechless. This name really was fitting. If this woman wasn't so angry, she would be sexy and fierce, brilliant and beautiful like a demonic flower in full bloom. "Then I am looking at you, Red Spider Lily," Xianxia said with a smile, responding to what the young lady said out of rage. Red Spider Lily stared at him, feeling more and more that this fella's skin was really thick. He was definitely not a good person. "This one is—" What made Red Spider Lily upset was that the fella who was still smiling and staring at her turned around and changed targets to ask the white-clothed woman. "Her name is Fu Chu, also one of my clan's pearls," the true deity Xianxia introduced. Xianxia was stupefied. They unexpectedly both had flowers as their names, but it really did suit their temperaments. This one was refined and aloof, elegant and not temptatious. When watching from afar, you are brilliant like the multicolored brilliance of a rising sun. But upon closer inspection, you are like a lotus releasing green waves, Xianxia said. He gifted these words of praise, and then he added, "Beautifully pure, but not overly temptatious." Fu Chu revealed a faint smile, but there was still an aura of being 1,000 li away. She did not show much emotions or response. "What are you trying to imply?" Red Spider Lily was annoyed, shooting him a look of disdain. "Are you saying that I am too flirtatious?" "No, you are thinking too much. How could I mock my Dao companion?" Xianxia said, talking drivel. When these words sounded, several jaws dropped. Red Spider Lily directly stood up, so angry her wonderful body was shaking. Forget about her not agreeing. Even if her clansman did arrange for this, he still couldn't be this direct, right? Xianxia became doubtful, expressing his confusion. He looked towards the old woman and said, "Senior, didn't you arrange things? These two are not my Dao companions." A tongue sounded. Even the tranquil and exquisite Fuchu stood up. Her hair flew about, and the sleeves of her clothes moved about. This fella's skin was too thick. There was even less of a need to talk about red spider lily. Her cheeks were swollen and she was about to flip out. Her fiery red dress danced about chaotically, and her entire body flowed with scarlet multicolored light. Her sparkling white face was filled with anger. She couldn't stay calm. You want to become Dao companions with both of us at the same time? If not for having misgivings about her own conduct, she would have directly screamed. This youngster was too greedy, actually wanting to marry both of them. This shouldn't be the case, right? Senior, could it be that I misunderstood? Sure how gave the true deity Xianxia an extremely helpless look. The old woman's face was darker than dark. This youngster's appetite was too great. Was he trying to overturn the skies? She truly wanted to beat the shit out of him. How about just one then? Sure how said to himself, a rather unwilling look appearing on his face. He then stared at the two young ladies, looking left and right, as if it was an extremely difficult choice. You, regardless of whether it was Red Spider Lily or Fuchu, they were both about to explode from anger. On the side, the two maids were laughing so hard they were about to roll on the ground. How could this fella be so amusing? This was too greedy. Could it be that he was a musclehead with no brains, not understanding anything else? He didn't understand the heart of a woman at all. It really is a hard choice. Why don't you two discuss amongst yourselves, whichever is willing? Sure how looked like he was troubled as he spoke. However, before he finished his sentence, the two beauties immediately shouted together in anger. You can drop dead! The two exceptional beauties stormed off angrily. They were truly angered badly, their bellies full of fury. They had never met such a strange person before in their life. In these past years, as they became more and more beautiful, their names moved every clan. The number of people that chased after them was too numerous to count, but they were at least all refined and courteous. Which one of those young, outstanding talents didn't have outstanding and elegant bearing? Yet today they ended up encountering this type of bastard. Their moods were completely ruined. This was just a terrible meeting. Even if he is more powerful than exceptional talents, it's still not enough. He is ridiculously and utterly lacking. The two beauties left in anger and said hatefully, Hey, we already agreed to become Dao companions. Now that you two are avoiding this by running away, what are you all treating this matter as? Sure how shouted from behind them, Go die, go die, go die! The two young ladies shouted, their voices incomparably ear-piercing. Symbols erupted, making waves appear on the azure lake. They have to at least give a reason and give some conditions, right? Sure how muttered. There are no conditions, Fuchu said. No, there is a condition. Red Spider Lily suddenly turned around and said, As long as you can raise the flying immortal stone, then I will agree. A flash of light appeared in her eyes. She truly hated this youth bitterly, deciding to have him suffer a great disaster. That flying immortal stone was quite strange. No one in the supreme expert realm could raise it. There were heaven-warping geniuses that raised the stone in the past, but in the end, as soon as it passed their shoulders, they were so tired they spat out blood and their arms snapped off. In the end, that rare genius injured his Dao foundation, and only after several tens of years did he recover. The flying immortal stone was extremely mysterious, and it could even be said to have a demonic nature. There were strange natural laws within that could easily injure one's great Dao. You two are saying that if I do raise it, then you two will have to become my Dao companions. Sure how acted cockily there. The two exceptional beauties really wanted to give him a beating. This fella really was vile and despicable, persisting with this thought this entire time. Fine, if you can raise it, then it will be as you say. But what if you fail? Fuchu asked. If I fail, then I'll just choose one Dao companion, I guess. Sure how said nonchalantly. You are too shameless. The tranquil and elegant Fuchu couldn't even take it any longer and harshly lashed out. If you fail, then you have to immediately disappear from the city of heaven, never allowed to return. Red Spider Lily said. Her voice carried coldness, and her expression was firm. She gave off an extremely cool and elegant appearance. This? You really are troubling others a bit too much, right? Sure How appeared a bit unwilling. If you are a man, then you should be straightforward. The two girls incited him. Fine, if I fail, then I'll just get lost. If I succeed, then both of you will become my Dao companions, leaving behind quite the story to be told. Sure How said. Remember your words. The two girls turned around at the same time, not wishing to stay here a moment later. Wait, I just remembered, if I succeed, you should add the other pearl as well, right? Sure How added, shouting loudly. The corners of the two maids on the side twitched. They forcefully endured, not daring to laugh out loud. What kind of person was this? Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu ahead were clearly angered badly by him. They both staggered, almost dropping out from the sky. Their beautiful bodies were trembling. They resisted the rage within them with great difficulty. Without turning around and their backs towards him, they clenched their fists tightly and through clenched teeth, said, "Fine!" Then, without even turning back, they left into the distance. If they stayed here any longer, they really would die from anger and ruin their appearances as wise and virtuous ladies. They really would act out violently here. You really ought to be hacked by lightning. The true deity Xianxia also stormed off in a huff. In her opinion, this youth might be a martial Dao genius that was incomparably excellent, but his moral quality was simply awful. Of course, she felt that there was another possibility as well. This fella might have some other intentions. When faced with these two beauties, he might actually want the exact opposite. Maybe he had heard that when outstanding talents and heavenly geniuses met these two, they both ended up hitting a wall, so he would rather try something different, first leaving a deep impression with these two pearls to slowly pursue them. However, this was just going too far. Sir, the two young misses wanted me to tell you to visit the martial arena in 2 hours to raise the flying immortal stone. The pretty maid said softly. I understand. Sure How nodded, and then he waved his hand to have them leave. At this moment, he already recovered his composure, forming a stark contrast with his previous appearance. His eyes were clear, calm, and composed. I am but an illustrious name. Sure How sighed. He did this because he truly had no way. He wanted to leave immediately, because staying here a day longer would mean more danger. It was clear that he didn't want to raise the flying immortal stone. Since they were going to drive him out, he couldn't ask for more. However, Sure How knew that if a heavenly deity really wanted him to stay behind, even if he had a falling out with those two girls, it still wouldn't be enough. His little scheme here wouldn't be very effective. However, he still didn't want to give up. At the very least, there was a small chance of it happening, so he had to try it. In the end, he really had been forced with no way out. These two girls' identities were special, and there were likely heavenly deities behind them, or else why would they dare to act so extreme? Together with their beautiful appearances, it might be able to produce some effects. Sure How believed that the effects of beauties, acting out, might produce terrifying results. Together with their backing, there really might be a way to secretly chase him out. I hope they can be of some use and get me out of the city of heaven. As long as I can leave this place surrounded by this great formation, a bit of time is already enough, he said inwardly to himself. Then he muttered, that rock really is strange. I hope nothing strange happens. What do I do if I really do end up raising it? The city of heaven was grand and massive. Sure How walked along the limestone streets. He first passed the city center district, and then he made his way through spiritual mountains and immortal caves, gradually closing in on that well-known martial arena. The clan's exceptional beauties were going to be married off. News spread like wildfire. Many people from the Celestial clan already knew that a genius had entered the city, one that might become Dao companions with one of the clan's pearls. This produced a huge uproar, one that shook the entire younger generation. The young experts were all shocked. This was too sudden, giving them no time to make preparations inwardly. They found it difficult to accept this result. Red Spider Lily, Fu Chu, and Yunxi were the celestial race's well-known beauties. So how could they be suddenly married off? Who is this person? Let us take a look. What qualifications does he have to become Dao companions with one of my clan's pearls? There wasn't even any warning beforehand. This isn't fair for the rest of us. Could it be that some emperor clan is pressuring us? A few young experts with powerful bloodlines came out and gathered together. It was clear that the leaked news was not done so without reason. There was nothing before, but now things suddenly erupted. Someone did this intentionally. It was just like how Hao had predicted. The two exceptional beauties used their connections and hidden influence to stir up a commotion, using their own methods to disturb the clan's arrangements. City of Heaven was not calm at all. Hao walked along the road. At first, he didn't notice too much, but later on, when he heard the clamoring and carefully listened, he revealed a smile. Even though it was dangerous this time and he might be inviting disaster, from how things looked so far, Red Spider Lily and Fuchu had taken action, so they might truly expel him from the city. He wanted to leave. This might be a chance to do so. However, soon after, Hao felt despair. There were true deities moving about, alerting the younger generation not to stir up chaos in the city. The clamoring immediately became weaker. Only the group scattered. They were still pacing about. Don't tell me that he himself wants to become Dao companions with two of our clan's pearls. From a certain source I heard from, this might very well be the case. The things that had taken place in the Azure Lake were leaked out. Everyone was deeply shaken up. After learning about this, many people were stunned. They didn't know whether to be furious or roar with laughter. This is too shameful and unbridled. Who is this person? I really want to see what he looks like. There is someone like this? Let's go to the martial arena to see what kind of saint this is to dare raise the flying immortal stone. I want to see his bones crushed and tendons severed. See blood come out from his mouth. There were many people around the martial arena. They were all noisily talking among themselves. It was just something Hao and the two young ladies wagered on. Yet in the end, such a huge storm was raised, drawing the attention of many youngsters. There was no way that this place would calm down. Hao arrived. He squeezed his way inside, but he couldn't get in at all. There were too many people here, packed so tightly not even a drop of water could trickle through. This was especially the case with the entrance. There was no way to enter. As for the air, this place was restricted. One couldn't fly without permission. Dao brothers, excuse me, can you please let me through? Hao asked the people around him. Who are you? Do you not see that I am still waiting? Line up in the back and enter in order. That person rolled his eyes. There are so many people, Hao muttered. Obviously, everyone came to see that madman. They want to see exactly what that fellow looks like. Didn't you come for this too? I came with a sincere heart. The person that dares to raise the flying immortal stone is definitely a heaven-warping genius, Hao said. What kind of attitude is that? The celestial clan took you on as a disciple in vain, actually partial towards an outsider. We should be joining together against a common adversary. From the side, a 20-or-so-year-old celestial reprimanded him. The celestial race looked quite similar to humans. If one didn't look carefully, it was hard to recognize them apart. Don't you feel that this is a heroic undertaking? A heavenly warping martial talent should act like this, Hao said. As a result, the group of people all became discontent, ridiculing and jeering at him. Hao argued strongly for what he believed with these people, creating quite an interesting scene. He continuously bickered with a group of people by himself here. This place immediately became noisy. It was a battle of words that fired back and forth. Many people joined in, trying to suppress this rebel, who was actually speaking on behalf of that outsider. Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you partial towards the outsider? Even a few young ladies couldn't watch on anymore and reproached Hao. Truth is not partial to race and shouldn't be territorial. We should have a broad and inclusive heart. How can one be so narrow-minded in life? Hao spoke in a righteous manner. The entrance was blocked and he had no way of getting in, so he got into the habit of arguing with others, continuously praising the person who dared to raise the flying immortal stone, facing this group alone. I don't believe that once you see Red Spider Lily form a Tao companion relationship with someone else, you would be able to remain so aloof and open-minded. Someone refuted. You know, my heart really is as open-minded as a sea. My eyes are deep like stars. It really is magnanimous like the so-called unbounded great love. Xianxia said in dead earnesty. What kind of hideous mess are you spouting? What are you even trying to say? A young expert asked, his face not pleasant. You like someone, but can't have her. As long as she is happy, you can silently wish them well and watch them from afar. As long as she feels joy, I ask you all to let go when the time comes. Xianxia was acting smug, but he had a resolute expression. Who are you? What are you randomly saying? Someone became extremely discontent. However, there were some youth who became ashamed, feeling that compared to the youth in front of them, they really weren't all that magnanimous. Do you truly believe this? A young lady asked. It wasn't just her. There were others who asked him, white staring with large eyes, discussing with him. This place became more and more bustling. More and more people gathered around this place. Xianxia disputed endlessly with these people, forming a circle here. Hold on, why do you always speak on that fella's behalf? He is so egotistical, going to vainly raise the flying immortal stone. He's clearly overestimating his own abilities. Wrong. That is the unrivaled heroic confidence. Xianxia retorted. Hey, haven't you spoken enough bullshit? At this moment, a voice sounded from within the martial arena, asking if Imoshi arrived yet, and why he didn't appear yet. Could it be that he already ran away from stage fright? Xianxia coughed and said, Everyone, please make way. I should enter. What are you trying to say? After arguing for a long time, a large group of people had gathered, and there were naturally quite a few people who looked at him with unfavorable opinions, so how could they make way for him? There is someone inside calling for me. If I still don't appear, it will be too late. Xianxia explained. You? Who are you? Everyone felt that things were not going to end well. I am Imoshi, of course. Xianxia said while cramming his way forward towards that door. Outside the martial arena, everyone became petrified. A large group of people were stupefied. They all looked over with their mouths agape. In the end, someone released a scream, breaking the silence. It's that maniac. Too shameless. No wonder he was always partial to that outsider, continuously praising him. This fucker was praising himself. Ridiculously narcissistic. The group of people all clamored with noise. They had never seen such a thick-skinned person before. The so-called arguing for what was right, verbaling dueling everyone was actually just self-imbued praise. Along the way, many people stared at Xianxia. He walked in boldly and ostentatiously, calm and unhurried without any bit of nervousness. Soon after, news of the outside events spread. Everyone became stupefied. This person was just too strange, right? Hua! A disturbance broke out in the martial arena. After they all learned about how this fellow was self-boasting outside, they almost erupted with popular indignation. Too shameless. Everyone was boiling with anger. You really dared to come. Red Spider Lily's head of red hair scattered down, soft and smooth. Her sparkling white face appeared especially cold. If not for her and Fu Chu appearing, indicating for everyone to calm down, everyone really might have rushed over to settle things with Xianxia. A mob beating might have most likely happened. Why wouldn't I dare come? This is destiny set by the heavens. We are becoming Tao companions to leave behind a great story, Xianxia said. Shut up. Red Spider Lily didn't want to talk to him anymore. She feared that she wouldn't be able to hold herself back and might end up fighting him right here. Fu Chu's white clothes fluttered about. She was quiet and otherworldly. Her eyes moved about, looking at the dozen or so people around them. Xianxia's mind was also shaken. Those dozen or so individuals were all young, and apart from several celestial race geniuses, there were a few outsiders. They were all extremely powerful. There were exceptional talents among them. This left him shocked. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu were actually so powerful, able to summon these types of escorts? However, things weren't all that right. There was a silver-haired woman and a blue-clothed young lady who were extremely beautiful. They were also female, so they shouldn't be people that could be summoned. These are a few friends that came to my celestial clan as guests. Fu Chu smiled faintly, not introducing them further. Hao's mind trembled, and then he understood. The celestial race and war races battle was naturally a great event. During these past 2 days, they had associated with other races from time to time. He understood what was going on. It was clear that these young talents came from a few ancient sections. I heard that you want to raise the flying immortal stone. You really do deserve praise for such courage. Someone mocked. Emoshi's matter of killing the War King had not been spoken by these two girls. No one knew about it yet. There were only a few people that understood the inside information about Emoshi. Isn't it just a piece of rock? Why wouldn't I dare? Hao didn't attach much importance to this at all. You don't know how high the heaven or how deep the earth is. Not even exceptional talents can raise it, and no supreme expert had succeeded since the ancient times, yet you still want to carry out an impressive feat. Someone spoke with mockery. It seems like this is all you amount to, yet you still dare to rashly move the flying immortal stone. You are bringing the suffering onto yourself. It was clear that this group of people were looking down on him. It was not only because they bore hostility, but also because they were purposely ridiculing and inciting him to take the risk and do everything he can to raise the flying immortal stone. That way, he would most likely inflict upon himself an injury to his great Tao. Faced with these provocations, Hao was extremely calm. What qualifications do you all have to talk about me? Do you all dare to try yourselves? At the very least, if we try our best, we can move it. Meanwhile, what can you do? A male sneered. Another individual, an exceptional talent this time, mocked. I heard that if you fail, you get lost on your own from the city of heaven. I wonder if you really are a man of your word. Of course I'll keep my word, Hao said. Red Spider Lily and Fu Chu immediately revealed smiles. They knew that they had one, and that there was going to be quite the interesting play to watch soon. This fellow would definitely be in an incomparably sorry state and leave while dejected and depressed. Be careful not to injure yourself too badly. When the time comes, we still have to get others to lend a helping hand in tossing you out of the city of heaven. Someone said while roaring with laughter. If you all really are men, then all of you should give it a try too. Don't just keep speaking empty words. Are there any of you that dare to raise this rock? Hao taunted, looking at those dozen or so young geniuses. The scene immediately became quiet. No one said anything. If you are men, then raise it. Are you all not going to do it? Hao asked. You? The group of people's faces became ugly. This fella's mouth was too lowly, daring to mock them like this and imply things. It was too hateful. If we take action, then we can naturally move the rock. We are clearly stronger than you. Less nonsense. Let's have a competition and all give it a try. Hao issued a challenge. What was shocking was that in the end, out of their competitiveness, a few young experts really came down and stretched their muscles to give it a try. Rise! Someone shouted loudly. His entire body shone, carrying the flying immortal stone to make it leave the ground. You are no good. Not even able to move it. Hao jeered. Nonsense. The one that was taking action was furious. He possessed natural divine force and shocking aptitude. He already moved the flying immortal stone, leaving many people shocked. Then, an exceptional talent took action, unexpectedly able to lift the flying immortal stone half a foot from the ground. Unfortunately, that was as far as he went. His entire face was red. Too disappointing, Hao said. Making the exceptional talent so angry he almost spat out blood. He hurriedly lowered the flying immortal stone. A trace of dark red blood appeared at the corners of his lips, and his insides were even more surging. You try it yourself, Red Spider Lily said, carrying an expression of provocation. All right, if I fail, then I'll leave the city of heaven, Hao said. I am looking forward to your great display of divine might. Even though Fu Chu was composed and refined, right now, She couldn't help but ridicule him as well. It was because previously, this person had angered her too far. Xianxia walked forward. Everyone was watching closely. I really have to be careful not to use too much power and really raise it, Xianxia muttered. This was his inner thoughts, but many people heard it. This was too arrogant. The people here naturally wouldn't think that this was what he was thinking inside. They all thought that this was arrogance and a provocation towards them all. If you truly have strength, then raise it. I want to see it, Red Spider Lily said, her sparkling white face filled with anger. She naturally didn't believe that Xianxia could succeed and was waiting for him to injure his great Tao. Wuxia was also like this. The corners of her lips had a smile, waiting for him to fail and reveal that sorry appearance she was waiting for. Everyone was watching him. All of their eyes gathered on his body alone. Xianxia walked to the center of the arena and directly grabbed the flying immortal stone, and then he lightly exerted strength. As soon as he made contact, Xianxia straight up carried it. Even though the flying immortal stone was dull and lightless, he could feel the flesh within him become sparkling and translucent, resonating in response. The flying immortal stone had some natural laws inside that made him tremble inwardly. He raised it. It moved 3 feet from the ground. The crowd cried out in alarm, their faces losing color. I didn't even use that much force. Xianxia was shocked. He couldn't help but blurt out without thinking. When everyone heard this, they naturally felt that this was arrogance at the peak. I'm not going to end up really raising this, right? Xianxia was stupefied. It was because he didn't even do that much, yet this flying immortal stone seemed to be stuck to his hands, floating up on its own. Red Spider Lily and Wuxia were resentful. Was he mocking and harassing them? This fellow was not really going to carry out an impressive feat, right? In reality, Xianxia had already stopped paying attention to what was going on outside a while ago, because he really was shocked. The flying immortal stone had some strange power and natural laws within it that were rousing a type of mysterious force within him. At this moment, chaotic symbols appeared. They flickered about the surface of his flesh and gradually appeared. He was shaken up inwardly and incomparably shocked. He lost his supreme being bone when he was still in swaddling clothes. There were primitive symbols on it that contained an unmatched precious technique. Unfortunately, he had no opportunity to obtain it and it was seized by Xianxia instead. However, what was happening here toppled everything he knew. Those symbols, that type of mysterious force, was all extremely familiar. It was extremely similar to what Xianxia displayed. This was the first Supreme Being Bone's precious technique, and now it was flickering within the very depths of his flesh. Markings appeared, unexpectedly displaying its mysterious symbols.